All right. What I want to happen is, so what I think is happening right now is, in my map here, this should be wind strength. What I want to happen is, so what I think is, so get wind should be telling me the strength of the wind, and then printing it in purple, and it's already printed from here in green. So the green and the purple ought to match if this is indeed the strength that's been set. So let's find out. I should be able to see that in the upper left here when it starts. So let's try it out. I just want to know that I'm getting the information. Oh, darn it. I don't want that to be like that. Okay, 5 point, or 5. That's an awfully big number. Yeah, I can't do it when it's like that. How is it that, okay, in the map, print text, strings. I don't think I need, maybe I just don't need the time. Maybe I just do the time at 0? I don't know. Let's find out. Break link. So let's just try this. Compile, save. Or maybe I change this to every 10 seconds, right? Let's find that out. Save. It might not print it at all. If I have time at 0, it may never. No, it is. Darn it. Why is it doing it every second, or just constantly? I need to be able to see every 10 seconds and compare it. See, I can't freaking compare. Why? How do I set it so that it's? Maybe I can do it every 10. Let's try it every 10 seconds. Is that what this means? I don't know. Compile, save, play. Let's see if that works. All I want to do is be able to make sure. Damn it! And I can't pause, right? Or maybe I can. Nope, it's not working. How am I going to do that? Oh, you know what? I guess if I kill my character, maybe that'll freeze it on the screen for a moment and I can read. Let's try that. What I want is the purple and the, I forget, green, I think. As soon as I see the, there. Nope. Damn it. How do I get that to just print every 10 seconds or so? I don't want it to print constantly. I don't need a log. I just want it on the screen. Key? I don't know what that means. Key? Is that what that means? Like I can put in a definition of what it is? Well, this doesn't work. Maybe not out of event tick. Maybe it's just out of. Why don't I try this? If I move. I don't think this is going to work this way, but I'm going to try it anyway because I don't know what else to do. Break. Let's just see. All I want to do is see what the wind is. This is wind strength. And hopefully, let's try this a different way. No, it is showing time. Duration 10 seconds. Key. Let's just. Jeez. Nope, not that. Well, so far, no. Nope. Okay, so coming out of the event deck, it did it, but it doesn't. So red, green, blue. Speed, strength, direction. Yeah, I need to be able to show. That's not working. Print. Look, all I want is normal. All right, let's bring this back here. And this, of course, over here. I guess I run this out of. If I do it here, does that break? If I do it this way, does that only do it when it's whatever the timing is? I don't think it's going to work this way. I don't. At this point, I'm just trying everything because I don't know anything. So I'll give it a shot. So far, nothing. Nope. All right. Well, now I already tried event tick, and that didn't seem to. Well, it wasn't readable. You know, I mean, that was the problem. All I want to do is just verify that this is indeed the updated strength, like, you know, that it's the modified strength, not the original. Compile, save. Print. How about print a string? Can we do that? Purple. Okay. Don't need a log. Key. Let's try this just to see if that indeed is something that I can just append to the data. What's this? Oh, I see. Well, how about this? What happens here? That's all we need, right? Let's just do that. Simpler. I think it's not going to do anything if this isn't, if the execution is not hooked up, so I have to do that. All right. Hold on a minute. Now, why is that not working at all? Well, here, let's just do this. Over here, let's put print string here. Let's go here, we'll print, and then add the force. It's not adding a force, actually, it's just, well, it is adding a force, but what I really want is for it to add force based on the speed, strength, and relative direction to the sails, but I'm not at that stage yet. Type of number, right? For God's sake, what's going on with my stream? Okay. Right, that has to be, what I want is to see the red number and the purple number the same. Oh, wait, 5.9, okay. Do I get a different, right, speed? No, strength, green. So green should be the same as purple, and it's not. Get wind speed. me just try this. Let's try that. Does that do it? Wind speed, so speed, strength, and direction. So, damn it. How do I add? I need a wind directional source component. Does that work? Oh, goodness. Okay, so now the component uses an invalid target. And now this needs a wind directional source. Well, how do I get that? Can I not? Well, damn it. I don't know, man. Well, I don't know. What do I do here? All right. So hmm. Well, I don't freaking know. How do I get the wind? All I want is the damn wind, and I don't know how to do it. All I want to do is just get the wind. I don't know what to do. Um, well, that's not anything I need. I can't tell. I mean, what I want is a global wind in my level. I want to pull that and have it then tell me what that is. All I want to do now is verify it. I just want to know, like this. I mean, is that a? Oh, screw it. I mean, there's no point in having this. Delete, I guess. Pirate wind direction. I just want to. How about an output? An output float. Let's call it piracy wind direction. I mean, can we do that? Compile, save. Why does it say return node though? Piracy wind direction. Like, I don't know where this is. I mean, is that a? I don't know. Can I get that in here? Event. See, there's no way to pull that. What the hell, man? How do I get this fucking thing? What do I do? I don't freaking know what I do. I don't know what to do. Yeah, I don't know. I need that damn information. I'm gonna have to follow another tutorial and hope I get lucky with, like, hey, here's how you get that data out of here. Because it seems like some of that's coming in, but that number didn't. Like, how do I convert? You know what? Maybe. What if I get wind speed? Print. Print string. Right here, there. Duration. I don't know what duration. Why is that plugged in like that? Yeah, I've already done that. Duration. There. How about that? Let's see if I get anything. Oh, for fuck's sake. What is this supposed to go to, dude? Like, I don't need to reroute. Variable? Target. How about that? I don't know. Only affects speed tree assets, huh? Well, how's that useful? Let's see what this does. I cannot imagine that this does anything really, but let's find out. Red, green, blue. This should match the green, but no. Yeah, I know. There's nothing there. Dismiss. Go away. I just don't know. Target. Yeah, that's not going to work. Damn it. There you go here. Let's do this. Right? Okay, so it works as it is, which is not to say much, but start watching tutorials, I guess. Unreal. No, damn it. YouTube, that's what I want. Oh, for goodness sake. Come on. No, you're just going to sit there for a while? All right. That's cool. Why not? Watching a really frustrated dude who doesn't know what he's doing try to do something complicated. I'm sure it's very entertaining. How to get variable from another blueprint? Can I do that? Let's try this. All right, I'm going to try this. I'm just going to follow this tutorial, and we'll see what happens. I hope it works. So I'm getting a little frustrated. Getting a lot frustrated, actually. I got to get my wind information in, and I just need to verify that it, that it's accurate. Once I do that, then I can apply force to the boat. I can apply direction to the boat, and I can get it awesome. All right, so I'm gonna bite the bullet, and I'm just gonna do this old simple tutorial. We're gonna see if this works. I'll just follow this. How to get a variable from one blueprint to another. So I'll just follow along as best I can and try to get it to work. And then I'll try to convert it to transfer my wind info. So let's see about doing that. And since this video doesn't have sound, I'm going to put something on in the background that I want to hear, and we'll see what we can find out.
Good. Yeah. Okay, we can shoot a lot
These guys
faster.
do not look at all
let's see if we
interested in
can-
this game. I've seen two of
not gonna
these,
do
or
it,
three
make
of
it
these
through here.
commercials.
Oh, okay, we broke through. That was
It's fake.
That pellet.
He does not
Those
look
steel
excited.
pellets now. We're not talking about lead.
Steel
Lead's
pellets.
a little bit more giving. Lead
What's up,
is
Joe?
malleable. It
Andrew,
will crush,
Steve.
will flatten. We're talking about steel. BB
Steel.
pellets. They will turn around
Round.
because of the pressure.
Love that accent.
Go back the opposite direction.
I think I want to adopt that accent.
180-degree direction at enough velocity
Enough.
to dent a steel exterior door and embed in the door frame.
Bad.
That doesn't happen. That doesn't happen. In my opinion.
I trust him. He looks honest. Okay, here we go.
You mentioned this earlier, but can you talk about, if I get it right?
And can I add?
Please do.
Also, there's no defects to the OSB or the T111 siding in the bottom of the room.
All right, wait a second. You
This
said
man
all
knows
right.
his way around siding.
Yes, sir.
TS what?
Okay, so
TS111
we're in the first
is
person
like
character.
Exterior paneling that people put on their
You know what?
buildings. That's what's on the building.
For all us city boys, we appreciate
Why
you
don't
spreading
I
that.
just
Thank
do
you.
it
Yes, sir.
exactly
It's
as
a whole
he's doing?
other
I don't have a
paneling.
first person character, but I
There's
have a
no
third person
defects
character.
at the bottom,
So
and
let's
if
do
that
that.
theory is
Close
correct,
this.
if this is an entrance
Close that.
and this is an exit, the shot still
save
had to
all.
go somewhere.
Close.
There's no defects
Let's bring
down
up
there
our
on anything.
character.
The door frame, as I mentioned in my previous testimony, the door frame has a clean void.
Characters.
That would be perfectly in line with those shot from that shot shell. There's no cracks, chips, pellet holes in the cement.
And now we
There's
can measure
nothing
trajectory?
in the OSB, that's cheap plywood, that's man-made plywood. There's no defects in the plywood.
I've used OSB.
There's no
OSB is pretty
high-velocity
solid
blood
stuff.
spatter on the floor.
At least the stuff I
What was
had.
pointed out to you is medium velocity, and that's
Maybe it's
from
cheap, I don't
coming
know
out of
what
the
I paid for
womb
it, but
and
I
gravity
needed it
bringing it
for,
down to the floor. You would see a
project,
pattern on the
last year.
floor, just like what you can see in the photographs at the top
I've
of
never
that
shot
door.
it though. I don't know.
None of that's there. So
Thank
I
God
have to
nobody's
look
ever
at the
shot at it.
science, and I have to look at.
All right, what are we looking at here? We want-
Now we
inertia,
do science.
and I have to
Construction
look at that
script?
shot shell and how fast
No
that
math, though,
shell
just
is
science.
propelled out of that
Right,
barrel.
event graph
And I
construction
know
script.
that it can't turn
let's
around
go
180
to
degrees and go back the other
here.
direction. It's
Where
not
is
like blood and
construction
tissue.
script?
We're
Event
talking about
graph?
steel pellets.
Dr.
Steel
Kinsey,
don't
are there studies
burn.
on percentages of blowback
Construction
when you're
script.
shooting into someone?
Set this
There are.
actor must tick
And
before third
based
person.
on your
first
expert
person.
opinion, what percentage of blowback would come back at a
Okay,
shooter
don't worry
if they
about that.
were
I don't
able to
know
shoot
any
at
of
that angle?
Well, I don't
Okay,
think
so
there's any
construction script.
definite, but what I read is 8 to 10%, except in, like I said, it's not
8
an
to 10%
absolute
what?
every time, but 8 to 10%.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, the most of your force is going out the front of the barrel.
So
And
create
a moment ago, you were just talking about
variables.
the defects and all of the trauma that would have happened to the paneling. and
There
the
are no
floor. Can you
annotations or
point
anything
on
on
this
this, are there?
photo
Well, no,
with the
apparently
dowel
not.
stick behind you
Okay.
for the jury. I just wanted them to see in this photo.
So create a variable called variables. Variable type.
Right here. The
I'll call
void,
this
as
tutorial.
I
How about
documented in my original
Or touch
testimony,
on
the
everything.
void was from
I'll
here down, other
prefix
than
it
one
with
stray
2T.
satellite drop of blood, that was fairly clean. From here
Variables.
to at least right here. But
And I'm
there's
sure
no
there are
defects
examples
here.
already
There's no
built into the
filters, no
SDK that I
defects
just
in
haven't
that
seen.
Cement outside, there's no defects in the inside cement and none in this OSB right
Variables.
here. And that was still there
Right.
when I did the tour. They ripped out all the shelving and some of the insulation, but this was still there.
Okay. Editable, Boolean,
Dr. Kinsey, you may have covered this a little bit, but explain for the jury
change it to a string.
if someone is shooting
Okay,
down,
so
as we
it's
just
editable and a
demonstrated a
string.
moment ago here in the doorway, you're leaning out, the shooter is shooting down.
Editable.
How do pellets get embedded into the door
String.
frame up here? How is that possible?
I think it's impossible myself. Physics don't work that way unless you're shooting into a trampoline or a huge piece of steel, and then you may have a pellet deflected back on you. It happens many times, especially when we're shooting steel targets, but not at that velocity.
Okay.
It will not sink into the door frame, and it definitely will not dent that door with what I documented, in my opinion.
All right, next. So we say variables, compile. This is in my character construction script.
What is
Okay.
the
So I guess that's
restate
all.
for this jury what the defense's theory based on that blowback
Oh, come on.
that would have exploded
Compile.
into the shooter's face here behind Paul?
Would have. Got anything?
Explain for this jury what the defense's theory is about how that shooter would have been
Objection.
injured.
The defense expert testified that that shooter would be most probably incapacitated
level
from
blueprint.
blood, bone, and body fluid, and there was a high likelihood that he was injured by those pellets.
Dr. Kinsey, in your expert opinion, is there anything awkward about a shooter standing outside, going into an enclosed area to turn around to shoot someone from
Open
enclosed?
level
Is there something
blueprint.
weird about that to you?
I can't figure out the methodology of a shooter. I've never done any crime like that.
I'll
Mr.
demonstrate it
Wilson, but I
tonight on my
don't
Rumble
see,
channel.
If we talk about common sense and everybody's mentioned the totality, when they don't have an answer for something, it's always, I looked at the totality, but I don't see any reason for someone to squeeze up past one victim in this doorway to go
That
inside
never
and shoot him
happened.
back out.
There was no testimony about that
And
at
if
all.
he did, if
Zero
that scenario
testimony.
did
That's not
happen,
what he
that
described.
doesn't explain all the
Wait,
pellets
where are
that
we? We're in the
floor
event
of
graph?
feed room
He said the
that we
first shot,
testified
he had a
or
foot
testimony
inside the
to,
feed
Level
room, not the
blueprint.
as to
second
why
shots.
law
Right.
enforcement didn't clean
Ridiculous.
those pellets
All right,
up.
get this out of the
If
way.
it
I keep
happened
clicking.
the
whole
way
thing
the
is so
defense
stupid. It's
experts say, as those
he's
pellets would
refuting
be out
testimony
here in
that
the
never
yard,
happened.
they would not be inside that feed room.
Event graph, level blueprint.
All right, Rumble link in the
Dr.
chat.
Kinsey, you ever had a chance to review the case file on this particular case?
This
and
isn't,
observe
I don't even want to do
the
this,
defense
but I need to
testimony
know
from
how
last
to do
week?
this, so I'm going to do it.
It's two separate things. Yes, sir, I have reviewed our case file.
So-
All crime scene or what I felt was crime scene related evidence.
Cast
I didn't look
to-
into the videos and
I think you
a
might
lot
need
of
to
that
be an
other stuff.
admin,
All right,
Steve,
And
in
I
order
have
for links to
cast
appear.
to
witnessed
the-
the testimony
Oh,
of the
really?
defense
Right, is that-
experts.
I think
Are you
Okay, I'll put it
familiar
in
with
private
what the
chat.
First person
investigation
character,
has
so I'm
determined
casting
about
to,
the tool
and I'll just do it out of
marks
this, I
Or,
guess.
found
or
on the
Joe could
300
just make
blackout
each of
shells
us
found
admins.
around Maggie's
Hold on,
body,
organize.
I'm fine
and the
with
tool
that.
marks found on the
Cast to-
weathered
I'll fix it.
300 blackout shells found way up by the house in the flower bed. Are you familiar with that?
I am familiar.
And what do you know about that?
The examination,
Our,
Or no, it's not, it's SGK.
it's going into completely new information.
SGK,
Their ballistic experts already testified, we didn't present a ballistic expert, and now they're parading him as a ballistic expert.
Your Honor, their expert said yesterday.
Where's my third-person
about an
character?
hour and 9 minutes into their testimony, that it would be impractical for one shooter to bring in
SGK
two long
master.
guns. It has always been the state's theory that the shooter owned both guns and had them on him. So we're rebutting what the defense expert said.
that's all it takes? Holy cow. I mean,
Please answer the question,
can you ask
Dr.
me,
Kinsey.
Mr. Wilson, please?
Are you
Cast
familiar with what
to-
the investigation has determined about the 300 blackout shells found around Maggie's body and the 300 blackout
they do
shells
have it.
found up by
SGK
the
master character.
flower bed that were appeared to be several months old and weathered? What is what relationship the
Object
shells
I
have to
want.
each other?
According to the firearms examination, those
Get
cartridge
player-
casings were loaded and ejected from the same weapon.
Character.
So a family-owned weapon is what was used to kill Maggie.
How on earth do you know that?
Objection.
There's been no evidence
What
of
do you
that.
infer from that information?
I would infer that this is a family-owned firearm.
There's been no evidence of
what?
that.
There was some
goodness sake.
testimony yesterday, Dr. Kinsey, about
All right.
well, it was from the defendant's brother,
So-
Mr. John Marvin Murdoch.
Out
And
of
it
object,
related
I
to
want
the following day, he came upon the
player,
crime
char-
scene. It
get
had been
player
cleared,
character.
And he saw how the crime scene was left. Can you explain,
Get
you've
player
been in law
character.
enforcement for how many years?
30 years. Well, over 30, but 30 years getting paid.
And you're the chief deputy at a sheriff's department?
Yes, sir,
Variables.
Orangeburg County Sheriff's Office.
Hold on.
Just to clarify some things, can you explain
So in the
normally or traditionally how crime
in the
scenes
level
are cleaned
blueprint,
up?
now I
Is
want to
there-
look at
Is it the
variables. Get
responsibility
player
of law
character.
enforcement, in other words?
No, sir. There are
we
private
got selected.
companies that are contracted through SOVA. Well, it used to be SOVA. The name's changed now, and I'm sorry.
What does
I'm
SOVA
not-
stand for?
It's Victims,
State?
it's a State Office of Victims Assistance, but it's now changed. I can't tell
My
you what the new
character.
acronym is, but it works through our
I
victims
really don't think
advocates,
this is
law
anything I
enforcement
want to
victims
do, but
advocates.
I'm doing
Almost
it
every
anyway.
department
Muddling
has
through it.
them.
Variables.
And there's funding provided from taxpayer funds to work through your victims advocates, and you go out and you clean these crime scenes for the families, so they don't bear the burden of cleaning those crime scenes. Law enforcement in particular cannot
character.
collect and dispose of and transport sounds terrible, body parts or body fluids. That's something the coroner has to do because it's actually by permit through DHEC. But to make it easy on the family, these companies can collect those items, and then they will turn them over with a chain of custody, or they will properly dispose of those items.
Hold on a minute. How did he change that? Is that, so that's a,
Is it your expert opinion that
so I
a
want a
6'4"
reference,
shooter
object
cannot be
types
excluded from the murder of Maggie and Paul?
I see nothing that could exclude
my
a
character.
6'4" shooter.
In your expert opinion, can you tell this jury, is it right for the defense to say that there had to be two shooters based on the
Objection.
testimony you
Oh,
heard?
come on.
Objection.
Yes,
Yeah, this is-
Objection.
get a
Not
bill.
leading.
Expert opinion,
Honestly, that's,
can,
This sounds
a
travesty.
master character.
can you exclude two shooters?
I cannot include or exclude two shooters.
Can the defense
Is that right?
include, to the exclusion of all other possibilities, two shooters?
They never
Absolutely
did.
not.
Whoa! They
Objection,
never
Ray.
did. They never did. He said to him, it's more likely. What
All right.
ridiculousness.
Yeah, that's crazy. Okay, so now, so I cast to, I think, to the character.
They need to destroy this guy.
Not the burden of the
I think
defense
that's
to
not going to be
disprove
difficult to do
anything
that.
to any degree of certainty.
That should be the lead question.
None of
Who
that
bears
was
the burden
introduced
of
as
proof
evidence.
In this case,
Get him,
that
Steve.
should be his first question out of his mouth.
Yeah, state has a burden, and they didn't
Do you have
prove
any
that, and
evidence
none of,
that
there was
the
never
gun
any
that was
evidence
used was
that the
defective? Do you have
weapons
any
belonged
evidence
to the
that the
family.
ballistics that were used was defective?
They never found the weapons. Okay,
Yeah.
so we
When
want to
did
go
he say
set.
that he was inside the feed room at
Let me
the
go
time
back.
of the
I think I'm
second
setting, should be
The,
my character.
And anyone who has a
not
doctorate
tutorial my
degree, I
character.
want to call doctor. It's all right.
I see a
I'll call you
couple
doctor.
dropped
I'll
into
answer
the
anything you
stream
call
here.
me.
I
I'm going through a
understand.
tutorial here to learn
Now,
how to
your
move
degree, though, is
information
in
from one blueprint to
criminal
another. I've got a
justice.
wind
Is that correct?
direction,
That's correct. I got
and
the
strength,
You're not a
and
doctor
speed
of
actor
pathology?
or actor,
Absolutely
randomizer
not.
in
You'd have
my
no
level
medical
blueprint, and I
training?
want to move
I
it into
have
my
training
boat,
in
and I don't know how to do
pathology
that.
gun
So I'm
shop.
following
Yes,
this
sir.
old
I've
tutorial
attended
on how to
several courses,
transfer
classes, and
information
seminars.
between
It was also included
blueprints.
in the,
If you happen to know, I
criteria
would
for the
love to read
certifications I
a
mentioned
message
for
from
the
you in the
International
chat about how to do
Association for
that.
Identification.
Simply.
I've
All
also
I need
conducted
is wind,
extensive
speed, strength, and
research
direction
on
in my boat.
police officer
But
use of force
this is the best way I
cases
can
and the
figure out,
injuries
because
that
I was
result
tearing my
from
hair out for
therein.
about 3 hours last night trying to figure it out.
Your doctorate is in criminal justice, and I
Okay,
believe your
so
dissertation research is in use of
setting
force and
this
perceptions
variable
of public attitude held by
and then
police
connecting
trainers?
here.
That is correct.
All
What was
right.
that?
Well, with the
Right.
current atmosphere or what's been going on the last 5 or 6 years in our country, I was just trying to help.
Set.
I wanted to figure out something that would assist with, because we've seen some law enforcement officers do some terrible things on video.
Especially in this case.
Yes.
We've also.
Like perjury to the
What's
We've got a
that?
segment of our society.
Why does mine say make a
the
raid and
minority
his doesn't?
segment of our population.
Oh.
A lot of those citizens are in fear of law enforcement, and I wanted to study.
Why
if
doesn't
the
that?
media perception as held by the 3 types of law enforcement trainers, if the
All right, what am I
media-
missing
the
here? Why did
media
that
perception
turn that
and the way
into-
they portray law enforcement, if that affected the way we train our officers, if we're too hypervigilant, or if we, we tell them, look, there's death waiting for you around every corner, is that gonna make law enforcement
Is that really
more
a,
prone to use
it looks
force
like an
or-
array,
or
doesn't it? That's an
use
array.
less force or those kind of criteria?
How come he doesn't
That's
have
what I
the,
was
maybe it's
interested
just
in.
they've
I was
updated it?
laying the
was black,
groundwork
then he
with a
didn't do it.
scientific, quantitative study to allow someone to come behind me and
More research is
do
needed.
some further research, just to
Right.
expand that topic.
Not my job.
The,
Come on.
but
Okay, my
you said
character,
you also
Boolean.
have done some
Hold on, did he, now see, I don't see where he changes that to
gunshot wound
an
training
array.
as part of some certification.
2 different times. I
Unless
think
he
it's a
does it over
5-year
here.
certification. And I did let it lapse in 2015 because that's when I started my PhD and I couldn't study for both. But that is an extensive process where you do research.
Yeah, see, it looks like
and you are-
it's already
you
an
have to
array.
Do a written test.
Which
and
doesn't
then
make
with
sense
my
for a
proficiencies throughout SLED, and then I still do some with our sheriff's office now where you have to pass
I guess I'll
proficiency,
just-
and that is
I don't know.
practical examinations.
Look, I don't see how that could be an array.
Testing and that kind of thing.
Single.
Now, in this case, that
No,
the
cancel.
state did have a pathologist.
Nothing. I'm just gonna go with it as this.
Yes,
We'll see
sir.
if this works and then
you,
I'll have to modify it
reviewed
later.
her autopsy report as part of your work, correct?
Not so much as reviewed her report, but I went and spoke with her in Charleston at her office.
Or did you review her report?
I have access to her report, Ms. Griffin. I can't tell you, I looked through the whole report.
And you understood that her opinion was it was a shoulder shot through the neck and then up out of the top of the head. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, I believe we agreed on that. Yes, sir.
And your reconstruction opinion is that's the exact same angle that Paul was shot by the shooter. Shoulder, neck, out the top of the head.
Yes, sir, but I didn't just rely on her information. I also looked at the crime scene photographs, and I went to the scene
Yeah, and you
myself.
described that
Yes, sir.
the weapon's butt would have to
And-
be
and then
in the
you-
ground for it to
Did you
have
hear
been able to
Dr.
achieve that
Eisenstadt,
angle.
his testimony?
I did.
Now,
All right,
you worked
so-
with SLED, did you not?
I did. Yes, sir.
Dr. Eisenstadt worked for GBI, correct?
Yes, sir.
Right?
SLED does not have its own in-house division of medical examination.
Right mouse button.
No, sir, there are several fine medical examiners throughout the state. I've done autopsies in a lot of the bigger cities in South Carolina.
Dr. Eisenstadt worked, and he was the chief medical examiner toward the end at GBI, correct?
That's what he testified to. I don't know that doctor.
You didn't know of him before this case?
I did not, no, sir.
Now, he says, his opinion is, it was a gunshot wound, contact to the back of the head, is that correct?
That is what he testified to, yes, sir.
And if he is correct, then your opinion is incorrect, is that right?
I don't share the same opinion.
So
as
drag
that
my
doctor.
character
But yes,
over
if
here.
he would be correct, that would make me incorrect.
Now, in your training, are you familiar with Mr. DeMayo's book on gunshot wounds?
I have read DeMayo. I've heard it described as the Bible. I don't consider, no do my cohorts consider that as the gunshot Bible. There's 4 or 5 different versions out. There's one called Terminal Ballistics by Dobb.
Set variable.
And there's also one Gunshot Wounds by Doherty, and those are the ones that I'm more familiar with. But I'm not saying it's a
Set
bad
Doherty.
textbook, and I'm not
Or-
saying that
no,
the
I'm distracted.
information in it's not correct.
Set variable.
Now, and we'll get to more of that in a moment.
Set variables.
What I'd like to do is first
Okay.
address Mr. Sutton's work that you had criticisms of.
Well, I didn't have criticisms, we just have different opinions. He's an engineer and I'm a crime scene investigator. Mr. Griffin.
Well, I just, seems like you said that the angles of the, to the quill pen were unreliable.
Absolutely.
Maybe it shouldn't be an array. Maybe that's a
And I have
different.
several more criteria that I didn't mention earlier, but I mean, if you want me to go into those, I will.
Single.
Well, I want to ask you
Change
first,
variable type.
what's your understanding as to how those measurements were taken? Who took those measurements in the quill pen?
The original angles were the original SLED crime scene agent that responded to the scene and took those angles.
And you understand that Mr. Sutton relied upon Agent Worley's measurements?
I do,
Okay.
I do.
Now you were putting a dowel, shoving it in a box and taking it out of a box, as if Mr. Sutton went back and tried to remeasure it.
No, sir, that's not what I was insinuating. I said when the original agent removed her dowel, it wasn't nefarious, but depending on how she removed
So you're
that
saying
dowel,
sled
she
screwed
could have
up.
altered that impact.
Are you accustomed to sled screwing
Well,
up?
let's take a look at that, Doug, and this is, Defendant's Exhibit 140.
You're saying sled messed up the
And-
crime scene. Okay.
The sled. He's saying he doesn't rely on
pull that
sled's
up?
measurements. The state doesn't rely on its own measurements. Boy, I would be so
Yeah,
much more
when you were
aggressive as a
showing
Yeah, I
cross-examiner.
agree. He's being way too passive.
With the state.
You're saying sled is hot garbage, aren't
Excuse
you?
me, just go to the, second slide, to start with.
We cannot rely
So
on
far,
sled's
they've not covered
measurements. We
themselves
can't
in
rely on
glory.
Not to mess up
There
the
you go,
crime
so you
scene.
understood.
How do I
from
set a
this-
variable
Can't
from
rely on
another
sled at all. Is
blueprint?
that- isn't
That's
that what
under
you're
a
saying?
Mr.
variables.
Sutton relies solely on the shot trajectories measured by Agent Worley.
As I said, it wasn't his intentions,
I
Mr. Griffin.
set
It was
a-
his results that I disagree with.
His
It
results
does not
based on
have-
sled.
Can you
And
answer the
he
question?
gave, in my opinion, an absolute
Print.
opinion to this.
Well, why would Special Agent Worley take measurements if
Oh, and that
if
goes into
someone
press?
should not rely upon them?
Good question.
I can't answer that. You'd have to ask Special Agent Worley, but in my opinion, the direction, even though she can't obtain a perfect angle
Print
of
string.
impact, or even if that weathered cardboard was damaged, it's not a good substance to depend on because it's just not hardy enough. And she was showing direction. I'm not saying the direction's wrong. I'm just
You
saying.
are saying
I
that. You said
wouldn't
0%
put
confidence.
Yeah,
reviewing
0%
this
is
case
like
Direction,
or
not
working this
wrong.
case, I would not put confidence in anything that angle of
that
impact
string
tells
comes out
me
of here.
because it's
Okay.
cardboard.
All right, so
Cardboard.
if you can go to slide number 7, I believe I've numbered them correctly. And do you recognize that as being one of her measurements?
I do, yes, sir.
And do you think she took the
compile and
dowel
save.
out and then put it back in to put this measuring
No,
device?
no, Mr. Griffin, I didn't
Save.
say the angle, I said the angle of impact when he was talking about the bullet wipe and that part, that's what I was referring to, and that's what I'm saying, that hole
Yeah, that
can
was
be
the other day
altered
when
when
they
you
were talking
remove
about
those dowel rods.
This, the dirt or.
That
the
shows
amount or whatever.
direction, but that direction, I don't place a lot of confidence in it because we have more cartridge
Wait, you said you were
casings and
confident
we
in
have
the
injuries
direction.
on Miss Maggie Murdoch. We don't know if this bullet struck Miss Maggie Murdoch. If it struck anyone
You're
else, we don't
contradicting
know that
yourself.
the defect in that doghouse struck Miss Maggie Murdoch. Those are unknowns that we don't know. So all this proves to me is that the shooter was moving and more than likely Miss Maggie Murdoch
Eureka.
was moving.
All right,
It
hang on.
works.
So Doug, if you'll back up one to number 6.
So I hit the right mouse button
So
and I get that information. Now,
are you suggesting that this
Let me see if I can
photograph,
transfer these
number
into
6, taken by
the ones that have, like, the level
Sled,
blueprint
Agent
has my
Worley,
wind,
that was taken after the dowel
randomizer.
was removed or before a dowel was put in there?
and then
I don't know.
I want to get it into
That's
the
what
sloop.
I'm telling you.
So
I don't know how it was altered when she removed the dowel. I wouldn't place
Maybe-
confidence in
maybe I
this
can have it there
before inserting the
in the
dowel
sloop
because
so that
it's
it-
paper. It's
Look
not,
like,
it's not something hardy.
well,
Would-
just so
would
it
your opinion
displays
be
what those
different if
numbers
you
should
knew
be.
She took the
That's cool.
picture
Okay.
first before
Thank you, dude.
inserting the
It
dowel?
would
Whoever you
still
are
be
for this great tutorial.
irrelevant except for direction because we know we had a moving shooter, we know we had a moving victim, and we can't prove one way or the other whether the projectile that caused this defect struck Miss Maggie Murdoch.
All right, so if you'll go to.
You can't prove
slide
one way or
8.
the other. That sounds like a defense argument.
It doesn't matter to spread argument. It matters the angle of attack
Again,
in
this
the
is
brass
Agent
location.
Worley's measurements of a dowel in the hole, is that
This
correct?
is-
Same picture, yes, sir.
This
Well,
guy
let's
should
go
be
to number
fired
9, it's a little closer.
for illogic.
And is this measuring up and down or left and right? Horizontal or vertical?
That is up and down.
Okay.
And I wasn't gonna mention this.
Dude does
but
nice
the
work.
actual
Look at these, man. These
protractor
are
or
great.
level finder is backwards.
That's cool.
It would be a much more confident
Very cool.
angle if the flat edge was up against the substance, but I wasn't gonna bring that out.
Oh, thanks.
And SLED did this, not,
Sled did that, yes, sir.
I was going to mention that
But
your
I don't know what
hairstyle
her
is bizarre.
intentions were. Like I said,
was
she
gonna
could
mention
have just
that.
been trying to show direction. I don't know that, Mr. Griffin.
well, this is direction, but it's up and down direction, right?
Yes, sir. It's showing angle of impact also.
Right. And if you had confidence in the angle of impact, you could do, whether you're doing it with a ferro system or just, you know, the old-fashioned way with some sort of colored twine. I mean, it's a legitimate way to determine shot angles.
I don't know what it would prove, and I've run it through my head a million times. I don't know what more it would prove other than you've got a moving victim, you've got a moving shooter, and that at some point in time, Miss Maggie Murdoch was over there in the vicinity of that quail pen. And we know that because we identified that tire tread impression on her leg as being from that Polaris or another tire just like it.
Okay.
So I know that already.
So if you go to slide 12, please, which is Exhibit 70. So you know that this shot angle through the quail pen also went through the feed room, through the shed, through that wooden wall.
All right, so that's pretty cool. So I can right-click the mouse, and I get, how do I set a variable from another blueprint?
This way. All right. Okay, well, but now look at, you've got an ejection port out this direction. Let's assume it's a semi-automatic. I'm not convinced it's semi-automatic. I think it's a double barrel brake action. But you shoot this way,
Boat
bring this
and
way,
ship.
regardless of
So
what you're doing.
what's the difference between a
This
ship and a
angle
boat?
ejection here is way different from the ejection here. Those are, this one goes this way and this one goes 45 degrees that way. How do
Right.
the two shotgun shells land in the same place?
What if they were
under the
kicked?
state's theory?
The state doesn't seem to have a
If
coherent
you,
theory. That's the
right,
problem.
if now under the defense theory, assuming
The
I,
other
I'm
thing is,
not,
if you're
yeah,
higher,
maybe.
I'll just point out on your question, just to follow up on what you just said. If you're standing higher,
Okay, a
and
boat,
there's
in
an
casual-
ejection
in casual
outwards,
use, a
that
boat,
shell
this
to
is
go much
dictionary.com.
further away because it's got more dropping and angling away
Oh,
from the shooter.
Okay, so
rather
this
than
one
if it
just
lower
says
the
it's
ground, it should
size, but that's
it
not
should have less
really-
time to travel away from the shooter and should land
Okay,
closer
boat
to the
is
shooter's own
general
body.
is a
and
generic
let's talk
term.
about the trajectory analysis.
According
of
to
the
U.S.
Maggie
Naval
shot.
Institute, I'll
That
take
is
their
a-
word
that
for
is
it.
a sled determined
How
angle
about
of
that?
41 to
Why don't we just
42
look that?
degrees, right?
US
Downward. So it was an
USNI.
upward
Let's just go
shot.
to the source.
But this
I don't
guy
need
was
to read
saying
someone's
you can change
interpretation
your
of it.
angle based on you're
everybody
standing
else's.
on a box or on a rock or
Of ships and
whatever you're
boats.
standing
Here we
on,
go.
right? But the problem with the downward trajectory is that you
PT.
have to get
That's
in a hole.
I built a model of one of those.
How
when I
far
was a kid.
down do you got to go
PT-109
before
was
this
President Kennedy's
angle
boat.
goes
He
into
was,
the ground?
I wasn't remembering that. I was remembering the
Got
opposite.
cut in half
No,
by
remember,
Japanese.
downward.
yeah,
I think
no,
it
They
the
was
said if
shot-
you're further back, you have to be.
I remember they
taller.
washed up
The
on an
shell
No,
island.
no, no.
They were covered
It's
in
the other
oil,
way.
and they
That's why they're saying it's a short
so
shooter.
dehydrated they
It's
were
an
licking the
upward
water,
firing
the rain
trajectory.
and dew off the leaves
For the quail
on
pen.
the island,
Well,
and then
so
in the
what-
morning they
that's why
discovered
they're
it
saying
was
it's a
bird
short
poop,
shooter because the
Downward
upward-
into the dog kennel.
but they survived.
Right.
So
So the upward
I think-
trajectory
actually, I think
projected
one or two of them
backwards
died, but
goes eventually lands and ends
President
into the
Kennedy lived,
ground.
though, of course.
You see? So
Nomenclature of the sea
shooting
can be a
angle
vexing
has to be
subject, not only
lower
for those
than
who are
that
new
shot.
to it, but
It's
also
an
to those who are
41
said to
degree
have
angle
salt water in their
coming
veins.
out going down. For him to say, "Well, I can change
Okay.
my height by moving up and down and standing on a box." That
One of the
changes
quickest
this.
ways
Okay,
to
you
establish
could do
yourself
that
as a naval
theoretically if
novice
you're
is to
standing on
refer to a
something.
ship as a
But
boat.
here, when you go down, you got to stand in a hole.
In general,
yes,
a
this is
boat
my
is a
ruler.
watercraft,
I will
for want of a
demonstrate
better
with
word, that
real
is small enough to be
firearms
carried on board a larger
Yeah,
one, and that
I
larger one is a
appreciate
ship.
you.
Sorry,
Okay.
there's so many things
ship
wrong
can
with
carry a
what this
boat,
guy's
but a boat
saying.
can never
and he's
carry a
got
ship.
this smug
Fair
air of
enough.
authority.
If a vessel has a
That
permanent
really
crew with a
angers-
commanding
Yeah,
officer
yeah,
assigned, it is
and-
more than
and-
likely a ship.
I agree
Okay.
with you that the whole
Yeah,
tenor
in
of
my
this
experience, that seems right.
cross-examination is
If a vessel is
weight.
manned only part of the time,
Wait,
Yeah,
Asian
no,
master
the,
use is
the
probably a
defense
boat.
is dropping the ball here.
Yeah.
But
They
this
should be eating
distinction
this guy
runs in
alive.
shoal water with
Yeah,
such
and
things
he's,
as
and he's
PT.
just
But
like,
I love
you know,
the-
it's like he's like
I
trying to
like
like,
this
work with
the-
him.
this
like, would you
writer.
agree about this
Um,
instead of directing
boats.
this show. He's
Yeah.
giving the witness too much latitude in how he answers.
Another
and he should be
distinction.
asking very pointed questions and really hammering home. You know, so are you aren't you effectively saying that sled is unreliable? The
Everybody's
angle here
saying
was
sled's
taken by
unreliable,
sled.
man.
You need to
they've
pound
not
that
covered
home. So if you're
themselves in
saying that
glory
sled is unreliable,
during
you're
this,
saying sled messes
case.
up crime scenes. Which one is it? Is this accurate,
Maybe
or
they're
is sled
better
mess up crime
usually,
scenes when
and
they
this
do
one
it,
The other
or
thing
do
I
they
was
suck at
different
their
because they
job?
know the guy's
That's how
involved or
you, and
something,
it should be in
but,
that,
yeah.
and that sort of
Right on,
tone.
Joe.
Maybe not like screaming, but it should be like, so basically it's one of
Okay.
two things: either sled sucks and they're unreliable, or
The ship
we're
is designed to
using
navigate in
reliable
deep
angles.
waters.
Which of
I don't
those
know. I was
two
on a
is it?
17-foot fishing boat.
And it's like, and it's,
in
you don't
the
you
Gulf
do
Stream.
the whole
and
thing.
was-
It's like,
I mean, I watched
that's
a quarter.
it.
I threw a
You don't-
quarter
it's like
overboard
an
and watched it
either
go
or. There's
probably
a reason
200
you're allowed
feet
to ask
straight
leading
down. It
questions
was
on cross, and this is where you, with a
unbelievably
witness
clear.
like this, who's squirming around to
it's
try
off,
and
Lou Key.
convolute his theories into everything, you need to pin him down.
let's see
And your failure to pin him down,
This distinction
honestly,
runs in
I'm
shoal water.
very disappointed in Jim.
Simplest
so far
rule
on
that
this
works
course.
most of
It's
the
gotta
time
be
is,
way
if it is big,
more
it is
like making
okay.
a
So
mockery of this guy about
if it
how
is big,
either
it is a
he's
ship.
wrong or sled is terrible. But either way, there's a real
Sometimes
problem
when
here
it
with
is
the
not
state's
clear whether we're
case.
dealing with a small ship or a big boat.
Well,
the
and
craft
the other
is
thing,
employed,
well, there's
sure.
another point too. There's so many points, and I'd love to do the cross on this guy. This is what I would just
Yeah.
love.
Yeah, I
mean,
know.
people say I'm smiling, I'm chomping at the bit because I'd love to cross him. But another thing is that he is saying that trajectory analysis of that gunshot. Now, I agree. I think it's too scientifically precise,
Yeah,
but
they
it's
call it
pretty darn
caliber boat.
close.
I've heard of that,
That
but-
trajectory is very and
Affectionate
to say that you
irreverence.
have two variables here: angle of the shot, which we know, to a pretty close angle, right? And then to
degree,
say that,
and
then to
distance.
draw a circle around the shell casing
dig
within
at the,
20
pilots.
feet, I think it's 20 or 25 feet
Mm-hmm.
of the ejection, is a fair
Okay.
reasonable interpretation. So
So,
you could draw that line through
the
there.
simplest
and say
rule
these
that works
shells
most
were
of the
shot from
time
these
is
angles.
if
I
it
think
is big,
that's
it is a
very,
ship.
very fair recharacterization of the thing. Now,
See, the
he's
sloop
saying
is
we
kind
can't
of
agree on this
in the
angle,
middle, right?
and we
It's
can't
not-
draw that
I mean,
line back
60
because it's a
this one is
dynamic
65
situation.
feet
That's
long.
It's
That's
so
big.
stupid. I can't even believe it. The
17
second
feet,
thing, though,
that's small.
on the other hand, he says you
65
can't do
feet,
that
that's
because
big.
it's irrational, because math doesn't work on crime scenes. But then he says at the same time, yet we can microscopically examine these shell casings and say that it's the same gun. It had to be a family gun because
No,
we're
you're
so
wrong.
precise.
asinine. It was
The
so
audience I
asinine.
want
and
is
and
the
to bring home
traditional
what
one.
Andrew was saying earlier.
Okay,
you
so
know,
if it
he-
is big, it is
if
a
he's
ship.
running,
Fair
it's
enough.
dynamic. She's moving. Shooter's moving. At one moment, there's 1 millisecond when that trigger's pulled. And you're basically trying to freeze
How do I
frame
set a
at
variable
that
from another
moment.
blueprint?
What are the
This
positions,
way.
and specifically
Okay,
the
so
position
now
of
I
the
wanna
shooter
copy
at
this
the moment that thing is
and
being
put-
shot. Now, to be fair,
I'm going
to
to
be
duplicate
fair,
this.
I do
I'm going to
think
leave this
that
in
he
place, but then
could
I'll
be
duplicate
making
it
The one fair point that I think
as
that he made, because I'm looking to like
just to transfer the
look at
wind
this clinically.
data.
It is possible that a bullet could
'Cause
have
I'm
hit
getting
Maggie,
good
gone
information
through her,
here. This-
gone through the
I'm
quell
pointing with
pen,
my
and by
finger
going
at the
passing,
monitor. That's not gonna work.
traversing
Upper
through
left,
her body,
green
the
and red.
angle
So
of the
red,
shot
green, and blue
would
in
have
text
changed
is
and
showing
gone more of
wind
a
speed,
downward or upward type
strength,
of thing.
and
Whatever it is,
direction.
it could have rebounded off of by passing through her
That
body
changes every 10 seconds.
to modify what the expected angle of the original shot was.
And I just
so that
accidentally
so that would
discovered last
so
night,
if you're
I
saying
think
if
I
the
can
duty was on
maybe
the
even
defense,
send
which
that
it obviously
information
isn't, but if the
into
duty on the
the-
defense to
for
prove their
the
innocence,
ocean
in
and
that
have
case, you
the
could
dominant
blow up
wind
the
angle,
concept that this definitively
be
proves
updated
his
with that.
innocence
So it
because
might
the shooter
even
had to be
affect
shorter
the-
because you could
the way
it
the
could
waves
be
look.
that
Which would be
it was
kinda cool.
redirected by going through her body, assuming
But
we
I'm not
knew
gonna
that
mess
this
with that
bullet
yet.
did
I
go
wanna
through her
get the
body.
boat
Okay,
working.
wait a second.
So-
But time out here on that. All right, that is also stupid. Here, let's talk about why.
Well, thank you.
Beautiful.
No, but he's saying
I hate your glasses. So
okay, off they come. No, here's the problem. Let's assume it's a deflection. Which, see, the problem is when we have a projectile, that is a tumble. It's not a wobble. Okay, but that's just saying the confidence and the accuracy of SLED's measurements. So, okay, but if we have a deflection from the body of Maggie to that lone, that is still an angle coming. When it's in flight through the air, it is not moving around like this. The angle from the body, from the deflection, is also at that angle. Is that fair enough to say?
yeah, but
So
I
we-
think it could change degrees while going through her body.
How much?
How?
Where's the science?
You only need.
Who's
you
got
only
the
need-
burden?
You only need. I started by saying if we pretended that it was the defense's burden. Don't try twisting this into me saying that the burden is on the defense. Of course, it's on the state. I'm just saying is in a world where the burden was on them, I would say it doesn't does not prove
Great movie
definitively
trailer.
that it could not have been
One
ours.
man,
That was
two
my
guns.
point. And I
Well,
still
talk
stand.
talk about the burden shift issue that we were
Okay.
both jumping
No,
on.
Okay.
and you're right to be chomping about that because it's asinine.
Is it
for
only
the
in
state to
these two
basically
things?
pretend that
I
unless
think it
the
was. It was
defense's
just in the
theory holds
character.
Up, he must be convicted when there's been zero theory that's been
All I did in
postulated
here-
by the prosecution to support a case, and they're the ones who have the burden of proof. So I fully agree.
I don't
with
need
you
it in the-
that this burden shifting and it's a matter of what they're trying to do is they're trying to convince the jury
Let me open
to
the
have a
sloop.
certain mindset about this whole thing, and that's intentional by the state. That
I'm
it's
kind
like,
of
well,
going
he couldn't prove
backwards
his
here, but
innocence, and we know he was there, and he lied
we'll
about it, so
figure
he
this
must
out,
be
I think.
guilty.
Maybe
Which is
this might not
so
work, I don't know.
asinine
We'll
that
find out.
it's
Sailing?
it's infuriating.
Sloop mosquito.
But
Yes, and that's why we were both jumping because we're both. I mean,
Compile
it's
results.
everything's so reversed in this case.
Okay, so I'm
because
just
it's
gonna
like
put it down
the
here.
state is showing
Right,
all
we'll
these
call it
doubts,
rudder, but
right? The
Um,
defense is actually putting up coherent theories.
mhm.
So I'm very.
'cause I do have.
And that burden shift really bothers me. I mean, I think it's, well, in the book here,
In the map.
talk about burden shifting is a major appellate error, and that is the state is so guilty of doing
book?
that.
Okay, this
That
is.
book right there. Go look at the chapter,
Mhm.
which is in there about prosecutorial misconduct.
This is by
Let me
Stephen
make a new
Gottlieb
comment.
here.
Yes,
There you go.
that's
Comment.
right.
And you can find a link to his locals
Text.
down below.
No, I don't
That's
want
in
that.
my locals. Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
I didn't even know I
Yeah.
needed. Could
So-
you do that? Comment.
Yeah, let me go here. I'll give you the
Add
page
comment.
and burden
There we
shift.
go.
It's number 2. They violate number 1 and number 2 just within this one thing. The first is disparaging defendant, defense attorney, or defense theory. To me, there was a disparagement here. Now that's a little
Transurf?
bit of a taller order, I would say, but you can read that
Free.
on page 228. on 231 is all about burden shifting. And that is a major reversible error on the part of the state, what they're doing. They're saying, so the defense theory, demonstrate the defense theory, which is a straw man, and then show me why
Sloop.
that's wrong. But it's not, it's a burden shift to say this, the defense has to prove anything. To say so what they're trying to
wind
imply
data.
here is that if the defense's theory
Okay.
is wrong,
So here's
then,
my
then
first
we
one.
are right. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Transfer wind data from
Okay.
level to sloop.
It's a little, it's a little fuzzy, but you know,
And
we get
it's so frustrating. I don't think either of you gentlemen were here
But there was no
yesterday.
objection.
right, which means it's waived.
Yeah.
And that's the problem here, is that the defense is not objecting on those key things. They need to be objecting on appellate issues. Some of the things like hearsay, those are, and leading, those are the only reason they're doing
Stupid.
that is because the judge is sustaining those objections.
Right.
But the ones that matter are the ones like burden shift,
Mhm.
because that is
Get
an
wind
appellate issue.
strength.
Though you hope there's not going to be an appeal here, because if you appeal, that means he's got convicted.
Right. But you know what? Even when you make the objection, you could say, objection, the duty of the burden of proof is on the state, and they're trying to burden shift. And you phrase it like that just to be as a reminder to the jury, just by making the objection, even if you're overruled. And it's not. I know you're not supposed to do speaking objections, but that's enough of an objection. I think you can get away with something like that without it being called a speaking objection. Just as as you're saying, it's a burden shifting that this is a big deal, and that the jury should bear in mind that the entire burden here is on the state. It's
See,
not
and
bad
I
thing
do-
to keep planting in them.
And I do argue with passion, and some people, take that wrong. But I think it was you were saying, maybe it was Chet. Somebody was saying that the first thing I would do if I was going to cross this guy, the first thing I'd say is, okay, so how much are you getting paid by the state? Okay, how much you got? And I'd say, now you're a state employee. Tell me, who bears the burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt between the defense and the state? Who's the
Let's try
burden of proof?
this.
And that burden
Right?
of proof is what? What's the articulable standard?
I
Beyond
don't even care
reasonable
about my
doubt.
character. What I
All right,
care
so
about
that's the
is
state standard. Now, what you're saying, now explain
I mean,
to me.
he's a criminal justice PhD, right? That's part of
Right.
his expertise. You can certainly ask him those questions.
Yeah.
So then the next thing is I'd say, okay, now that you've answered
it
that question,
should allow me
demonstrate for
to
me
just right
what
click.
exactly
Maybe
the state
this will allow
is
me to
alleging
right click
happened,
and get the
because I'm
strength. Let's see.
confused.
And I think I may have to plug.
So so is it?
yeah,
And then
so
he
that
also
has to
said, now
go-
is it possible? You're saying that this could not have happened 0%.
What?
But then you said that we can't determine it. So is it if it's
Why won't
if
that
it's
go in there?
0%? That means it
It's right
did
there.
not happen.
Yeah.
So are you
And this
saying
is-
it did not happen, or that it's this? You can't say it for sure. So
Yeah.
here, but now who bears the burden again?
Wind.
Spot on. This is the witness that instead of allowing him to kibosh your case, you use it to basically
Can I do
kibosh.
that?
You can twist
No.
him into
I don't know,
kiboshing
man.
the state's
What
case
the hell?
by pointing out,
I
by
don't know.
using him as the exhibit, as how they do not have anywhere near beyond reasonable doubt established their case, and stop fixating on what our theory is. Instead, let's fixate on what the state's theory is and how they have no theory, and accordingly, is there any better theory than what we
So I
have?
can't
And
connect
not
these
that,
two?
not
Why?
that it's, and at the very least, is this not at least as reasonable as whatever ridiculous theory you're coming up with?
But he
I don't
said,
know.
but he said he had
Like, how do I-
0% confidence in that.
How's this
angle.
not the?
That means it
thing?
did not happen that way.
Yeah.
I would have nailed him on that. It's like you're saying 0% in the
Well-
SLED determination, and then he said, like, I don't know why they measure these angles. What a freaking idiot!
Yeah,
I'm
I don't
sorry,
know why.
that is like,
Hard
well,
to
I don't know
crime
why. I'm
I
a
don't know
crime
why.
expert.
When
No,
it
I
sucks
just-
and it's
what is
useless. It sucks and it's useless. I don't
Let me
know
just
why
try this.
they're even measuring it.
Copy.
Why are we even here?
Let's go here.
Why are we here? What do you do?
Let's do
Oh,
this.
but we can determine with a
Paste.
scientific
Okay.
fact that that's the same gunfire that 300 blackout. Get
Can I do
lost.
that?
Very incredible.
Oh,
I think
maybe.
This guy really agitated me because he's so wrong on so many regards, but he thinks he knows what he's talking about because he's got a PhD.
Maybe
in criminal,
this will work.
My
So,
master's in criminal justice has
If this
nothing
works,
to do
then I
with the
can
things
right
that he
click
was talking about.
and I'll get
that he was
a number.
opining on from his,
Let's
from
find out.
his experience about impact on racial minorities of different policies of police. That has nothing to do with
Yeah, but that's not blood
trajectories into
or
the head
bullet trajectory
of
analysis.
shotgun shells.
Right. Okay,
He's not
so
the
there's a
expert
number.
for that.
One.
Anyway,
That's not good.
you get me going.
Oh, look at that.
Rant. That was a rant.
12.4.
Was that a rant? Does that
Yeah,
qualify?
yeah, that
Was that
qualifies.
a rant?
Okay, but I need red, green, blue,
Oh,
speed, strength. Is this strength? I think this is maybe strength. Right? We're looking for, this is this is strength.
But Griffin needs to be manhandling this guy.
Yeah, he's way too passive to
It's,
me.
it's
So,
very important because
Red,
this
green.
guy
So
could
this
turn
should
the
match
case
the
and say
green
he doesn't.
number. Nope.
You can see the difference in
Close,
energy
but it's not
between
the
the state
Well,
attorney
6.4.
general who just showed up for the first time, and
So
Griffin,
as soon
who's
as
been
that
doing
green
this
pops
trial
up, I
for
want to hit
what,
this
6
and
weeks
see
now?
if it's the same.
We got a little Gosney
Dr.
wink
Kennedy,
here.
I'm still talking
Dude,
about the
it's actually
12
really
pin.
close because it's changing
remember how
gradually, not
Tall
suddenly.
off the ground, that
So
defect
as soon as
is.
the green one pops up, hit the button.
I do not from memory, Mr. Griffin.
Oh, okay. So it's real close.
Your understanding
Okay.
of how high that defect is.
What I want is for the light blue and the green to be the same. Now sometimes they're close and
4
sometimes
foot
they're
2 inches?
you know,
Yes,
like
sir.
the last one was half.
And did you inspect, when you were out there, did you inspect the entry in the quail pen or the damage to the shop behind the quail pen at all?
I looked at all of it, but I did not run any angles.
Okay, and did you ever talk to Agent Worley about her measurements?
I did, yes, sir, I did interview Agent Worley about her work on the scene.
When was that?
Back the first or second week of December at the New Sled Laboratory.
Okay,
I can give you an exact date if I look back through my notes.
I don't need that, but are you being compensated for your time?
I
working?
am, yes, sir.
And how much have you been paid thus far, and how much you hope to get paid before it's all said and done?
Well, I'm a Baptist, so if I didn't charge something, my friends and family would talk bad about me. But, my retainer is $2,500, and I have a flat $100 an hour rate. And when I added it up, I was up a little over 100 hours. But I ended my retainer myself without anyone asking me to do a little over a week and a half ago. And I'm now working off of a mutual aid agreement that my sheriff's allowing me to do that, Sheriff Leroy Ravenel from Orangeburg. So I'm not charging anything from a little bit before last week on.
So 100 hours, $100, is that?
That's roughly, I have
Now we can do
expended
math?
Roughly, not all of it was daytime, but if I take off, I have to use personal leave from work to do this work, so.
Okay, I need the green
roughly
and pale
75,
blue to be
80
the same,
hours I
and it's
have
not, and I don't
used
know
of
why.
time from work.
Yeah, that's not close enough.
Okay.
I
What's
could
the answer?
deal with it if it was within a point or two,
7,500,
but I want it the
$10,000.
same.
Well, I've spent way more than that.
Your
Going
rates.
in
Wrong with my
12
internet
pin.
connection.
This is not
Now,
a
what's
height
really,
issue, this is-
the question is
this
why
the angle.
isn't
Do you have any
this
disagreement with this angle?
just,
I don't. The only problem I have with it, I know
All right, let me
there
try
was a
this.
side-by-side there, and I don't see the side-by-side depicted on this
see,
photograph.
it should be
So
identical,
looking at it, I could not
or,
tell
or
you how that
within
would
a
play
point or
into
two
that.
of time, and
Okay,
most of
but-
the time it is, but then sometimes
And-
it
and
seems to be
the-
half of what the printed one is.
The quail pin's 4 feet, 2 inches off
How
the
are you?
ground, and
Hey, sweetheart.
and
What's up?
according to Agent Worley,
Hi.
the.
Did you go
shot-
outside? Hello? Do you want to go catch some mice? You want to go back out?
Rising, either
Right.
1 to
4 feet.
Is that consistent?
That's accurate, yes, sir.
Well, let me ask you, do you believe the shot angle is rising? I mean, you may not agree with that exact angle, but do you
Let's
believe it's
see.
rising
Right.
toward the quail pin?
Well, I believe it could be. Yes, sir, I do.
Do you believe it could be a downward?
I do not
trajectory?
believe, looking at it, that it could be downward. No, sir.
So we can eliminate downward.
Well, if you're going by my results, I'm saying that I don't believe it's downward.
Okay. And so if it's going upward, and then you take that line back that we see, this line, at some point in time, it's gonna go into the ground, will it not?
Where's the tutorial
should, yes,
variables?
sir.
Is that in
And do you
character?
know
That's
where
in
that
character. So what I want is
terminal
that
point
in,
is, roughly?
I have no
Actually,
idea.
I
Mr.
want that
Griffin,
in
as I
wind, and I
said.
want it to
know
go
I've
to
got a
sloop.
moving victim. I know I've got a moving suspect.
it's not
I know
relevant
there's
at
a
all.
lot of
Does that
movement. I
matter?
don't see where that's
So
worth
set,
No relevance.
25 cent or a quarter, one way or the other. It gives me an idea that this is a fluid and dynamic crime scene.
I'm gonna go here.
Well, if you
gonna
had
create a new
confidence
variable.
in the vertical angle,
New variable,
then
let's just call it
you would be able to
Tutorial.
determine the,
wind.
depending on where along the way you would be able to determine the height of the muzzle of the gun, if you had confidence in the angle.
Yar.
Well, I'd have to know
Wind.
a bunch of unknowns also. How the shooter's holding the gun, how tall the shooter is, the
Would you?
distance,
Wind
did
speed.
he move
Would
a
you?
shell
Yes.
casing? Did
Let's
he-
try that.
I
Get
don't
'em.
know those things.
Tutorial
I'm not
yar
gonna go
wind
off.
speed.
Now,
Get 'em.
I mean, would you have to know all those things to know how high the
And so-
muzzle is off the ground at any
Right.
point along that line?
If you give me a fixed point and I knew that I had a strategic fixed position I was shooting, I could run
Right,
a
to be
tape measure
fixed.
and know where they were at.
And it doesn't matter whether it's a 7.4, 6.4, 4.4 person, the muzzle's gonna be at a fixed spot.
Set.
That's the way angles work, yes, sir.
Okay.
Tutorial. Wind.
Keep
What the
going.
heck, man? It's right here.
Don't
Why
give
can't
that
it
up.
set
Keep
it?
pressing
Oh my
that point.
gosh.
Now, on this Faro, and
Set.
Faro is,
I mean, I just. Oh, set.
SLED does Faro
That's why, because I
work,
spelled it wrong.
Yes, sir.
and it is the
Right.
state-of-the-art technology in
No.
scanning and getting measurements.
It is the
Okay,
new
for
thing.
goodness
We
sake.
use the sketch pad and a pencil, but I do understand the
Oh,
technical
that's how
part
you
of it.
do it, I guess.
And would you agree with me that the feed room would be
Set.
about right in here? Can you see that? You want to come down and point out where the feed room would be on this angle?
So set. Now I'm setting
On
this.
Faro,
So let's.
you know?
As soon as the red prints, it should also be.
I believe it's right here.
Right there at the end of the structure.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Select asset.
Yes, sir.
Why isn't this doing this?
And I guess you don't have the measurements, but do you know roughly how far this line, this angle would be away from the corner of that structure?
I have no idea, Mr. Griffin.
You've not done that math.
No, sir, and I saw no need to if all the shell casings are up here by the shed.
Oh, because where the shells land actually matters
Why
a
can't
little
I
bit in
convert
the
this to? It's not compatible with
Yeah, because he said the word.
character
Vicinity.
object reference. Well, I don't want that
I
anyway.
get him to define.
What I
vicinity.
want to do is set that, but I don't know how to do that. And I think I've got it backwards because, like, he had information coming from the
Because
character
if the shell
to
casings land in
the
the vicinity
map,
of the
and
shot,
I want to go from the
that
map
I'm
is
gonna
a
go back
fair
to-
assumption.
to Paul
map
and
to the-
and his injuries.
not character,
And
but
the,
the object in the world.
And I guess first, I want to talk about your analysis. We've been critical of, y'all have been critical of.
It seems that all we
Right.
did in this
What's
one
your
is
theory?
put this
Dr. Eisenstadt.
variables,
but
right?
Under your
I think
analysis.
that's it. Yeah, we just put this.
The shot of the gun
Like,
was
I don't care about that.
up through the left shoulder, jaw, and out the top of the head. Right.
Yes, sir, that is my opinion.
And you, I'm gonna come up here, and this is the feed room door here. I just want to understand where you have Paul under your analysis. Is Paul on this side?
Which shot, Mr. Griffin?
The last shot?
The fatal shot?
Yes, sir.
Well,
Okay, this is not
as I mentioned
changed.
in my report,
Let's go back to the event
I
graph.
would assume he's closer to
Now,
this
this is
wall because I've got a void.
this is the original.
6
This
inches
sort of
below that
works
light
like I could get it to
switch. If
print,
you
so
look
that's a
at the
start.
outside photograph of that building, there's a silver light cover on the wall. And about 6 inches below that, I've got one stray satellite drop of blood, and then it's fairly clean. You've got some outliers, but it's fairly clean going down.
Okay. So you think Paul is closer, and this would be the door and it's swung open, so you think Paul is closer to this side?
Well, I think it would have to be Paul because the angle wouldn't match up if the shooter was here and Paul was over there. It wouldn't match up either way, whether it was down in the head or up in the head, it still wouldn't match up either way if Paul was against the hinge side of the door.
What if I just
Paul
do
is standing
this?
roughly how I'm standing?
No, sir, as I demonstrated, well, we tried to demonstrate, me and Mr. Harpootlian were kind of dancing up here, but I believe he come out with his head down, he's drooped on the
Let's
left
try this.
side, and he come out on this side.
So I should be able, when I
shoulder
click
just
that, I'll get the
outside.
statement.
All right. So how did the shotgun
And a
shell
number.
land in the feed room?
And then the shooter is off to Paul's left,
Yes, sir, from this side, yes, sir,
and the shooter has a shotgun, right?
absolutely.
And
Why am I
he
not getting
is
any blue data?
some
Red, green, blue. Blue is
2.5
direction. Why is
feet
that not printed?
away? I
Well-
mean, the barrel is 2.5 feet away?
That's what, Dr. Reamer said. Yes, sir.
What do you say?
Oh, because it's
I
not
don't
plugged
believe
in.
it was that far away. But I'm not, like I said in my earlier testimony, I'm not gonna contradict a pathologist. She knows more about the human body than I do.
Except when it comes to
Oh,
the
that's
direction of the
important, though,
gunshot wound
because
to the
she
head,
was
it's
You
a
don't
fact.
mind
just on this
contradicting
morning,
Dr.
dude.
Eisenstadt?
Well, because I've been to the scene and I've reviewed all this evidence. Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay, well, that's,
She wasn't
we're
at the
doing.
scene.
so if you. say,
That's
let's say
weird.
2.5
He tends to
feet from
agree
the
with her,
End of the muzzle,
even though he
somewhere we
disagrees
talk
with
about.
her
And then you've
decision
got to
there.
back the shooter
strange.
up, to hold the gun, and I
Okay,
guess
so
if you
this
got it
should
45
give me,
degrees,
when I
right?
right click,
Well, as mentioned a dozen times so far, I don't know how long this shotgun.
all right, so
okay,
now I need
but
to
it
just
would be
rewrite this
And
so
I
that
don't
it gives
know
me,
where he's
instead
standing,
of
most
this
probably behind this
statement
wall.
from
Full
the
Marcus
character.
Murdoch is like
And
And actually, I'm gonna
Sandy
continue to
Ford
use this
If
to,
he's behind the wall, how did the
Shoot it,
shotgun
shoot it,
shell
left-handed.
land in there?
I want to get the speed, strength, and
I mean,
direction.
I don't know that part.
Right.
But that angle would match up despite all the,
That matches up.
yes, sir, that would match up.
Now tell me, in that angle, and this dial's the gun, where's that shot shell going, if it adjusts?
Ah!
If I'm pointing into the room, it could go inside the room.
Well, you just raise it up to, I mean, that's, under your angle,
But I'm behind the gun. I'm behind the gun, so that's gonna push the
Going.
weapon out a little
So
bit.
then the shell's gonna
Ejection
hit the
port's
wall.
on the right.
Yeah, and it's gonna bounce,
So
or
the
it's gonna
shell
get
could
kicked or
easily
stepped
end up
on
that
and
way.
roll.
if
Yeah.
Paul's standing there and the end of the muzzle is 2.5 feet away?
Yes, sir.
You're saying eject in the room
The door is this wide. Yes, sir, absolutely.
at 45 degrees?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's doable. Yes, sir.
Okay.
And then, under your analysis,
Yeah, I don't know why this number is so different.
Oh, my
What I'm
analysis.
hoping to find is that this number will
Yes,
just be
sir.
identical to
I
that.
said
He's
the
a
same thing
buffoon.
before.
You're a
we're
buffoon.
not there, we're still in court.
It's like Statler Waldorf walked to court.
The shot's going up through Paul, chest, jaw, out the top of his head.
Yes, sir.
Number 2 bird shot.
Number 2 steel shot, dry lock, 3-inch. Yes, sir.
And you counted, and I think you said 150, 156, I can't remember.
Well, the literature says 156. I was like 150, but I kept getting tired of counting, and I think I kept messing up. So I'm gonna say the literature's probably correct.
It's very hard to count to
And,
150.
and
exhausting.
I think
You
there were
can't
some
count.
60 to 70 that were found in his
You
body.
have to break them into
at
groups of
least.
10 and count them.
I have no reason to doubt that. No, sir. I didn't go 1, 2, 3, 4 and count them on the X-ray, but I believe that.
Okay, and, Doug, if you'll pull up, please, Defendant's Exhibit 188, which is in evidence. Well, I don't want to do that one, hang on. Let's do crime scene photos.
Anybody can get a doctorate, folks. It's just a matter of endurance.
Yeah, I saw that was
Folks,
corn.
this is
I
gonna
agree.
be a sealed exhibit, so please cover your monitors.
See, that number is close, right? I'm getting around 6. 7.
This is,
7 and 5,
Defendant's
0.8,
193 is in this
7.65. What I want is
already.
the green and the pale blue to be identical. That's within 1, so that's not terrible.
So you tell us.
They're often very close, and
Now, this
sometimes they're,
photo-
you
Yes,
know,
sir.
one's half of the
And
other.
this is the door,
Yes, sir.
and this part of the door is blood spattered,
Yes, sir, it is.
and this, and then there's hair.
When I get
There's
these to
hair,
match,
There's a little bit of bone,
yeah,
and
see,
there's
they're
some
not
other body
matching.
tissue.
So
Okay,
I've got to,
and there-
there's got to be some other way to get
You think-
the number at the same
Where-
time, so it's
where's
all using
Paul
the
in
same number.
relation
Maybe I just pull it out of,
to the door at this
He
point?
would be right where I showed you,
don't
off
know, I
at
gotta think about that. I'm gonna pour a cup of coffee. I'll be right
135-ish,
back.
give or take a few degrees closer to this side, so you could make that angle. You can look at the directionality in the blood and tell which direction it's going.
Okay. And coming out of the top of his head would be 75 steel pellets?
Yes, sir. That's no other way for him to get out. Yes, sir.
and you went out there and you found one indentation.
Well, it's an indentation, but that is a little deceptive because you can see the paint damage to the top of the door. One indent is what I found, but I said bullet defects. The S got dropped from that. But if you zoom in on that, you can see where the paint was disturbed around that indentation. But one proves it didn't go back the other direction, Mr. Griffin. It doesn't take a lot.
So if you'll pull up 188 there, defendants and evidence 188, and this is not under seal. 188, please. And zoom in on the indentation.
There's actually several if you, I mean,
All right.
you're cutting in on that one, but
So you say there are more defects on the door?
yes, sir. That one down, but if you move up a little bit, you can see the little indentions
Okay.
right there in the paint,
All right, back it up, Doug.
right above
You
the
know, this
hinge.
would all be a lot
Right
easier
here.
if the
1, 2, 3, 4,
investigators
5,
had just
6,
done a
7.
more thorough job.
There's several
wouldn't
of them there.
Right?
And then you see this pellet here. in
By the way, I'm watching
I did
Good
not
Logic,
see
Jim
that, but
Harriman's
I'm
channel.
vertically challenged,
He and Andrew
and I
Bronco and
wish
Steve
I could
Gosney
have looked
are,
up and saw that pellet, but I did not see
Attorneys around
that
the country,
pellet
they get on
lodged in
and
that door
they
frame.
cover trials.
But I'm
and it's
glad,
always
Mr.
interesting.
Maybach, Palmbach,
And funny.
however you say his name, I'm glad he found
And
it
tragic at the
because,
same time, 'cause, you know, you're
that
dealing
even
with
proves my point a little bit more.
Real misery
Let me ask you,
in the cases, but
according to your shot angle, how would a pellet
through
get
them, you can
there?
understand the illegal stuff a little better. I
It's-
enjoy that. It's logic,
Really?
so it's kind
I
of
mean,
like computer
the
programming.
cone, it's a cone.
Some of it is
Mr. Griffin,
less
I've already
logical than the
described how
computer, and
shot
some of it is
pattern
more. Like, right now, I
works.
can't
It's
figure
a
out
cone.
logically why
So this
I can't
missed his
figure out
head,
how to
you
do
think?
this, but
No,
We'll get
it
it.
come out of his head.
And
And the ones in the floor in the feed room probably also come out of his head. They bounced off that door, the OSB,
Have
and in the
his
feed
DNA
room.
on it?
Okay, and so you believe that that this pellet that's in the door jamb came through his shoulder, through his neck, out the top of his head, and ended up at that location?
Well, it didn't turn around and come back out the top of his head. Yes,
Unless
sir, I
it-
do believe that.
Well, now, you
Really? It
said
didn't?
Blowback.
it's never possible to
8 to
rattle around
10%.
inside.
What
That's
do you
happened
mean?
before.
You testified earlier as blowback about 8.
If someone is behind the stock of a long gun and you shoot someone within distance to have high velocity spatter come back at you, it's gonna be 8 to 10% of what's in front of the gun is gonna come back at you. And a lot of
That's
the
a lot.
literature supports that.
Well, were you?
So out of 150 pellets, maybe 15 of them bounce back.
I mean, let me show you. And this
Certainly
is
hope it's not
under
10% of the blood.
Please
Jeez.
cover up, and it's defendant
nightmare.
exhibit 192.
This is like a Creighton Waters cross. Come on, Jim.
This is really weird.
Yeah, get it together, Jim.
Under seal, 192.
Jim's got to tighten up his game. Speaking of game, I gotta
He's
get
about to
mine
start
on.
asking about financials.
Oh God, I hope not.
Did you really know Paul
You see
Murdoch?
that?
All right.
Do you really know
This
shotguns?
photo.
Yes, sir.
Now,
Do you really have a PhD?
this blood spatter down here where you say Paul would be standing, what's your explanation for that?
It's a cone.
What's my explanation?
What is it?
That is medium directional blood spatter?
From what injury to Paul?
Probably his brain hitting the sidewalk would be my best guess, but that's not high velocity.
Now, you understand what Mr. Palmbach said was that that's more consistent with Paul being shot from the top of the head, going through his neck, out his shoulder, and producing that stain.
I also understand Mr. Palmbach said there's no damage over here from those shot pellets, and you can't have one without the other.
Yes, you can if it's a
I
contact
disagree
shot.
with that result.
If it's a contact shot, all the pellets
So
are
you believe
contained
this
within
is
the.
from Paul's brain landing?
Either
Where?
his brain landing on the sidewalk, bouncing off the door, or either his body falling in body fluids outside. That's low velocity, low to medium velocity. That's not high velocity blood spatter. That's stomping in a puddle of blood or something moving in a puddle of blood. That's not the projected blood like you'd have a millimeter or less in high velocity blood spatter. That's large. It does show some directionality. It's coming from the door frame or either right outside the door frame, but it's large. That's way too large to be associated with the exit hole of a gunshot.
So you understand his brain landed feet outside.
I do understand, Mr. Griffin, but I also know his brain made contact with that door and the top of that door frame before it landed. And I know gravity works and brings body fluids back down to earth. You got one or the other, either that or when he fell in existing blood. That is low velocity. Like I said, that's associated with something in a puddle or something large. That's not associated with a gunshot or high-speed machinery.
Now, would you agree this is a voiding area over here on the door?
I wouldn't agree it's a void area because I don't see the outline of shoes, or I don't see the outline of a implement
Shoes.
or the outline of anything else. I would say there's more concentrated blood droplets over here on the side opposite the hinge, but I would not necessarily agree that's a void area. I see downward spatter on the door right here. For it to be a void, that would have to be absent blood.
Well, you see a little
It's
bit.
like a cartoon.
I
like
do,
when
yes, sir.
he runs
Right,
through
it's
a
not- it's
wall.
not Bugs
You just have
Bunny.
this
See very
perfect
much
image
blood
of
on the
the
door.
Not compared to the
Donald Duck
other
when he
side.
runs through a
You're,
wall.
you're correct.
Okay. Now,
But if there's something there, Mr. Griffin, blocking that spot, you're not gonna see a little bit, you're gonna see none. If you're standing there and I splash you with blood, there's gonna be two perfect bloodless footprints there. So that's why I'm not considering this a void.
unless it goes up and comes down,
Gravity brings it down, that is right, and if your person had time to move or whatever, I guess that could count for it, but
well,
I
if
don't
it went
consider.
over the person and came down,
And that would do what?
if body matter went over, brain went over, hit the top of the door, and then bounced out, and blood came down, that would account for a drop here or there, would it not?
It could count for a drop here or there, but like I told you, the majority of that force is applied upward.
Right.
Upward. That's why you got the hair on the ceiling. That's why you've got the demarcation line on the containers. That body fluid was directed upward with force.
Okay. And you mentioned there's no footprints here. Was any effort made to illuminate footwear impressions through any protein enhancers?
I didn't see any of that, Mr. Griffin, if they did. I saw no evidence of that when I went back to the scene. Generally, when you use dye stains and that kind of thing, it's just gonna be there forever.
Dye stain would have picked up perhaps stained footwear impressions you can't see with the naked eye, wouldn't they?
It may have, if someone had stepped in blood and left a footwear impression.
Right. Well, there's a shooter somewhere, inside or outside the door, correct?
Yes, sir, I agree with that.
And there's no effort to determine footwear impressions of the shooter.
Mr. Griffin, obviously,
there?
I don't know, I don't know what the process was. I know they examined some partial footwear impressions,
You can take this down, Doug.
but I don't know how far they went beyond that.
Well, they certainly should have gone further than they did. Would you agree with that?
Mr. Griffin, I can only judge what I would do, and sometimes I would,
Well, that's what your
sometimes I
question
wouldn't.
is.
If I saw evidence that I
When
had
wouldn't you?
something that I needed some more detail, I would use chemicals, but it just depends on the situation.
When wouldn't you?
Come on, Jim.
He's not focused. Jim is
No,
not focused.
he's not.
He's almost there. The witnesses did this ha-ha jocularity is covering. It's a
Anthony, I'm gonna show you
deceptive
what we
laugh.
marked as defendants Exhibit 197 and 196. And
Stupid little wink.
I'll ask you first, 197, do you recognize that as essentially a picture outside the feed room door?
Yes, sir, I do.
And Your Honor would move 197 into evidence this time without objection, I believe.
Are you offering both of them?
Yes, sir.
Any objection to either?
No objection, Your
They're both admitted.
Right, 196, Dr. Kempsey,
Griffin's going to rest on a weak point, and it's going to
where are you
break my heart.
making those pock marks on the concrete outside the feed room door?
I don't know, Mr. Griffin. I don't know what they are.
Could they be pellet?
I guess they could be.
All right.
They could be from a pressure washer also.
Oh, you have these? Okay, great. So we're seeing for the jury 197, and then, can you zoom in there? Doug, go to 196, please. So those could be from a pressure washer, and those could be from a number 2 birdshot pellets, correct?
Well, I don't know. I have to see the cement everywhere else to see how it's weathered.
All right, fair enough.
I think he's examined a lot of cement.
Cement. That's what you find
Last
at the
few
ocean.
questions, you mentioned that, that you had seen some 12 execution-style killings with contact wounds to the head.
I said I've worked about 3 dozen total, probably 12 of them were
How many
homicides
of
to the head. The execution thing, I don't know if it's execution or just contact, but I would say it's self-inflicted as opposed to someone else doing it.
Well, so let's get it right. 36 total, I thought you
Probably 3 dozen total, yes, sir, and 2/3 of that was probably self-inflicted, so that would leave 12.
self-inflicted are usually under the chin and the mouth, on the side,
Well, the one that I witnessed was to the forehead.
to the forehead.
Yes, sir.
Now, of the 36, how many were shotguns?
No, I've worked a lot of self-inflicted gunshot deaths. I was saying shotguns,
Oh,
about 3
so
dozen.
36 shotguns.
Yes, sir.
Roughly 12.
And a couple of them were accidents too, but yes, sir.
Okay. And the, and how many involved number 2 birdshot?
I don't recall. I had some with birdshot. I don't recall if it was number 2, 4, 8, 9. I don't know.
And how many were to the back of the head?
A dozen, probably a dozen were to the head, contact either the back or the sides, or the one I told you about in
He
the
said
front.
3 dozen to the head.
Okay. And any of those, did the brain evacuate from the skull cavity?
I have seen them, I have seen the brains come out. Usually that was from one here. I'm not gonna say I haven't seen it. I probably have seen it. But most definitely, like I said earlier, when I described it, it looks like it goes away. It's really still there. It's just not something you can quantify. I mean, it's just a mess. That's the only way I can explain it.
Brain
In
becomes
your
a mess.
career, have you ever worked a case where a victim's brain had been evacuated the way Paul's was in this case?
Yes, sir, I have, and tongues also. Tongue and brain, I have seen them, yes, sir.
And were those self-inflicted?
Both. Yes, sir, both.
Come on, Jim.
And you're talking about shotguns?
Yes, sir, shotguns.
And
The top of the head, not the back of the head. Top of
I
the
think you described those as execution-style killings.
Yes, sir, I would, if you put it on somebody's head from the side or the top, that's how I would describe it.
Well, let me ask you, would you describe Paul's murder here as an execution-style killing?
In the context that someone executed him, yes, sir, but it wasn't in the top of the head.
I understand.
Yes, sir.
And that, and there was no signs of struggle? You agree with that?
I saw none, no, sir.
And would you agree with Mr. Palmbach that it appeared that Paul got caught by surprise?
I've said that from the start. That would account for his arms being down, yes, sir.
And
Or someone he was real comfortable with.
And even under your analysis, the shooter would have blood, blowback blood on them. Is that correct?
I believe they would, yes, sir.
It's just a matter of the quantity between you and Mr. Palmbach as to how much blood would.
Well, as I mentioned in my report, as you get closer to the muzzle of the gun, I think proportionally it's going to increase. You know, when I said 8 to 10% is what most of the literature says, that's behind the stock. But as you get proportionately closer to the muzzle end of the gun, that's going to increase because you're down at the business end where those pellets are coming out doing damage.
And in this case, you're talking about brain matter,
Yes, sir.
blood,
Bone, yes, sir.
and getting hit from some skull fragments
Yes, sir, that's possible.
under your scenario as well.
Yes, sir, absolutely.
And lastly,
Oh,
Wow.
how many murder have you worked where one person brings a high-powered assault weapon that
he's asking a
has
question he doesn't know the
magazine
answer
capacity
to.
of 20 or more rounds, and a
Any
shotgun with
evidence that Alex pulled the trigger
maximum
here?
capacity maybe 3.
Any
shells.
evidence at all that
Well,
Alex
I
pulled
have
the trigger?
worked multiple murders where the available weapons there were used and several calibers were used, but I can't tell you from memory the other ones.
Logically, it would make sense that if you're going to go kill 2 people and you have a high-powered weapon with a high-capacity magazine, that was all you need to do the job, right?
Well, if the weapon's available, Mr. Griffin, if it's there and it's available and maybe it wasn't something that I put a lot of thought in, I'm probably gonna use whatever's available.
Well, here we know there were 2 weapons available. There was a 12-gauge shotgun and a AR-15 style 300 Blackout,
Yes, sir.
and both were used.
Yes, sir.
And there was sufficient capacity in the 300 Blackout to kill both Maggie and Paul, correct?
Well, in a perfect scenario, a shotgun is what I would want at night with moving targets. But in a perfect scenario, a young man doesn't take a double-aught buckshot to the middle of the chest and walk away from it. So I don't know. I don't think like that. I don't know. But in the dark, I'd rather have a shotgun than that rifle.
What nonsense.
I wouldn't. Are you kidding? I'll take an AR any day.
Any evidence that it was Alex himself who pulled the trigger?
And regardless, or is it irregardless? You know, you could have a 7-shot semi-automatic shotgun. So it doesn't really matter. Why are there 2 firearms?
One more line of questioning. You demonstrated Mr. Palmbach's shot from the top of the head with Attorney General Wilson a moment ago.
Yes, sir.
Now, that was, Mr. Palmbach never put anybody inside the door the way y'all demonstrated in his
Finally.
testimony, did he?
That is the way I understood it. Yes, sir.
Well, I mean, he said that, well, can you come up here, Mr.
I mean,
Harden?
with the void, you're talking about the void. He said there's a void here, and this is where I believe the shooter would be, if I'm not mistaken.
Right. So if you'll come up here, Mr. Arbutland, and let me find the dowel.
Let me bend down. Don't let him bend down like that.
He's so charming.
No, I know. All right. So if you're coming out of the threat, you're gonna get down.
Down?
Yeah, get down. Almost to the ground.
And over like this?
Further. All the way. Yeah, you probably need to get down further, but you probably can't do that. But the shot to the head as it's coming out, right? Or, boom.
He'd have to be twisted this way for it to work out with the arm if that was
So
the.
that's how it worked out?
Yes, sir.
But, that's fine, that's fine. But Mr. Palmbach never said that they passed in the doorway, did he?
He might not have said those words, but that was my inference, that there's a void there. And when he's in the
Rebuttal
picture holding his
witness
hands here.
to clarify
I took
this.
that to be Paul's head. So that's,
All right, well, okay, did y'all understand when he was in the picture there, he was demonstrating what your angle had to be to make it work?
well, I wasn't in the door with my angle.
I understand. I
Yeah.
understand. Okay. All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
That's all we have.
Oh.
Thank you.
That was brutal. Terrible. Terrible.
Could have been much better. Could have been much better.
All right,
Dr. Kinsey, you've had an opportunity to speak with with Dr. Reimer, the pathologist that actually examined Maggie and Paul, correct?
Yes, sir, I have.
And you had an opportunity to observe and listen to the testimony of Dr. I think it's Eisenstadt, who was the pathologist that did not examine Maggie and Paul, correct?
Yes, sir, I have.
You've also had an opportunity to go to the crime scene and observe the feed room, observe the areas where both Maggie and Paul were murdered, correct?
Trying to paint him as
You've had an
the
opportunity
most
to
knowledgeable.
observe all the brain
out of
matter
everyone.
and tissue
That's
and
what
the
he's doing here.
defects in the doors and the wood and everything and get a complete context for what happened that night, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Is Dr. Reimer or Dr. Eisenstadt's conclusions about the trauma to the bodies, which one of them is more consistent with what happened at the crime scene as you observed with your expert background?
Well, I'll start by saying I don't know either one of them from a can of paint. This was my first time ever meeting Dr. Reimer, but my opinions are consistent with hers. I vary a little bit on the distance, but like I said, I'm not going to argue with a pathologist. That's not I'm not that kind of doctor.
Real quick, you differ with her a little bit on the distance of what?
Of the fatal shot to Paul's shoulder, I believe it was a little bit closer, and I can't account for that lack of stippling. But other than
So
that,
science says I'm
her
wrong,
opinions and my
but
opinions
I
are
still have my
fairly
opinion.
consistent.
But that would not change, that difference of opinion would not change your conclusions either way.
No, sir, they would not.
For the sake of this redirect, let's assume for a moment that the angle of impact and the direction that the defense posed were accurate. Are there other variables that the defense expert didn't account for that could change the height of the shooter?
Well, as I demonstrated, positioning, distance, height, the way you're holding the weapon that could place those cartridge cases there. It's nothing uniform about it. As I said, it's static and dynamic.
It's static
So the
and
shooter
dynamic.
is running around and the victim is moving, correct?
Yes, sir.
It's chaotic.
Yes, sir.
It's crazy.
Yes, sir. I would imagine it was.
There's no way to know, unless you were there, how the gun was being shouldered, where it was being held,
What
the
crap.
angle. There's no way to know that.
That is
I have
such
no way to know
crap.
that.
There's crap. Well, what good is any of this stuff then? And so, and how are
You
you
were asked
matching
about
the
how much you were
bullets
being
to
paid
firearms?
to be here today. Do you recall what the hourly rates of the defense experts were when they testified?
Oh
I
my
do.
God. Yeah, because they're better.
Can you go ahead and tell me what those were?
Some was $350 an hour, some was $650 an hour, and I think one was $5,500 a day, if I'm not mistaken.
That's the one that gets my respect.
No, seriously.
So you're a
It's 'cause-
cheap
Because
expert.
people want him.
Supply and demand, my friend. Wouldn't you say that the better expert you are, the more you get paid?
Jim, pictures you just put into evidence? Oh. I got them right here. I just found them. Thank you. Okay, I'm showing you what's marked as
Dangerous
State
question to ask.
Exhibit 197. Do you know when that picture was taken?
I have no idea.
Okay, sir. I'm showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 196. Do you know when that picture was taken?
Have no idea, no, sir.
Is there anything about the defects
You didn't make me an
about the
admin,
photo
Joe.
that stand out to you, other than just concrete defects?
They're not very uniform, but no, sir, other than that,
Does that photo tell you anything?
it tells me nothing, no, sir.
Nothing. Nothing at all. What good is that?
That's all I have. Thank you.
Quite well.
Anything further? Thank
Now,
you. You
this,
may stay
that
seated.
guy with the bald head right there and the comb over, that is the Attorney General of the state of South Carolina.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Any
Yeah.
further
Alan Wilson.
witnesses by the state?
Your Honor, in the rebuttal case, the state rests.
Ladies and gentlemen, the state has rested.
Sir, reply. Get Palmbach back in there.
Going to have you go to the jury room for a break. Please do not discuss the case.
Get Palmbach back in there to clarify the position of Paul at the moment of the kill shot.
Yeah, you're letting the state paint your expert and paint your defense.
Yeah, you have to say that he's misrepresented what they said, what
Yes.
he said, and we need him to clarify.
It's tough.
well, so much for all my commentary because I'm such a noob at streaming.
and the thing
in
is,
addition to
I'm as
game.
Republican as they
Ooh,
go. I'm
look at
very
that.
Conservative, right?
We
But
fucking
I
got
can
it.
smell a political prosecution. This is warfare between.
Pardon
the
my
Republican
Francais, but
Attorney
we just
General
got it.
And the Murdochs,
I
who
think
probably
so. Do I
Democrats.
get 128?
Yeah.
Look at that, man. So it's
comments
no, of
you
course
I
it is.
want
But
fair trials for everybody.
now, if I can get that variable into my sloop,
About sir rebuttal, sir reply.
we've got the right number. As that number changes, dude. All right,
No, thank you.
cool. Now I want to do that for each of
No,
these.
sir, rebuttal.
The,
Oh my God.
So I'm going to do a pale version of
I
red,
don't
green, and
know.
blue.
I don't have time
Get
today as
Paul
far as
back
the
in.
jury review.
Look at that. All right, finally got it. Okay, so now I want to do that for each of these, and then figure out how to get each of those into the
So now they're going
sloop.
to do the jury instructions.
and
is
we
what
might
they're
be
gonna
all
do.
set.
It's a conferring about what jury instructions do you want.
They were talking
Aha!
about jury view.
Eureka! Huzzah!
Oh, the jury view. Yeah.
Jose!
It's a field trip.
Depending on where you
Yeah,
were
so we're
from,
not going to be on the field trip.
pronounce it
on it.
differently.
Yeah, we're not going to.
I actually thought about driving up there and just going and
Right.
measuring, testing my theories. I want.
Yeah,
Why did
finally,
either
cool.
one of these?
I mean, it's
whichever
within a
side
few tiny
should
little.
have done
I mean,
an
look at
accident
that number,
reconstruction
yeah.
type thing or a crime scene reconstruction with timing
it's awesome.
on video. I've done that in trials that I've
Doo-doo-doo.
conducted. Just like sitting in a
Sweet,
car with a
okay,
cop. Said,
that's
"Get
what
in
I
the
wanted.
car, let's
So
go
now do that
this,"
for
and
each of them.
I videotape it. I present it to the jury.
So let's
Why,
see
why
here.
aren't
I
they
want to
doing that
go
here? Either side. If
Yar
the
wind
state's got such
speed.
a great case, they should do it.
do each of these the
And
same
if the
way.
defense has got what I think they have, they should have done it. I think that I'm going to knock that.
Wind
We're going to
speed.
do it.
I'm
going
gonna
to
just copy this 'cause this works.
I'm knocking the defense down a grade.
Yeah.
That was not
it's-
as strong a
hold on.
gloss. It was not focused.
direction.
It was a little scattered.
And it needed to be.
It needed to be focused.
Okay, random floating
And they've
range.
got a lot more.
And
I
we're
know they
setting
have a lot more because I've
Yar.
been watching this. They let that expert off way too weak,
Okay.
and they should have done some other stuff. Here's a big issue I have with this defense.
So I want
And I
to.
love the defense. Don't get me wrong. Harpootli, and I know he's a big Democrat, but much respect. I'm surrounded.
So
by
Yar
the
wind
public defender's
speed.
office, right?
Let's change that to
And
a
there's
float.
some brilliant attorneys over there on the left, right? So I'm not. That's political politics doesn't mean you're a good or bad lawyer, or it doesn't.
That's
in the
wind
same-
direction
same on
setting.
the other side.
Let's go to wind
But
speed set.
I am very much disappointed that they aren't hammering at every witness about the burden of proof. As a defense
And
attorney,
so-
that's one of the most important things you have.
Right,
I don't
and
think
then
I've heard the defense
that
utter
colors
it
the way you
once.
look at the whole trial.
No.
And they should
And
have.
the whole
this is a
point
long
isn't, did he
trial.
prove he was innocent?
Every witness,
That's
I
not
would have
the
gone
way
back there
to
and
do
said,
it.
"So now explain to the jury."
So I want to go set
This is the
Yar
state
wind
has the burden
speed
beyond a reasonable doubt, right?
out of here.
And you're saying for certain, I would hit
Out of
that.
set
that
actor
question should have
rotation,
been
I wanna go
everywhere in the defense. But they're trying to
Set
prove
speed,
him
we're going to
innocent
say
and taking that burden, and the state's buying into it, and so they're going to get away with it, and it's making this trial warped and unfair.
set Yar wind speed.
So
And it's set by this.
I
right?
was a little disheartened by that.
Wind
cross.
direction.
It was very disheartening.
Yeah, and the data comes out of the random
whole
floating
vibe,
range.
Everything about it. There's so many areas
Do,
that
do,
felt
do,
he
do.
didn't really. And then they don't even try to
Random
certify
floating
or
range, so it
call
comes
back
out
to
of
try
here
and
and feeds that.
clarify.
So
They
it's
just
setting it
got up
here in
there
the
and
directional
question
source
and
component,
say,
wind
"You got it
directional
wrong
source
what you
component.
said," and you don't even
And then
try
it
to
is also setting it in here. I don't know how to get this
clarify
out, but I
that
think
for the
maybe I
jury.
can get this information out.
I don't understand that. I mean,
So we go from
because
there
the
to
way-
here,
The way this witness
and then
is
this
describing
goes-
it, it's completely. It,
Oh,
it, it,
do I need
it
a separate-
sounds like buffoonish what Palmbach said, that they're passing
No.
each other,
Go
and
here.
that he's
Go to
got this
direction.
weird, this weird, stupid angle that no one would actually take.
Oh,
They didn't even ask him
let's
this.
go back to the character. No,
when he's
not the
talking to him about
character.
all the execution styles, did
I
you ever
don't
see
know.
one where the muzzle of a shotgun was pressed up against the cranium of the top of the head? That you know that the eyes would pop out, that the face would be distorted. Have you ever seen that from the top of the head down into his shoulder,
I don't
where the eyes and the face was grossly distorted in the way that you described? Because I bet you haven't. Have you ever seen
Event
the impact
graph.
of what happens when the muzzle is pressed directly against the cranium, as opposed to being
So here's one.
a foot or 6 inches or 2 feet
Blue
away from it?
is
Because
direction.
That also would change. You can have an execution style from the back of the head, where you're not going to have the same impact. The force of the bullet would continue moving forward
Let's just
because you
go
don't
ahead
have that whole blow up and conflagration of
there.
gases, and the entire ramifications, the impact on the head would be completely different. And
Let's
maybe
do
that's
this.
why you never
So,
have you ever seen a whole
copy,
brain
paste.
ejected without being smushed into 1,000 different pieces?
Paste.
And I'm sure the answer is
So
no.
speed, strength, and
But they never
direction.
asked
I
him any
don't
of these
really
questions, and
know.
These are essential questions for proving that, what you're describing here doesn't fit with the
It-
science.
you know, the
It just
difference,
doesn't
whatever
make
the
sense
difference between
scientifically.
speed
Well, and I would have
strength
hammered him
is
on that
kind
thing
of
about when he
confusing
said
to me.
math doesn't apply at crime scenes. I would have mocked that. And then the other thing I think that they didn't do that I really would like to see. Remember, he was demonstrating with him at the door, and he was positioning him and all that, right? And he said it was 2.5 feet. So that's
Wind direction.
26. Let's see.
Wind
20,
direction.
24.
Let's just plug
So we're
this in
talking
here.
Like this 20. So he's saying this is the distance
that get?
of the barrel, right? So
I think
here
this
from
is
this
get.
point to this point. That's the distance of
Yeah,
the
this
barrel
this
from
must
the
be get.
shotgun plastic. The state is alleging. I would, and then he said it's an upward trajectory, and he's leaned over. I would have taken that big long Benelli shotgun, put it in his hands, and say, now position this gun in a way that can make this angle work. And it because he couldn't do it because the butt would go below the
Right, it was in the
He could
floor
not
as
make
he,
that.
and that's
So
what
then
that guy
I'd say,
said
so why
last
is
week.
this gun in evidence at all? So this is clearly not the gun, and that's his preferred weapon, right? And they're making a big deal. I would have excluded that gun right there with that expert and said, so why are they distracting you with this stuff that's clearly not the murder weapon based on their own experts, right?
Their own experts.
Get him, Gus.
So then, so it's like, which gun in evidence? So you've got this long Benelli shotgun. Which gun is in evidence here that can make your theory work? So we don't have the gun, the shotgun, right? So whoever took that shotgun tossed it. It's a shorter gun than that, based on what you're saying.
When
I would have
speed,
had him
strength, and
demonstrate
direction.
that. And then I would also explain. Now show me the angle of this ejection point.
Tell us what you think happened. Why
I
should
might be
anyone
doing this
think beyond a
incorrectly.
reasonable doubt that
I'm going to set it
that
up like
Paul-
this just
that-
to
that
be
Alex
consistent,
killed
but I
his
might
own
have done
son
this
and wife,
incorrectly.
when you can't tell us how this went down. No one can tell us how this went down. You have
Right.
this-
So that was another thing. I mean, that's obviously become a theme. It's
Right.
amazing that we have this theme. No, look, maybe it's a little backward. I mean, I don't know if they would have anticipated, but wouldn't it have been?
Take whichever perspective they want. I brought this up weeks ago with respect to what shirt he was wearing. Was it the T-shirt that they collected? Was it the blue shirt that he's in the video earlier? It's like the prosecution purposefully
pink. Damn,
left
this
all of this
internet
murky
connection is messed
so
up. What is
to
wrong with this?
allow each
Come on.
juror
Why'd you
to
drop
fill
my
in the
connection
blanks
to my
in a
stream?
way that
Keep
makes
my
more
stream on.
sense to that particular juror?
I'm not even
rather
putting
than
that much
forcing them
out
to
here.
prove beyond a reasonable doubt. This
But what I
is
am putting
what
out is wonderfully
happened.
entertaining,
Exactly, man. You
educational, and
That
fascinatingly
you hit it out of
artistic.
the park. Exactly. That's the biggest
So,
criticism right now.
red,
They allowed
Green.
murkiness and lack of clarity on the part of the state to now go to the jury. So now I think there's
Yeah,
two
red, green, and blue.
possibilities that the jury could convict. One is that it's political, and two, they're so confused and they start connecting things they shouldn't.
All right, let
Okay.
me catch up on some of these super chats while we're waiting for. I don't even know. Was that?
I don't think
that-
we're patient. So
Speed, strength,
I don't-
direction.
It's weird. They're not doing the visitation today. I think
speed.
they're doing the visitation tomorrow.
they're not coming back today.
But I mean, I've got a message up here which is, claiming.
Wendy C said something.
Speed,
They say,
strength.
We'll be right back. That's
Well,
what they
we'll
got
hang
still
out
up
for-
there. So yeah,
Wendy
Speed,
C
strength,
in
and
the chat
direction.
said that one of the reasons they may not have done SIR rebuttal is their expert may have flown off.
That's true.
The state was playing a waiting game, and the state and the judge
they're
have been
sneaky.
very disrespectful of the jury's time and all of the part of the defense attorney's time. Everything. They've been
Speed,
very
strength, and direction.
disrespectful,
Now, when I
which
click
is, to
this, I
me,
should
a
get numbers
sign
from each
it's
of
a
those.
political prosecution. The fact that the attorney general of the state came in to cross
Wind
this last
speed.
witness,
Yeah.
he is playing to the mob. He is playing politics.
I'm just
I
going to
don't
leave it
care
like
if he's
that, and I'm not going
Republican.
to directly
I
connect
don't.
those.
You entitle everybody is entitled to a fair trial. That includes Republicans and Democrats and independents and atheists and
Speed,
killers and not killers. Everybody's entitled to a fair trial. But this, to me, smells like a political prosecution.
wind speed,
Probably this Murdoch's are big Democrats.
wind strength.
And he's got a chance to put him on the wall. And we're going to go on Nancy Grace and be the heroes on Fox News. And it's like I don't want to. I don't want.
I
them
don't
to get
wanna
a fair
connect
trial.
these. What I
here
want
I'm
is
sounding
this.
like a big Dem, but people that
Well,
they,
I'll
the
push
doctors-
Right?
back and say
Return
he
value
steals
of,
like a Democrat.
or no, the return value of the random floating range should be
Good
straight
point.
into text.
Boy, that was great. You're awesome.
So
All
delete
right,
that.
100-star chili.
The
said,
set
"I love you
doesn't
guys,
have
like the
anything
smaller
happening
groups."
there.
Thank you.
I think.
John Diaz says, well, if there's so many...
I mean, this is how
that
it
could hurt
works,
anybody,
but
then there's
let's
reasonable
test it
doubt
without
they're
that.
guilty. Matches Burn says, Kinsey, quote.
I
"You
do
can't
want
tell
that.
What's natural or not natural for a shooting
This does
stance.
need to go into
Cuts the
here to
suspect
set
shooting
the
Paul
proper
Maggie
number.
while doing a handstand."
But I don't want to read it from there. I want to read it from here and there to make sure that those are the same.
Project.com says, if only we had a professional capable of examining crime scenes to put together what happened and when. Yeah, wasn't that what he was supposed to be doing for us? And yet that still never happened.
Let me look at this. So direction should.
All right, so
Yeah,
that's-
Direction
one
is
more
something
little point,
different.
you know,
Okay,
about
let's find out what it looks like.
our political opponents, and even our outright enemies.
So let's find out.
I want to be having a fair trial, because
Everybody
when they
should
take
have a fair
power,
trial.
I want them to afford me the same courtesy. It's for my safety that I want my political opponents. To
You have to
treated
assume that
fairly.
your opponents are going to be in
Because at the end of
office
the
or
day,
in
who
power.
gives a damn
So
about all of that. I just care.
128,
it's about the
okay.
individual.
Speed,
The
strength,
individual
and
is
direction.
entitled to basic civil rights, and even if he's an idiot in his politics, I don't
17,
care about that. I
what?
just want
Why are these
that's
numbers all
part
different?
of, like you said, it's self-preservation. that,
Negative 96 is good.
Society should say we worry about the individual being trampled by the state.
Yeah, I mean, the justice the worst of us gets is all the justice any of us can expect. No better.
For the most generous option on how this could happen, could have Alex picked up Maggie's phone, put it in the golf cart, moved it to a car before any cleanup. I don't know how her
Text
phone would
float.
be a half mile away when
Strength.
he's trying to access it.
Text
I
float.
just don't understand that part.
So
No
direction,
one's been able to explain that.
strength.
How does the phone? So he took the phone off the body, took it back to his house, tossed it in his truck before going in the house
Right,
to shower.
speed,
To
strength.
then where do the guns go? The guns went in
Direction.
the truck, and the
What?
the
Event graph
shotgun at least has some blood on
speed,
it, right? Where is
strength,
there blood in the
direction.
truck from the shotgun?
What is
Where
his
where,
motive?
where?
Is that right?
What's his motive for doing all this
Seems
so
like
fast
it.
anyway? I mean, he could have called in this 911 call an hour later too. Like, why couldn't he spend the time cleaning himself up? I just,
Why even leave and go to the other house? Why not just go to sleep and say I fell asleep and it's been 5 hours and I haven't found him, and call 911 5 hours later?
Yeah,
If he knows about the gun.
That's a good point.
the
Like, why
tracking
wouldn't
of
you
his
do that?
phone,
Like, if,
he
I mean,
could've
he's
taken
got all
all
the
that
time in the
shit
world.
and put it and put it in the swamp behind his house without his phone.
Negative
while he's
80.
Supposedly asleep, and then 5 hours
Okay,
or 10
red,
hours,
green,
however long
blue.
he can
Why
go
are these
off,
backwards? You know what? If I
eventually
put them
just
in
say,
a
"You know
different
what?
order,
my
maybe
Maggie's not
they'll
around. I
print
haven't found
differently.
him." I mean, why did he have to do this whole thing? It's bizarre.
there's no logic here. We have a Gosney Bail Fund, which is important for his next trip to Vegas.
Blue.
Because he already covered the first time. Joe DC says, do you guys find it sketchy that Maggie and Paul wasn't supposed to be there that night? I
No.
don't even know what that means. Supposed
No,
to
and
be there.
they're saying that
both live there.
he convinced them. Yeah, because it's his wife and his son.
It's weird. Yeah, it's
And
not
his
like he
father was
talked to a
dying,
complete stranger into
so
going to his house.
I don't
Come
see
on.
anything suspicious about any of
Silly.
these actions.
Weird.
Go for Big Guy says, is Andrew opening a speaking engagement event attendance? If so, what is a good contact option?
Like, where was that going?
Yeah, actually, that speaking event engagement would be none other
Speed,
than
strength, direction.
once I learn how to press the right buttons, none
Wait,
other
why is this here?
than
What's
this one.
Oh, that's
right
the text.
Here. Saturday,
Yeah, and
April
that's just
15th, our
to
Law
keep that
Self-Defense
thing
Advanced
intact.
course. Where in a single
Now
day,
let's
you can
try.
learn how to make yourself hard to
Save
convict
all.
an unattractive target for prosecution if you're ever compelled
book.
to defend
Buy it.
yourself, your family, your property.
And it's
Join
$8
us Saturday,
for
April
shipping.
15th. And
That's it.
best of all, this is a live class streamed to your computer by Zoom, taught live by me. Plenty of opportunity for Q&A. We spend the
Red,
whole day
green,
together.
blue. Cool.
Best of all, if you sign up for this Saturday, April 15th class today's the last day to get this discount.
You know, I'm going
You
to
get
have these last 10
25%
seconds.
off your
and I can see them
registration, but
longer.
it has to be today. February 28th is the last day. Join us. Learn more and join us and
Wow.
register at lawofselfdefense.com/advance.
Wow, save
And I'm
all.
gonna make a push to my
Play.
Rumble folks here. You see, I'm engaging you guys. I'm giving you guys priority. Just hit
What
the
I
sub.
want is
I'm
for it
trying
to
hit
last
10,000 on Rumble. If
all
you
the
could
way
just hit the
through.
sub, I'd really appreciate it. Maybe some likes
Red,
once
green,
in a
blue.
while.
Speed,
so
strength,
maybe
direction.
Like, 15% of you to hit like. That'd be cool too. I know the buttons.
Nope.
They do. The Rumble does a great job.
Why
of
are these
hiding them,
different?
making them difficult to access for reasons that no one can really figure out. But if you can manage
know what?
to
I need to get it
show
out
your
of,
dexterity
like,
and being able to
I
hit
don't
those
understand
like
why
and
it's different.
subscribe, I'd be obliged. So thanks for that.
Hey, someone in the chat is saying, no, the person,
Why
the
is the number
super chat I just
freaking
responded to
different?
is asking if I would speak at some event that maybe they're organizing. If you go to
I don't understand why it's
lawselfdefense.com,
any
we have a
different. It
media
should be the
inquiries
same
tab
as
at the top
the
of the page.
red,
Just
green,
click
blue
that.
that I
It'll
have
give
up
you all
there.
the information you need to contact us
Right.
for that purpose. I don't do a lot of engagements, but
What the hell is it different
maybe we
for?
can work something out.
19 and
Yeah,
yeah,
thank
there's
you
no
for
way,
the super
dude.
chat. It's very thoughtful. I appreciate it. Rocky says, "What happened in
Okay.
Vegas stays in Vegas means
Don't
that
know
the evening
why
ladies
it's not
won't
the
tell on
same.
you
It
like
should be the
evening ladies
freaking
back
same because it's the same data.
Saltywitch 1776
Right?
says,
Wind
"Will you please
speed,
continue to stream this
set
trial? Nick no
wind
longer has
speed,
any
and you're getting it
idea
from
what's going on."
here.
He knows exactly what's going on. Nick is the Pope. Okay, he has all his minions.
Maybe I
who
need to
report
set
to
it
him,
from.
and I'm one of those minions.
Do I get it
because
out of the wind
I was
directional
one
source?
updating him, telling him, "Hey, good news! They're going to Moselle. You're probably going to catch closing arguments." So, you know, I was happy for him. on
Yeah,
that.
Try this.
somebody just
Copy.
made another really good point here. I'm sorry,
Paste.
Hugo. That's
And it,
Joe.
well,
It's
yeah,
super chat. Actually, Cameron.
Can I split this
Cameron,
pin?
great point on the super chat.
that
Reason,
happens.
No.
Yeah, and that is that. I think that Jim was very. The defense team is exhausted at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that is
Yep.
true.
I noticed that, and the Attorney General of the state comes in. It's his first day, right? He's fresh. He's energetic.
Yeah. It's unfortunate, but it is.
Yeah, it's tough. Like the longest trial I've ever done was I've done multiple 4-day trials, and trials wipe me out.
Get speed.
They're very tiring.
How about
Very
that?
tiring.
Unless you're an attorney who's actually.
So let's
sat
do
in
this
on the case,
separately.
You have no idea. It's like
Yeah.
Let's
you get no
let's go
sleep.
straight to
You're
here.
just
And
constantly
the thing
running.
is, you got the courtroom, which is stressful, and you're on your toes, and you're right on it, and it's like you got to train. Then you've got the trial after the trial. Then you go back to the room.
Okay, target
and you
speed
spend the next 10
should
hours
be
doing all the
Strategizing,
research, right? And then you get up like you
researching,
had a few hours sleep.
getting your
maybe.
exhibits together.
Yeah.
It's you know, and they have a staff obviously to help with that, but it's
No, there's
really-
nobody that can help you. You're
No,
alone.
the staff is not going to be making the argument for you.
Right. That, I meant like as far as putting exhibits and stuff like that, but still, it's very, very, very. You're getting like 4 hours of sleep a night, and you're working your weekends. I mean, when you're on trial, it's like you have no life. You're literally living, eating, breathing, drinking. Even while you're eating and stuff like that, you're working just continually. It doesn't. So 5-6 weeks of that, it's exhausting. It's very, very. It's physically draining.
Let's see now if speed
Yeah. So, and I'll tell you one more point. to
red
you
is any different.
that
Red should be
I expect
now
all
the
three of us are
freaking
gonna be on
same.
Nick's stream. I expect that Andrew's going to be joining.
Yeah,
Nick.
I'm planning to.
I sure
Yeah,
hope
we'll
so.
all be there.
Let's
We'll
see
all
if we
be
can
there.
get red to
You know,
match.
the gang will be there. We'll
Is
just
that the
play
way to
When's
do it?
next- What are you talking about? Just in the future?
Tomorrow.
Because what I
Tomorrow.
think I'm doing now is taking it from the
Tomorrow?
wind
Streaming.
direction
When
component,
he's
not
doing
the
the trial.
randomizer.
Oh my
And,
God,
but they
are
should
you
match.
streaming the trial tomorrow?
That's
Yeah,
his
I'm saying,
plan.
I'm
That's what he
giving-
told me today.
If he
For
doesn't
closing
end up,
arguments, right?
if he doesn't end up, look, if he doesn't end up covering, so I'll continue to step in. But I'm ceding back to him for all the reasons I expressed earlier. I'll be ceding back to him as soon as he's streaming. I'm going to be joining his panel, and you'll find me there, as well as Andrew and all his other guys. He must be on house arrest.
Steve was very, very popular at Nick's thing, for sure.
That's what everyone is saying. Steve is like basically he's Ringo Starr of the group there.
Hey, I like Ringo. Ringo's cool.
That's my point. Everyone likes
okay.
Ringo. Who doesn't like Ringo?
Well, we had fun. We'll talk about that tonight on my Rumble at 8:00. I'll do a Murdoch trial front to back. All of my thoughts at this point. Now that everybody's rested, anticipating closing, and then we'll talk about Las Vegas. Yeah, things I can. I won't rat out any of my good friends.
Are you going to do a rendition of Viva Las Vegas? And by the way, there's a link that's pinned. There's a link pinned in the chat to Steve's thing for tonight. So make sure you guys check that out. Zenithius, Your Honor, what Steve Gosney did in Las Vegas has no relevance to this trial, Judge. I'll allow it. Kyle, I like that idea, Steve. However, the state will object to it and win the objection because reasons.
I like the ideas. Okay,
I don't remember which this idea. This came in at 2:22, so that's like 3 hours ago. So, Janelle, no other pings that night. No friend, family, law. They actually said there was no other pings other than until the responders started coming in. But that whole evening, basically, from like 5 o'clock until after 10, when 911 was called, there were no other pings on the premises. Card says Maggie Murdoch didn't make the decision to go to Moselle until the Monday of the shooting. Whoever did the shooting would not have expected her to be there. That's if you know that she's not expecting to be there. Also, it could have been just they were coming after Paul. Most people who are watching this think Paul was the intended target. That's why he's startled in the feed room. If there had been shots of Maggie beforehand, you would assume he would not be just hanging out in the feed room, that he would have come out of there. And his hands would have been up and he would have been raring to go, you would think, or running for his life, but not standing in a feed room. So with his body turned sideways. Oops, typo. M.E. poorly explained the gases from the gun. Yeah, Well, there was a very poor explanation of that, and he really was. I'll tell you, this guy wasn't drilled at all about the gases in the gun, and it's very disappointing. Wendy Blank says, "Your chat has been amazing. I'm so glad you're enjoying it. Funny and learned viewers actually discussing. Thank you for the stream. It has been my pleasure and privilege." Isaac G, that's the Attorney General of South Carolina. Indeed. Thank you for bringing that to my attention, by the way, because I was not aware of that until you pointed out, and I looked it up as soon as I saw this super chat and confirmed that it was Alan Wilson, who is the
And what
Attorney
does that
General.
tell us? What does that tell us? That
They're
tells
terrified. They were terrified of losing. No? That's what it tells
No,
me.
I think it also means it's a political prosecution,
Right.
because he wants to get glory. Let's just say I'm a big Republican, and I am, and you've got the Democrat establishment that's been corrupted. Every Republican in this state hates. You get lots of brownie points with your base by persecuting the leader of a big Democratic donor.
Mm-hmm.
And so he's going to be up there in parade and show him at the last thing when everybody's tired. He's going to come swooping in. And also, this is the guy that made the decision to charge. This is the guy that ultimately made the call. People ask, like, how can somebody get charged when they have a grand jury that's tainted by a perjured testimony? Because this guy says do it.
Right.
And all those people around him are saying, yes, sir.
They all fall in line.
I think he's been watching the trial, and I think he did not have confidence in Waters to bring this home with this last witness. Which everyone here, everyone on this panel, everyone in our chat felt it, that this last witness, was of critical importance to the state for salvaging his case, and we all think that it's very possible that he did. So I don't think he trusted Creighton. I think that he was losing confidence in him. That's what I took from this. And I'll tell you something. You know, yes, he was the freshest one there. He seemed like a good attorney. He seemed like an effective attorney. You can't deny that.
When we talk about this, the reason he was more effective than some of the others was because he got to the point.
Yeah.
He was direct, and that I don't agree with some of the stuff that he was doing, but I think that he was much more effective than what we've been seeing from the prosecution team for 6 weeks, because it's like, okay, here's what I want to say. Boom, he gets to it and he gets out.
Yeah.
Don't waste my time.
I can tip my cap to someone who I consider, someone I don't side with, and recognize that if someone has skills, and I respect the fact that this guy Alan Wilson, he has skills. He has skills. I don't like some of the methodology. I agree with you. I don't like some of the methodology. I think they twisted some of the things that Palmbach said, and that was intentional, and that was probably at the urging of Alan Wilson. But you have to tip the cap as far as the effectiveness of what he did. I do think it's very possible he salvaged the state's case with his last witness. Naomi Anderson says, I met you all through Nick. State has not proven the case. Appreciate you covering for Nick. My pleasure. Hi, Andrew and Steve. FSC. I don't know what that means, but all right. I heard this guy married his cousin. Glad you're out of jail, cousin. Good God, if I never have to hear another South Carolina vocal drawl again, I'll die a happy man. I like the drawl. I personally,
Do you
really
really?
do like the
You
drawl.
like
Yeah,
that?
I do like the drawl.
That's not like most New Yorkers. It's like nails on chalkboard.
Sometimes I wish the drawl would come a little faster, but I happen to like the accent. DP Org says, prosecution rebuttal botched, so Attorney General is stepping to show off his skills. Where was he until now? What's his theory? More reasonable doubt. We still don't have his theory, but his agenda was to basically do burden shifting to make reasonable doubt the duty of Alex Murdaugh, and I think that he basically tried to poke, some holes in the conviction of Palmbach's testimony, and I think he did poke some holes with this guy, unfortunately.
And let's get the politics straight, because this is the Attorney General. He's a Republican. Harpootlian is a big-time lefty Democrat. So the lead defense attorney is a big Democrat, and of course his client, I guess, they're big Democrat contributors, which are PI lawyers. Generally, plaintiffs' attorneys on PI side are generally pretty liberal and pretty much Democrat.
I wouldn't know, because I practice in New York where everyone's a Democrat but me. K. Vegdal says, I'm just happy I could help in Steve's release. A lot of people are taking credit for that. Patriot says it's not cardboard. This is that thin thing there. It's T111 siding, which I actually noticed. I almost pulled this back up when he started talking about that type of siding later on. He actually used this exact term, T111 siding. I'm not familiar enough with siding to know this, but apparently Patriot 22 was nailing it. Aaron Burr says, more complicated than that. Rod go in box, LOL. I see what you're doing there.
Think about the state. they are really selective choosing the evidence that they want to believe. They're saying that they can't tell the trajectory based on the angle of attack on that projectile going into this sighting, right? But they can match up a projectile between two firearms fired at vastly different times. So that's absurd. We're so precise here, but it means nothing.
Math doesn't work. Math doesn't work when we
in
don't like
crime
it.
scenes.
Yeah.
So stupid.
Squizguard. Oh, look who's here. How are you, brother?
Hello, how are you?
Good. How you enjoying the trial?
Well, it's over and I'm very, very happy.
Yeah.
Did they? Hold on a second. They actually seems like something's coming up here.
And two of these people on the panel were kind enough to join me in Vegas,
Whoa.
and I enjoyed being with them.
It was great.
And
Great seeing you, Kurt.
Yeah, and it was very nice meeting Steve.
Yes, you were giving me sloppy hugs.
All right. All right.
Yes.
All of the
And
testimony,
Tony-
I don't know whether or not another motion or matter of law needs to be addressed.
Well, Your Honor, where do you want to
At the
start?
end of reply, do you need to preserve the record any further?
No, sir.
All right.
Huh.
So
They're
we
doing
need
a very
to
little
discuss
preservation.
jury charges, also the jury view. Yes, sir.
We just want to, I'm not sure I've read a case on this, but renew all previously made motions concerning directed verdict, so as to preserve them. I'm not going to argue the grounds.
Yes, sir. That's what I was suggesting, and to preserve the record, and the court denies any motions regarding
Anything the
dismissals or
defense says, we're
directed
denying.
verdicts.
That's
So
generally.
we need to have the jury come.
Oh, you're going to do the. They're doing
Bring the jury.
They're doing a visitation of the crime scene, Kurt.
Yes, I heard. Exciting. Field trip. Can we take the shotguns down there and recreate it? Do a little do a little paintball style. I freaked the F out when they were breaking the guns in. Like, let's demonstrate this. Please point this at me. I'm like, no.
I feel like I'm surrounded. And I can smell Vegas like oozing off of all three of you.
Oh, that was yesterday on the flight home.
I feel like I'm being covered in Vegas DNA.
Well, they should have also had something like a simple ruler so that they could demonstrate these things without waving firearms around. Why is this
Hey,
not a
very
problem?
good.
Why is that not allowed?
Ladies and gentlemen, you have now heard all of the testimony and received all of the evidence in the case, and we are essentially done for the day. But when you return tomorrow morning, we're going to have an escort take you all to the subject property, Moselle, to have a jury view of the location. And I will be there as well to ensure things go as they should. But I need to instruct you as to how it happens, and give you this instructions. And that is that you'll be taken to the scene of the alleged crimes. And while you are on your way to the scene and from the scene, you are not allowed to discuss the case with anyone, including your fellow jurors. And you're not allowed while there to ask any questions of anyone who may be there, including any law enforcement personnel or any other court officials. If you have any questions, you can only ask me. You still have not heard closing arguments and have not begun deliberating. So the way tomorrow is expected to go, you will come, you have the jury view. After the jury view, you'll return for closing arguments. Then I will instruct you as to the law that you are to apply. Then you will deliberate in an effort to reach a verdict. But it's absolutely essential that you understand that you're being taken there to view the scene. Now, it has been a year and a half or more since June
Since the
7th,
trial started.
2021, since the alleged crime occurred. And
Alleged crime?
things have changed, or most likely have changed. You have different season of the year, just
Trees grow.
changes in
grow.
circumstances as far as the property is concerned. So you have to take that in mind and certainly consider that. But
So,
still, it's
here's a
some
big question.
location, and
Why doesn't this
I
work yet?
determined that it would
Why
be
am I so
beneficial,
dumb?
to you to be able to observe the scene that everyone has been talking about. And we'll do that tomorrow morning.
Oh, they're going to the crime
So
scene. Wow.
we're prepared to leave now. I'm going to have you go back to the jury room and talk with the bailiff for a moment.
Ooh,
And
wow.
then you all will be dismissed for the day, and I'll instruct the personnel to take you directly to the scene at the designated time tomorrow morning, which would be
They should have done this at the beginning of the trial.
do y'all get here before 9?
And then they could see, what everyone was talking about. I mean, we have a pretty good picture, I think,
Say 9:30.
of what it looks like.
But you may
It's
leave before 9:30.
sometimes very different when you hear a
Apparently you all
description
get here pretty early.
rather than to be on the ground
So
somewhere.
we'll see how that works tomorrow morning. So if you'll go to the jury room now, and we'll
My numbers are
prepare
different, and they ought not be. They ought to be the
to
same.
dismiss for the day, and we'll see y'all after the view
And
tomorrow.
I should.
So if you go to the jury room,
Yeah, that's going to be all morning. So I wouldn't expect court to resume proper until tomorrow afternoon.
What's up, Kurt?
And they're probably going to, they'll do the jury instructions too. So it's at the earliest,
Oh,
you're going to see
so they're
1 or
done
2,
tomorrow.
2
Wow.
o'clock, because he takes
Okay.
1 o'clock lunches. So 2 o'clock is when anything interesting.
What
will
am
happen.
I going to do here?
Yeah, that's my bet.
What's this Prince?
So he says jury
That's-
instructions.
okay, that's just
and
the
closing
sentence.
arguments, so they'll get it. They'll get it tomorrow.
They'll get it
at
tomorrow
about
night. Tomorrow night.
3:30.
These all should be,
upset with myself that I
speed,
didn't
strength,
put
and
my
direction
shoes
should be identical
The
to
juror. Let's hear it.
Not too late.
Juror.
for
What's a
example,
change the channel
from
name.
here.
Yeah.
Change the channel name as you reach 100,000. Get a different name on the plaque.
Split? How about, is that something I can do? I think that is,
law
right?
enforcement will ensure that no one is there to distract or to interfere with the jury view.
No.
I'm
What
going
was
to
the,
administer an oath to the people who will be transporting the jury, bailiffs, deputies.
behave
whoever they
themselves.
are.
what's
Danny
that called?
Gregory. If y'all
There's
come
one where
forward now.
you can
Danny
split off.
Gregory, Reuben Carter, Bill Polk, and Taylor Flynn. All right, Phil, I'm gonna give you all the oath.
Henceforth known as the chaperone.
If y'all will
What
come
if-
and stand, and I'll administer the
What if I do it
oath
this
to
way?
you.
Instead of doing that,
Promise
what
to
if I go
provide
this
a
way?
bag lunch.
All right. And if you first just state your names.
What if I do it like that? Like so that it's already given that information.
Daniel Gregory.
Let's try this.
All right, if you all raise your right hands,
Right.
please. Do you swear that you will keep the jurors during
I
the
state
time
your
you
name.
escort them
I state
State
to
your
the
name.
property on Moselle, or at Moselle, and you'll return them to the
Okay,
jury room,
so
and
one
that
directional
you
source
will now allow no person to
just gets
speak
the
to
speed
them,
from that
including
and puts it in here
yourself,
and sets it.
while you have them
That
in
should
your
then
custody,
be read
unless the court
by the
otherwise
event graph.
gives you permission.
One.
If you accept that oath, please say I
I
do.
can't speak at
Wow.
all.
Save.
All right. Thank you very
Like
much.
comes
Wow.
away?
As I've
Okay.
said to
Text
the
color is
jury,
red
the
here.
plan is to, since I've told them now about the jury review, is that when they meet in
let's
the morning,
Try this
I intend
now.
to go and maybe the clerk or one or
Possible.
two of the
With
court.
any luck, they
folks.
match. Without luck, they don't match. It's not
will
luck, it's
go
logic.
there
But
prior to the jurors,
it's
prior to
better
them
at logic
coming
than
here.
luck anyway.
So any questions about anything?
We make our own luck with logic.
If we find any bits of Paul's brain, should we turn it in?
Very good.
Jesus, Joe.
And,
Find another shot pellet.
Kurt,
another one in the door.
count them.
And Mr. Pope, let me speak to you for just a second.
Hmm.
To you for a second.
Why are the numbers different?
I think it's Mr. Pope, right?
I don't trust these other
Why
three. You
are
better look
these
after
numbers?
them.
So, I mean, it is changing.
Yeah, so it's somebody
Right?
who is pro-Mignon says,
I mean, I
can you do a
think.
Jew roar? It's like a rebel yell, but the Jews do it.
Oh, goodness. It's like a rebel yell. Whoa, okay, there's 4. See, they're kind of close, but
I don't know what's happening.
I don't know how
here. What do you
often
think
it's
he's telling this guy?
changing. 4, 4,
Nothing.
14. No,
Got
it's
the
nowhere
silver
near it.
belts, so you're
It
the
doesn't
one
make
with
any
the
sense to me
head
why
job.
these are
I'll
so
say
far
fine,
off.
but-
Like if they were within a point, I wouldn't
I don't
mind.
really
But
think. I think they've completely given up on any appellate issues.
set
To me,
speed.
when I'm
Wind
reading
directional
this,
source
I
component
just
should
don't
have.
see them looking to preserve the record on anything. I think what they're going through some formalities.
I don't
but if
understand.
they're doing that, then why even object to leading?
Let's go ahead and try this.
Lawyers.
Let's set these all up the same way.
There's lots of appellate issues.
Right?
Jury
So
Yeah,
charges.
but they're not
speed.
objecting to anything. They're
Anything
good.
Let's
else
run
before
speed
we
right
adjourn
into
from
print
the-
text. Or strength right into print. No.
All right, very well.
No. Run this into here.
Adjournment, let's
Move
see,
this
I
up
want
here.
to say adjourn till 9:30. but
Break this
we'll have
link.
the Jury view at 9:30. We need the court reporter.
Move this back.
Tell us what time.
Just say
Go
9:15.
here.
Stand by. We're going to adjourn until.
And we're not doing.
10:30.
It shouldn't be that
We're
number.
We're not adjourning, we're going to discuss
It's
jury charges.
different. It should be coming out of speed.
If we go out there,
Should go into target.
I mean, I understand we're allowed to go out there
Strength.
and watch the jury. If they look at
Get
things,
strength.
not speak
right?
with them. Do you think they'll be back here by what time?
I'm thinking 10:30,
No way.
They're gonna
What?
leave
No,
here at
it's
There is no way they're back
Just
at that
wait.
time.
before 9:30.
Get wind strength.
This
Not
is our
a chance in
This
the
is our
world.
judge.
There's no way
We may
you're
not
getting back at
be back
10:30.
exactly at 10:30, but we're going to.
There's
Exactly.
no way, dude,
Not
unless they're
before
out
1
there at
o'clock.
6. Unless you're meeting at 6.
Yes, sir.
No way.
Maybe 11:30.
Maybe,
Well, we'll be out
Let's say
there
11 o'clock.
maybe
how
2
about that?
o'clock in the afternoon.
soon.
I mean, I don't know, you know.
It's 45 minutes each
Whenever we
way.
get
We
back,
don't camp out over there.
Unless you could
No,
just
An
run.
overnight stay
And-
until ghost
and they're
stories.
not-
It'll be fun.
It takes 25 minutes to get there.
I really-
We'll be probably there for an hour, 25 minutes, so that's
Copy.
about 2 hours total.
Paste.
I just didn't want to.
Is there any way to split this?
say,
See, I want to split these into.
That's a lot more
Um,
realistic.
It's not realistic.
It's close.
See, I would love to split these into.
Want to take odds on this? We can start. We're from Vegas. We should start betting on when the jury's
we'll
actually
be in
going to come
adjournment
back.
until we
Maybe. Why wouldn't I? Maybe
This is
just
the
promote
Same
that to a
judge currently
variable.
presiding over a
Right?
3-week trial that took
argue,
6 weeks.
charge, deliberation tomorrow.
Oh no. Component.
Alrighty then.
All right?
Alrighty then.
Alrighty.
Righty
And whether we deliberate will
Friday?
depend upon what time argument ends.
I don't know,
Yeah.
dude.
So the jury gets it tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow evening.
The jury's been getting it for
and then
5
they've
weeks,
got
man.
Thursday,
Jury's getting
Friday,
it good and hard.
They get to decide if they want to take this into another week.
You
All right,
you
set
are
these all
really
up
cynical.
identically,
I
and then
no, I can't disagree. I mean, 3-week jury trial.
let's do this anyway. Set it up.
Imagine a juror gets killed by a hog out there.
Somebody said that in the chat. That's great. I love it.
What happens if they find
Run
300
strength into
blackouts
print
in the bushes
text.
at this
Right,
point?
the
It's
chaperones
yeah,
walking
yeah,
around
look at
300
you.
blackouts.
like, Is this the murder weapon?
Sorry, Your
Right.
Honor, we were out there a couple hours extra,
was-
did a little hog hunting.
It was another one of Paul's weapons that he left around.
All right, so here we
Oh my
go.
God.
Now run this
Yeah,
into
that'd be an
here.
interesting, that'd be an
And
interesting
now I need-
lawsuit there if someone like trips and hurts themselves over one of Paul's weapons.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but David says take him to the bank where he stole all the money.
Right.
Wind.
That's really good. All right.
See, it doesn't
So,
have
We
one
have a
direction.
couple of rumble rants I want to churn through here. First, Steve is forgetting that a political party affiliation doesn't matter too much until you become a major donor in the opposition's election efforts. I don't
And he
remember.
was the Murdochs. I
The
think.
Murdochs were. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Examoon TV says definitely political prosecution. Watch a Fox News video. They claim the prosecutor is clean, good at his job, amazing,
No.
etc. And the Murdoch's team is running the clock, and he's super, super guilty.
Maybe
Well, and
the
a good
actor
example of
rotation
that, I
should
will
be
say, is the Paul
return value
Pelosi
bullion.
attack.
Whether it
Because
was
as a,
successfully
you know,
set,
as
I
a
don't care about that.
Republican,
I just want the
can't stand
numbers.
Pelosi, right? And so I had all kinds of suspicions and not in disbelief. And then I saw the video,
Yeah.
and I was like,
Darn
oh,
it.
okay, well, this
Same
is
here.
a crazy person. So you know,
All
you
I
really
want
do
is
have
to
give
split
your
this
political opponents the
and
benefit
get
of the
the
doubt. And
actual
everybody, that
information
means all
from
the
it, but-
salt of the earth, your political opponents, everybody needs a fair trial. So you can't change the rules because you don't like the guy on the other side.
Gonzo says,
I'm gonna
"Joe,
try
your
this way,
capitalized
just
at the
to-
expense
no,
of
that
Nick.
won't
Your
work
Jew
either.
card has
Damn
been
it.
revoked. It
Damn
should
it.
definitely be revoked because I read that. I gave it the same attention I gave others, and that was just a $1 Rumble rant. So there you go. My Jew card is just going to be terminated. They're gonna,
Now
They do that to you? I don't
okay,
know.
so
What-
now
what
it
is
really
the
doesn't make
authority?
sense that
Depends on who you're
blue isn't matching exactly because it's
F
the same damn
Fight
thing.
Weld Pipe says how much you want to bet that the Attorney
The actor
General does
rotation
closing
should
argument.
be
Is that
exactly
even
the
fair?
same.
He hasn't been present the entire trial. It would be fair.
Because it's
and he probably
it sets
should
it here and it sets it
What,
here.
the AG is going to come and give the closing argument?
Why isn't
I think
blue
he was here for
identical?
The
He was
last
here for the
witness.
last witness. They brought him
Okay.
in for the last witness. That's how. To me, I'm sorry, that reeked of desperation. But
To me, it reeked of political posturing. I think he's playing to his base in South Carolina. And I hate that. I don't want them to play to the base.
he definitely seemed like the strongest attorney that we've seen from this. From
Or at least the most well-rested.
perhaps.
Watch this.
I never
It's not gonna
maybe
work.
that.
Damn it! I don't know.
Yeah. Where am I at? Okay.
Copy.
Let's
Let's see what else we can do with this. Is there any chance of splitting? I want to be able to split this into.
In the room there, he seemed to be getting positive feedback for his
Get-
stupid charm.
Yes.
Nancy Jennings just throwing this
Get
out
the
here. If you
component,
don't clean your gun
not the
often, it
rail.
can mess up your gun in so
Yeah.
many ways.
Wind.
I mean, I had trouble believing there could be enough fouling somehow inside the gun or barrel that could make a difference at the kind of ranges
Get
we're talking
component.
about.
It's ridiculous.
I'm trying to
I
do
really wish I
1,000
could
yards
split
per
these
shot,
out and get
Sure.
the
Right.
But you know, it's like, oh, it's going to cause the bullet to tumble. I'm like,
Strength,
what the fuck are you
speed.
talking
Now-
about?
And
You
that,
have
that
the wrong
entry.
caliber in the barrel. I mean, the keyhole at 10 feet.
Get
I mean,
relative-
For God's sakes.
How about
Yeah, and you know, and that was a clear shot.
Get-
That was not a tumble shot.
No, no.
And what kind of fouling would
Get
you have
relative
to get to get a tumble
rotation?
at what 10 yards with an AR?
Yeah. No, it could be due to it. Just there's soot in the barrel.
It's
and,
like
and particles of gunpowder still in the barrel, and it's going to
No,
cause
I don't-
the bullet to spin
It's-
differently.
it's
and
none of
come out
those, is
and-
it?
And change its angle. I'm like,
it's like a
No.
blunder.
Actor.
no, it's not.
Blunderbuss, black powder blunderbuss.
get actor rotation? No, and you can't.
Cammy Adams says it was the pillow that they put over the gun barrel that deflected the bullet.
Right, yeah.
Her.
Wolfram says
And this
there was an
probably
exit
needs
hole
a
in the
yes
back
or
of the
no.
ball
I
cage,
don't
which
care about all that
sled
shit right
ran
now.
it down
Maybe that's important. I don't
both
know.
holes to get the angle. He's
Right.
ignoring the second hole. With that came up on cross. So
But the
that-
defense
Not very
is
well.
Not,
I
not
want-
well. Not
Yeah.
well. I don't
Damn
know. They're tired.
and you know what? We can try and excuse it by saying they're tired, but at the end of the day, the jury is what the jury is. The jury did not hear the 3 or 4 of us here talking.
This doesn't make any
They
sense
just
to me.
heard
I
what
don't know
was
why
in
this
that
is
room.
doing
they'll have
What
to
happened
tune
in
in
that room was
later.
not
They're,
good.
they're part of the replay crew because they love hearing it twice.
Maybe. DP Org says comb over matches personality, looks cool up front. AJ Viviano.
Okay, so
weird fit
direction
on
should
AJ
match,
versus Suit
'cause
Looks
it's,
like he has a Kevlar
you know,
vest on under his shirt.
There's
or
no
maybe he
reason
skipped chest
that I can see
day.
why direction wouldn't match.
Pam Ronning, sir, those figures were 11-year-olds when this trial started. Now they're 12-year-olds. Well, by the time this thing ends, they'll be 13-year-olds. And Steve says, doggone, never
All
ignore
right.
the second hole.
Compile, save.
That was in the chat.
I'll
sorry.
save all.
Keels
Play.
Mac says, I didn't say
Alright, so
which
red,
Steve
green,
it
blue.
says Steve.
Blue
I said
should
that.
be
Okay.
identical. There's
I
no
just-
reason for
I was
blue not to
pointing
be.
you. See, I'm instigating behind the scenes.
that I can think
Keels
of.
Mac says,
I
there's
don't
so
know.
many unknowns. How did they bring this case? LOL. Matches Burns says, I'm the opposite. I thought Paul Pelosi had nothing to it until I saw that video, and Pelosi
No,
wasn't wearing
nowhere
pants,
fucking near
and
it.
was drunk AF and had been drinking while held hostage.
Sounds like Vegas.
Like that doesn't make any sense
Guys behind scenes.
to me. Why
8
isn't
o'clock tonight at Rumble, you can hear my Vegas stories.
Yeah, that's what you're telling the
like
public.
right there?
Stop making me register, says
We're-
Steve. I really like your Rumble solo shows. I listen
This
when I can.
number.
I'm a new mom, so mostly before bed. Did you really get
Like
arrested?
why
in
isn't
Vegas?
this the same
Well,
Is there
number?
any
that-
truth to
Can this
is there
go
any
in here?
truth to this rumor? Because so many people think you were arrested.
Wait, text.
Really? Where did
Yeah.
that come from?
Okay, so you're converting
I don't know.
a float.
It was me. I told him.
No, probably instigator
Copy
over here.
V.
No,
Was there
well,
any interaction with police at all?
Not that I can tell you about. no, I got abducted by these guys. Guzzy, you got to come with us to the Venetian.
I lost a good tie.
So I got
Yes.
abducted, but I wouldn't call that an arrest. Actually, it might have caused because my wife was very concerned.
I did have an interaction with the police because someone decided to stab a bus driver immediately outside my hotel.
Oh.
And so the bus is sitting right in front of my hotel, and so the police are blocking all the traffic within like 4 blocks. And so I had to actually walk to the event for Nick because I couldn't get an Uber because I couldn't get a ride. So
Oh, the Ubers are terrible anyway. It took me
Yeah.
40 minutes to get there because the boulevard was closed down for the marathon.
Maybe it's an integer.
Yeah, well,
So
No, I mean that's a
I've walked
float,
there.
right?
The,
And then you have a float
what
here.
was it? No, but my wife got real concerned because I always come home and but I didn't. We were out till like what,
Why is this a
5:30
different number?
probably.
Like,
Both rockets
if your
shut
value
down.
goes
He
in
doesn't
here-
wanna admit it.
I think
We were out very, very late.
And then your
And,
value goes
I
here.
never, and my wife woke up and she went home early, we were staying at the convention hotel at the one where the event was. And I didn't get back and she woke up and was really concerned. So that might have come from the fact that she was calling around and asking, like she texted people and were trying to locate me because these guys did abduct me to the Venetian.
Yeah, I left it. Well, I got a text from your Steve wife looking for you about 6:30 a.m.
Yeah.
and I believe we were still in the Venetian.
It was ridiculous. I mean, it was ridiculous. And then I got in a plane. We did the red eye this morning. We got in this morning at like 6:30. So I don't know. I don't even know what I'm doing or where I am. So we'll talk about it. Rumble tonight, 8:00. Come by. We'll chat. We'll talk. I'll give you the full rundown.
Mike Garr says positions of shell casings aren't reliable, but they are. The shooter was on
Yeah,
the
exactly.
knees but running. The
Yeah.
tree couldn't have been hit because the shot curved like we're watching Wanted. Okay, dude.
Yeah, it's
Andrew,
because you
That's a
throw-
better
you
cross
throw
one
the
we got.
bullet. Shoot the gun like this, you see, like a gangster
right.
style, and throw the bullet.
Andrew Hansen said, my mom's boss is a recently, since COVID, retired CT State Police major. She's trying to ask if he knows Palmbach. I don't know. Nancy Kane says, my daughter's roommate shot him. Oh, because he was from Connecticut, Palmbach. That's why she was asking that. So, I guess, I don't know. Nancy Kane says, my daughter's roommate shot himself in the head. He lived face intact, used a military pistol. Palmyra Productions. The state is so desperate they need the AG to come in and guide this guy for his testimony. Angela B says they want this fresh in jury's mind before a site visit. Yep. Evil's going to win. AG is demonic. Oh, hopefully you're wrong. Cheeses Crisp says, weird how this guy sounds like the Green Acres version of Fauci. And he's basically saying, trust the science, or trust the science. Even though he ignores math when it doesn't work for him. Feral Housewife says, state rebuttal witness, quote, I'm right, you're wrong, nah, 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 nah. Watermelon says, enjoying the coverage, been jumping between other streams. Well, shame on you for that, but there's a big difference in how this panel view this versus people that have been following this for years.
Because we're not tainted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Murdoch podcast is
At least some of that's based on stuff that we never heard in court. We never heard in court that,
divorce,
that Maggie was going to go divorce, that she was seeking a forensic accountant, that, we never really, that there were problems in their marriage. We didn't hear anything about problems in their marriage, period. Or
And
problems
it's
in
not
the
like this
family,
judge
period.
would have kept it out.
Yeah, really.
Seriously, they could have been like, didn't she have the phone number to a divorce lawyer somewhere in her phone? Clearly, she was getting a divorce.
Yeah.
Last one, I'm glad Steve made bail. I'll be there tonight. I believe I've seen more shots than this expert. Plenty of heads blown out with face intact. DP Org says, what blown out with face intact?
People.
There's
And we it's
that too.
Ben Ogle, he is the expert on everything. He presented the defense case. One question, please present the state's theory of the case. That never happened. And hopefully they're sufficiently rested when they're giving their closing arguments that they can make that point. Isaac Kazic. The state has done an absolute brilliant job at raising reasonable doubt absolutely everywhere. Not only do I not believe Alex did it, I no longer believe the crime even happened.
Right. Yeah. Well,
it was worth
even the judge at the end says the alleged crime. You're going to go to the alleged. Nobody's denying there's not a crime here, right? since the question is identity, but the judge is like, we're going to go visit the alleged crime
The purported crime.
At this
Purported
point, you
crime.
won't be able to prove a crime occurred because you can't prove who did it.
The purported
It's not
death
good.
of Paul Murdoch.
Uh-oh. Oh, okay.
Tanny Simmons, after all this testimony, I'm a juror. They found no blood
juror.
DNA evidence. Alex has a digital alibi, plus went to Almeida on a super tight timeline. Amen, Tanny. Hopefully we can get you on that jury in that jury box. MS Crim says, I have a Master of Science in Criminology and a Crim Justice is not the same. This is total BS from a PhD in Crim Justice.
Yes.
Yep. Okay. So I've been chatting for
Banks
10 minutes. And
looks like he may be
had my mic muted.
transitioning.
Not that it matters.
Yeah,
But
he
it
looked
matters.
like he like basically lifted a hairstyle out of
Okay,
Game of Thrones or
5,
something. I didn't know.
14. No, none of these
liked him a lot
numbers
more on
fucking
direct
match
than I
up.
did on
Why?
rebuttal. On the,
It should be
because he
Are you
came
saying
back.
in the
randomizing,
context of this particular
writing to the
conversation,
directional
that
source,
testimony
His test,
specific,
the first
writing
time
that
he
to a variable,
testified, I
and
thought
then
he was,
printing the
you know, a
variable.
little more down to earth. The second time he testified, I thought he was absolutely arrogant. So I don't
just
know
isn't
why
working.
my opinion changed on that, but it definitely did. When I saw, because I was like,
Yeah,
oh, I
these
like
aren't-
this guy. 'cause
these
I
aren't
liked him
matching
when he
up, damn it.
testified with the state's case.
I mean, it's
But when he came back, the arrogance that he had, that PhD arrogance, and then his humor, he was laughing and mocking, and
Yeah,
I don't think
that
it
dude
a good-
was-
I don't
was
think
more
he came
humble the
across
first
with it.
time he
I don't
testified.
think the defense did a good job crossing him either. It was a
Sail
C,
map.
a C effort, I
Brr.
would say. But I mean, what did you guys think? And you remember him when he testified on the first time during the state first time, and then this time.
All right,
How would
I'm
you
going to
compare
try.
I remember his
Let's
face,
see
but
what
I don't
this
remember
does.
his testimony from the first time.
Oh,
be honest.
it's the same damn thing. Well,
Objection Trickery says he's the one who lied to the grand jury. No, it wasn't him.
No, it wasn't
It was
him.
Agent Owen. It was
Right.
Agent, who did that?
this is strength.
Plain says, didn't the shot go into the cardboard and then into the shed? 2 holes. Pull the box back out and put 2 holes in it. Is the angle uncertain now? That's what it seemed like Jim was trying to get to at cross, but didn't really pound that home.
Well, Bobby gets banned, and just to qualify this, because the first time he testified, he's just another one of these state sled guys. So he's sort of in the group of moderately competent investigators, right? But now you bring him on as your last witness on rebuttal. It's like, here's our guy, and he's going to tell us what the reality is. Now you're putting all this weight on his shoulders that I don't think he can handle it.
Weeb says they mean direction equals left, right, angle is up, down. Could be, I guess.
Well, no, direction, he's saying he shot in this direction. So from here to here, that direction.
That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. His explanation, Weeb's explanation, makes sense because otherwise, no one's questioning the direction of the bullet that he fired from inside the box. So it couldn't be that. This is a better explanation to my mind. What Weeb is saying that it's a left, right,
What's the
direction.
difference between that? Makes no sense at all, because if you say like,
I think direction as far as where the shooter is standing in relation.
No, see, I have that.
hits
That's not working.
based
No,
on
because
the
it's
angle
set.
of the bullet, as
The
opposed to-
direction should only be from one side to another side. And then angle is the precision measure of the angle.
No.
Right, but I'm saying is, okay, so, but if you could use angle in theory as far as up, down, and then direction to say how far to the left of the box versus straight on from the box, from the quail pen versus a little bit to the right.
I don't
So that could be direction, like north, south, east,
if you could
west.
determine
actor
if you
rotation.
could determine the
Well,
second, you
and-
can determine the first.
I agree with you. Oh, well, it depends on how thick it is, right?
Try that.
Yeah.
Get
You're
actor
right. Actually, you're right. If you can-
rotation.
You're right. So I don't know what they were talking about then.
I thought it was that he fired in this direction from outward into that way, so the direction
Right.
of fire as opposed to the angle of attack.
As opposed to the quail shooting
Maybe
at you.
this is it.
Right.
Why won't
Morgan
that
Gus
go?
says,
Come
I'm a
on.
former paratrooper with multiple knee injuries.
Split.
There's no way I'm crawling on my knees ever.
Give me
It
the
takes
Z.
So much time just to squat down.
All right,
What
let's
about
see if
those
that
Russian
works.
dancers, like in Fiddler on the Roof, that get down like this, and then they're like,
Wow.
you know, they do that
Save.
dance where they kick the foot out, they're real low.
Yeah, I don't think any of them got hooked on opioids for like knee issues.
Well, maybe that he was moving like dancing.
No, they're
like
too well
those guys.
exercised.
They dance really low. They go, they walk. Could
Yeah.
do that. That could have been Alex, sure. That would work.
F Fight Weldpipe
Don't
says,
know
I'm going to
why
have
this
faith
is
in my country and assume that there's at
working
least
or
1 to 3
not.
people on the jury that are not
I
convinced
don't
enough to sentence
know
him
what
to
the
life
hell
without
I'm
being sure.
doing.
It would, how would a hung
Green,
jury
blue.
work?
These
So
numbers,
they
these
would just keep
directions.
saying we can't agree, we can't agree, we can't agree until the judge says they'll never.
These
agree,
numbers are
but that
nowhere
would take a while,
freaking near each other.
you know.
Wait a minute.
And whether that
Ah,
happens, who
okay.
knows?
So the red is
Who
close.
knows? There's no way
Is it?
But
No.
yeah,
Give me a
at
red
this
one.
point,
Just watching
the way
red.
they closed out,
3.109.
I would think a hung jury is
Come on.
something that Alex might be happy with.
3.109.
Do you think, let me ask you this: at this point, do you think he'd be
17 to
he'd
18.
be okay with getting a hung jury? If you ask him,
I wouldn't.
you can pick. You can decide right now to get a hung jury and start
No.
this all over again.
For God's sake,
Or
man. Why
go
isn't
through
this
with whatever
fucking
jury is
matching?
saying. Do you think that based on
How are these
we
not
didn't
matching
get to
up? It
see
should
the
be.
jury, the jurors ourselves.
It is supposed to set,
But,
as
you
soon
know,
as it
excluding
reads
that,
that,
if it
it
was
is
a
supposed to
black wall,
set
you can see
the
that
wind
you think
directional
that based on the
component.
way this
And
trial came out,
that is what I think
he
I'm
would be
reading
saying,
from.
Yes, I'll take the hung
Right?
jury and try again, or no, I don't. I want to go with, I want a verdict. I'll ask each of you to like sort of weigh in on that.
Blue.
Well,
Blue's nowhere near.
A hung jury. He's coming back before this judge. I mean, it's another 6-week trial, unless they can figure out a way to make it longer.
I would. I don't want a hung jury. I want them to decide. It depends. I mean, obviously, there's no.
Okay,
real,
see, red is
there's
close.
No real predicting.
Red
that.
is
It's a
speed.
pointless exercise to speculate because they're going to do what they're.
Red's
gonna
within
do.
a point.
You hope it's a not guilty. If they get hung, it's
15?
better than
No.
better
Okay,
than
so it's
conviction,
not. Now it's half.
But it's pointless to speculate, really.
My question really.
Take it?
Event graph.
My question really is, how
Pirate
confident
wins
are you that you'll
So
be
go to
able
the event
get
graph.
an
We're up here.
acquittal versus
It should be only doing this
being
every
terrified
10
that
seconds.
you're about to be that you're gonna get convicted.
Yeah, somebody says the judge
Right?
is retiring.
Oh, well, that would, yeah.
Then I'd
So
want the
retrial
hung
with
jury.
different judge, yeah, for sure.
F Fight Weld Pipe says Dominion voting machines counting the jurors' votes. I don't know what that could possibly mean.
understand
I don't know
what
what that
this
could.
means.
And YouTube wants me to tell you.
Oh, it says here 10 seconds.
All
King's
voting in every
King's Dominion-
country is 100% accurate, and I would
King's
never
Dominion is
question
an
it.
amazing amusement park in Virginia, and you guys should check it out.
I
So,
don't understand
there you
why
go.
it's
I
not
assume that's what
working
he's talking
right.
about.
Yes.
I got a community guidelines strike for one of my videos in the Capitol Riot series where I review the charges against the people who did the thing. I got another community guideline strike for promoting violence, so I have to write an appeal.
How can you be
So,
promoting
exciting.
violence?
Good luck with that.
Kim Jong-un was lawfully elected. I never question elections.
Danielle Savoy says more demos like this, please. Thank you, Gosney. I think she's talking about your whole, ruler rifle thing.
Tonight, 8 o'clock on Rumble, I can't touch my wonderful little firearm, but we will be touching it all night tonight at 8 o'clock.
So tune into Steve tonight if you want to watch him touching it all night long.
That's on his OnlyFans. Only guns.
Holy guns.
You walked right into that. I'm sorry. Adam Splain says Alex Murdoch made these weird crouching shots. Didn't he say he got addicted pills because of football knee injuries? Indeed, he
Right.
did.
Get actor
Buffalo Reaper, I
rotation.
want to see you succeed,
How's it
but
getting
you-
this
you're gonna need
rotation?
Better trolls to really hit the big time. The current lot isn't getting the job done. Naomi Anderson,
Or-
they're just trying to confuse
you know
the
what?
jury.
Copy.
Dev, Mr. Gosney, how
Paste.
badly do you wish
What
to
if I do this
strike the witness
separately?
with your Aaron
Rather
chair?
than getting it
What is
from
Aaron?
there,
I don't know.
Aaron is a
Like
very
the-
high-end
getting
office
it in
chair.
this order. So I'm getting it after
Well,
that. So this is
I don't know.
quite nice.
I would have
blue.
loved to have done the cross in that
Compile,
last witness.
save.
Yeah, me too. I think all of us would have. Legendary Racing says, please ask him what
save all.
supplementary angles are again. By Swartz says, a pass-through shot would leave blood or other trace at the impact point. Yeah,
Maybe.
that was in response to my trying to stand up for a potential scenario here where the bullet went through Maggie and then through the
Damn it.
paneling and then into the wood. So, and I believe that's probably true. That's probably true. Makes sense. Nancy Jennings says, how do you think the jury visiting the crime scene will affect them? I think that's very speculative for any of us to actually try and figure out what that's
See,
going
there's,
to do.
there's a comment in the chat here that illustrates just how tainting all this coverage is and all this false reporting. Someone writes, I can't find it now, but words to the effect of, I wish the jury had had the opportunity to learn that the wife was looking to get a divorce. Well, you're assuming the fact. I guarantee you, if the prosecution had evidence of that, they would have gotten it into this trial. They would have heard about it. So the problem isn't that there's a fact that the jury didn't get to hear. The problem is what you're citing is not a fact.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's right now an unknown claim. Casey says, correction, Gosney Wick. Oh, because he said earlier Gosney Wink.
Instead of John Wick.
Oh,
John
Gosney Wick. Oh, there we go. Okay. Delisandro, I'm especially mad because I want to move there. Not now. Salty Rulester says, look, guys, it's like the Kennedy murder. Don't you understand? There's a magic bullet. There are magic bullets flying everywhere here. Delisandro, Owen should be fired, lied to the grand jury twice. It's me, Andy T. We need to know Steve's thoughts on the cell phone guy from earlier in his experiments.
Yeah, I need to go back and listen. I didn't get to that. There's how many more witnesses? I didn't watch. I missed a witness or two.
Those of you who joined late, shame on you. And
that's asleep.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what happened basically is they had a phone forensic analyst experts who they agreed to qualify him for that. And then he gets up there and he starts talking about when the wake up light will come on based on how the phone is moved. And when he's on cross, like he's being asked, isn't this like physics? Like, trying to figure out, are you an expert in physics? He's like, no. He's like, and the way he tested it was that he basically sat in a room alone, not recording it, throwing his phone and trying to see, does it go on? Does it not? He said, sometimes it went on, sometimes it didn't. So you don't always know that it's going to go on. Like, this is his science to be able to test it. He's like, how much pressure does it take? He goes, if you move it very violently, in that case, the light won't go on. If you move it slowly, it will go on. So it's like, what's violently? Like, what the hell is happening here? And when they started objecting as to him not being a witness when he admitted that he doesn't have any expertise in physics, didn't do this in any sort of way that, is beyond like a second grader doing, that this is not expert testimony. The judge says, no, you accepted him. You had a chance to refute him when they asked to qualify him as an expert, and they're like, but that was on his forensic analysis, not on him being a physicist, So and he's like, well, I'll allow it, and he said it's not science. He wasn't testifying about science. He was testifying about his experiments.
Yeah.
What?
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 Yeah, well, the judge said, well, it wasn't science. The defense is like, yeah, that's the point. That's the problem.
That's exactly the problem. It wasn't science, but everyone in the jury probably thinks it was. That's why we wanted. They asked to have the entire testimony thrown out, and the judge said, not happening.
I'll allow it.
It goes to weight, not admissibility. Does it now? Okay.
No, that's absolutely false. I don't know. Is South Carolina a Daubert state?
I don't know.
No, they technically are not, but they're close enough.
They called something else like
they're none of the. They're technically none of the above. They cobbled together their own kind of standards. Right. It's Daubert-ish enough.
I'm gonna look
at
it.
Yeah.
I think the case is cousin or cousins. If you want to look it up, I believe that's what he cited.
Yeah.
Theophrastes, when he was listening to us weighing in about his cross, saying, but the defense did not do that. We are not alternate jurors. The jury hasn't heard what was said here. If defense doesn't act, they never will. That was during the break in his cross. The American Hillbilly says they could be running a marathon, but at the point in time that shot went off, the rifle was in a fixed position. And that was the point that I think Andrew made, which is at one point in time, that gun is firing. And no matter what Alan Wilson gets up there and saying, it's chaos, at some moment there's a fixed, boom, frozen moment where the shooter's in a certain position and pulling that trigger. And it doesn't matter what happened in the half second before that or 20 seconds before that or the 20 seconds after. All that matters is what's his position at that moment and how could he be 6'4" person pulling that trigger in that angle. So, it's chaos.
Yeah, I'm looking at the case. It's State v. White. Oh, somebody look at these people are good. State v. White, 642 Southeast 2nd, 607. So it's similar to Daubert. Yeah, you guys are right on the money. You guys know what you're talking about. It's like you're a lawyer or something.
David said, sounds like Bruce the gay character in Family Guy. I don't know who that is. I don't remember Bruce the gay. Cop says the witness has a tell, uses humor charm when he says something he does not fully believe. I think that's actually true. I think he tried to mask his stuff, his ignorance or exposure to the fact that he's smudging stuff to try and favor the states by saying by making some sort of quip and laughing as if he was like the funniest, most charismatic. I didn't even think he was funny. But
I did. It offended me because to me, you're talking about very serious life and death issues. And that's exactly right. When he was starting to get questioned, he was kind of like, oh, well, I'm just this thing. And then he'd say, just rely on me because I'm the smartest guy and I'm an expert. Well, this is a good example of, as somebody, when you've got somebody that's coming at you with credentials and they're hitting you with credentials, don't rely on their credentials. Rely on whether or not your what you're hearing rings of truth or if there's error in it. Analyze what they're saying objectively and don't just rely on their authority. And what he was saying, there was a lot of problems with the things that he was saying. But then it's like he's making this like, oh shucks, but I'm just this expert guy and I'm the guy. Listen to me. Don't tell me to listen to you. It doesn't matter if you're either making sense or you're not. Just because you got a PhD. In fact, a lot of PhDs, most PhDs don't make sense about much of anything. But have you seen what PhDs get their PhD in? When I did my master's in criminal justice, I could have taught almost every class. There was probably 2 classes that my whole master's, I'm like, really, I could have done it in 2 classes from what I learned. I'm disparaging my own degree because it was all like, they were puffing up stuff that was like not substantive. They were stretching it out so they could create a degree out of more than what it was. I did it because it was free, by the way. So I'm a state employee and I can take classes for free. And I got the credential. But I know enough that when you have a credential,
I'm
to
looking
look
out
beyond
for
it
the
and
two
say,
of us.
double check what that person is saying. Don't rely on their authority. And I think a lot of people that don't have the degree get intimidated by that. But use your
Why can't I see the wind
rational
actor?
brain to analyze what's being said to you and what's being sold to you. Rant over.
No, I'm a big believer that people who have a lot of letters after their name frequently are midwits.
Okay, I'm going to
That's the best way to
attach
phrase it. They're
an
midwits.
arrow.
That they think that they're very clever. That they're so.
And they're often underprepared because they think they know everything they need to know, and often they've never actually been challenged aggressively in anything like a cross-examination. And if you prepare adequately as an attorney, you can dismantle those people, unless they've come very, very well prepared themselves, which is often not the case.
And what they do a lot of times, when you get a PhD, you know a whole lot about a very narrow subject.
Right.
And so the problem with that is because you do know more about this particular subject than everybody else around you, you feel that you're just naturally smarter. And so then that bleeds into other subject areas which you don't have any knowledge on. You say, well, I know this because
How come I can't see
degree
this?
and I know
Like,
everything.
where's the,
But you really have a very narrow, deep view and not a broad base view, not a Renaissance type view, right?
Basic
So
actor?
it's
and
like
he portrayed that Renaissance view that he's the expert on everything.
right. He did, and that's why he was way outside of where he should be. But I'll allow it.
Sage on the Raid says, witness stands up, points finger, guns in the air, and screams, "It was a firefight." We're almost done here, I think. Andrew Pygzik says, source, bro, trust me. Ian Max says, just getting ready.
Why
for
can't I
work
see the
Australia, but
damn
who on
arrow?
earth is this
Like,
clown testifying?
when
Well,
that shows up
was,
in-
I don't know, some schmuck. Cycle Boy says, contact shot, skull against barrel, creates forward pressure, slows travel the shot wad, pressure differentials,
Shapes?
not sure total slowing effect.
Can I talk about this for just a second? Or I'll save it for my Rumble stream.
No, you go ahead. You can't just like tease like
Tease?
that. Yeah.
Yes, I can. Well,
Yeah.
the thing is that this is a bird shot. A bird shot, when it strikes, it's not a rifle. So when it hits something like a skull and a brain, it's going to lose its momentum very quickly. It doesn't have a lot of mass, so it's not going to have a lot of. When it penetrates, it's going to stop at some point in the brain, and then when the brain is ejected, it's going to get captured in that explosion going backwards. So this guy's saying the pellet, the birdshot pellet, would have gone right through his skull. That's not my understanding. It's like, how is it that it could have blown out? The birdshot could have blown out with the brain. Easy, because that birdshot pellet stopped in the brain matter and in the mass that was then ejected by the pressure out the back. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. Here's a theory. Shotgun jammed because of Paul's skull and matter. Coming back into it, killer switched to AR for Maggie. He has to have the AR, though.
Okay, so it can't be attached. So
Mike
fuck.
says, I think Griffin lost
I
his
need.
trial
I
last week.
really just. I don't need brushes.
Yeah,
All I want
Now,
is
Jalbatros
a
says, I
simple.
recently fled from Chicago to living in rural South Carolina.
bring me
Thank
a
God
comb.
South Carolina has
Here we
huge
go.
budget surplus for how much resources have been wasted on this trial.
Oh, come on, man.
Ben
Damn
Ogle,
it.
they could have used that
I
witness
need to
to lay out the entire
visualize
state theory
where
because
this
he's their crime scene expert,
fucking
completely
wind
undercover
actors
reporters,
or
closing twists.
directional
That
source is
but
pointing.
that didn't happen.
I need to be able to see it in the
Al
game.
Britton says, I think the AG came in so he can pat himself on the back and say he's the one that put Alex away if convicted.
Just put these
Exactly.
back to default.
Yeah, and, and it's sort
Visible.
of like a win-win for him.
Hidden in
'cause if
game?
they
No.
lose, he's like, well, it was too little of me too late. So it makes a lot of sense. Palmyra, and it's a classic way that an AG would act, to sort of try and find a way to hug some positive press out of this. Palmyra Productions, let me tell you, Steve, had all the latest tension down in Las Vegas. They were soaking up some Ghazni knowledge.
Well, we'll talk about. I don't know about that, but we'll talk about
Visible.
Las Vegas tonight
Yeah.
at 8.
Hidden in game? No.
Las Vegas.
Alyssa Ramirez says defense dunked on.
See, and it just
on
doesn't show it.
Medical examiner in the morning. You think defense didn't rebut because
I just
if
want to
found
see it.
guilty-
I
if
want to
found
look at
guilty,
it.
they have
I
enough
want to see when
appeal?
it's.
No.
Can I attach it to something
No,
else?
that's nobody does that. You don't put an appeal in your pocket, walk away from a not guilty verdict.
That's
I have a good story on that. I'll tell it tonight.
That's the sort of thing that the trust the plan people would say. But,
Can you attach it to the dock?
I
Okay.
got a great story. I mean, it's
Wind.
a long story, but I'll save that up for Rumble.
I'm going to
Trust
add
the
a.
appeal.
Trust the appeal.
Let's do this.
Trust the plan. Trust the plan.
Content.
Jojo says, thanks for streaming. Oh, you're very welcome. You all make it so much more
Arrow.
enjoyable. That's very thoughtful. I appreciate the generous.
No. I want to.
Charles Zargo says, I think only a pistol grip saw
that's a
off shotgun
material.
would fit Paul's death. I think a double barrel.
Okay. Give me that.
I think
A
that's
double-barreled pistol grip, Sean.
And I'm going to
I
attach
will never accept
one
the
directional
science
source
that
to
says
that.
a bullet
Put this
wins.
back in wind.
Through his arm, some of the pellets stop in his shoulder, and the rest have enough force and remain concentrated, not spread out into his cheek, to go up through his chin, and then not model his brain into a ton of pieces, but basically collect his brain as one whole piece while blasting a hole through and flinging it up to the ceiling. That just does. There's so little science to support the logic of this perspective that it's astonishing that the defense hasn't done a better job of dunking on that last expert to say how does this possibly make sense. Josh Greenbean says, I wonder how the dogs got back in their cages. I don't believe Alex did it, but that part bothers me. How would random killers put the dogs back?
No, they waited for Paul and Maggie to put the dogs away before attacking. And in fact, Paul may have been in that room because he was putting the shock dog collars up into that room.
Makes a lot of sense. Makes
Yeah.
a lot of sense because I would think that that all the kennels were locked and that to me that was my thought all along. Rocky says Emily Baker during this trial is just one rung below Nancy Grace and moving in on her territory fast.
Well, I'm sure Grace makes plenty of money.
Yep, it's a
Tiger
business.
Cop says if AG gives closing, it's because of lost faith in Waters. It's not. If not, it was just to be seen with last witness.
I really wish that I could just turn the directional actor. Now this isn't going to move. Right, save all.
Go for Big Guy says, I bet you, sir, rebut.
I'm pretty sure that
witness
this arrow will
was
not
on
turn.
standby until judge said he was inclined not to allow Sir rebut and the Sir rebut.
What
Not-
I need
it's
to
not
do
SIR,
is modify
would
that
be
actor.
SUR,
Do that at the
Sir
same time,
rebut,
I guess.
The additional rebuttal. So the Sir rebut witness was on standby until the judge said he was not inclined not to allow Sir rebut. And when judge indicated he would not allow it, expert left town. It's possible. Who knows? I don't know.
Nope.
Mike Dak
It's
Crosby,
just not
quote,
matching.
I've determined we shall all
These
go
numbers
to
don't
Disneyland,
make any
which is
damn
basically similar to
sense.
the crime scene, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Aaron Burke, give each juror an AR in case they see any hogs. Jana, breaking jury attacked by hogs. Aussie Overlord, has it been raining? I want the jurors to see the judge in the robes. and
Oh, now
buckles
it's
at
going to
the
modify the
estates.
wind, though.
John Gordon, the real killer takes out the whole jury at the Murdoch place, and they charge Alex with the judge. I'll allow it. And cards 96 jurors will keep their arms and legs inside the bus at all times. Grimwolf, recon on hog signs during the day to know where to hunt them at night. Vince Clortho, what was that show that built and shot cannons? I'm not sure what that show is. Becky Z, I am an RN and I've had patients shoot themselves in the head and their face is intact. I know gun location ahead matters, but still not straightforward.
No.
Maria, great to meet you guys in Vegas. You should have gone, Joe. I wish I could have.
This will not work.
I would have danced all night. And I'm a pretty good dancer. Nancy Jennings says, without taking notes, damn. As a juror, I would be saying, damn, now we have to digest all this evidence. I think that could be part of the reason they really wanted to sum it up. It's like you probably missed a lot. Here's the whole summary of everything here as to why we're
It's an
right, or
invitation
why the
arrow.
other side
I don't
is
know
wrong
that this
on
was
the
going to
burden
work
shift and make it
either.
Like if he can't prove his innocence, he goes to jail for the rest of his life. Pam Running, if there's a retrial, will this judge sit for it? Well, it depends on whether he's still sitting. But if he's still sitting as a judge, then yes, he would. Helen Hebert says the Russian dance is the Kalinka. Nicholas Starrow, that was the perfect prosecution witness to end with. Now the jury can rely on him alone to convict. Yeah, I agree with that. Steve Luxembourg says, at Gosney, what model Paul Reed Smith is on your wall?
That is a custom 24 with a 10 top.
Custom 24.
Paul Reed Smith is that guitar
Goodness,
right
I
there.
don't know what the hell I'm
That is
doing.
It's got a 10 top on it. It's a beautiful maple top. All my guitars are American.
Do not know why
and
this
that
isn't
is a Paul
freaking
Reed
working.
Smith custom 24.
'Cause I don't trust this.
New
Like I can
Spaces
run
Brandon
this
sounds like
into
you
there and I
switched
can
to
get it to
filtered
print.
cigarettes.
Oh yeah, well I
The
talk
same
for
number, but
constantly
it's not
for
getting
8
it. Thank
hours,
you.
8 hours, 10 hours, 10 and a half hours.
Why is it not working?
At the Nick Fest? Yeah, my throat. You should have heard me yesterday.
Laurie Zella says, I hope the jury goes home and replays your streams. That would be pretty funny.
No,
they're
it
not
wouldn't.
supposed to-
Not
don't
till after the
watch
trial.
yet. Don't watch. Jack Riley says, Branca, did the It's Chaos statement sound like the Reeves trial? Things are dynamic. This crap is so frustrating. Yeah.
Whatever.
see,
I mean, the
yeah,
witness
that's-
is going to say what he's going to say. It's up to the defense to pin him down.
And this is the thing. That statement is true in the
Look,
general.
why doesn't
but
this
untrue in
just
the
get that
specific.
number? I mean, it should just
So it's
return
like,
that
so
fucking
he sounds
number.
credible, and he sounds like, well, you just don't understand. Everything's confusing, and the thing's dynamic in the scene.
I mean,
But
I
that
can
doesn't
get it
answer
to be the
specific
same
question.
just by
And
plugging
so,
that in.
That's truthful testimony that is false in the specific. And he
I
should.
mean, I can't believe they got Harpoolian on his knees and then they didn't say, now, how is he supposed to run in a dynamic way
Right.
on his knees?
In this chaos where everything's moving very fast. Jack
let's
Rice
just
says,
try this.
Branca did the... Oh, sorry. Eva
Just
Blink
try it
says,
this way.
Crew, what do you think that...
Maybe this
was
is the
all
right way. I don't know. It's
about
the
by a
simple.
lie?
It's the simple way. So maybe
By
this
the
is
state,
the
should
right
Cosby be
way.
able to lie and
I don't
be
think
less
so,
willful
but
convictions if so.
I'm gonna
So,
delete
I'll
that.
I have a lot to say on that one too.
Look, I mean, not to
Delete
a grand
that.
jury.
Why did the state not go back once they
Delete.
discovered that there was a
Right.
lie that was the basis for their charging instrument? Go back and recharge the grand jury minus that lie.
They don't
Why
have
could-
to.
I know they don't, but they should have. They should have.
Yeah, indeed.
Now you can say his conviction's based on a lie, and that's a correct statement.
I
So-
think if a cop lies to get someone indicted, the charges should be dismissed with prejudice.
Yep.
Well, even if it was out, let's assume it's not it's without prejudice. Why not do it? You know, the thing is like, well, he's a liar. Well,
Okay,
I'm surprised they didn't come back more and say, oh yeah, he's a liar. He lied about this. But the state's a bunch
These
of
numbers
liars.
should all match.
I
now.
would say...
There were two lies, right, Joe J.
I
Don't
would
know.
say without prejudice, but if we get...
Okay,
all
even
the
these
trial,
don't fucking match.
if he
What
has
is
to actually
going
start
on?
a Trial, in that case, it
I
should
mean,
be
that's
considered
straight
like a
out of
delivery,
the
and then it should be knocked out. and that should
the
be
randomizer.
And so in that case, prejudice should attach once trial starts. Because if you don't correct it, and that way we encourage them to fix it before trial. So if there's some sort of mistake,
Right.
misstatement that's made, that's a critical misstatement, or we don't know that there was necessarily malice.
How is that
by
not
the
the
cop who's
same
lying.
fucking number?
So in that case, it's not like we give this guy a get out. of
It
jail
doesn't make
card.
any sense
But
now.
the state
Now
doesn't
I'm
bother
really
correcting it.
getting
They rely
irritated
on
at
that,
this.
on that.
The random float goes in here as the new
they-
speed,
they
and
rely
it
on
sets
that-
it here.
that, indictment to bring
And
it
then
all the way to the start of
practically
trial. At that point,
instantly
I would say
is
it
printed.
should be undone and with prejudice. That's where I'm at currently on this.
And for the cop, as far as I'm concerned, just like anybody else who makes a false accusation, the penalty for having made the false accusation
You
should be
lose
the
the
same
case.
penalty that the defendant would have faced had he been
Perjury.
convicted
Yeah.
based on false. No, not
Oh.
No,
perjury.
no,
murder.
prison. You get 30 years.
Well,
you
if-
accuse
if-
someone
if you can
knowingly,
show
falsely
malice,
of murder.
perhaps.
Well,
No,
but
go
that's
away.
an impossible burden for the defense. That's another
Right,
article
but
that
you
has
want to
yet to
charge
be
this guy
written.
with murder. If you want to charge this guy with murder based on him lying, in that case, I think you need to show.
He made a
Is that-
statement of fact. There was zero evidence to support the statement of fact.
There's actually a concept like that in Jewish law about someone who plans to try and harm someone by lying. There's actually what you just said is it's called in Jewish law, it's called Ein Zomen, people who plan to lie when they testify about someone and we don't refute their testimony. We just have evidence that they were in a different place at the time that they say they saw this thing happen, that the punishment for them is that they suffer the consequences that they were trying to impart onto this person.
Yeah, right.
Well, and there is a concept of that in like an aiding and abetting type addition of the charge, which is you're basically one level below the charge that you aid and abet. So I'm not against the concept. I'm saying that but they don't even charge him with the third degree felony perjury. He should at least
No.
be charged with a felony,
Right.
and at least be kicked off of law enforcement. How about that?
Yeah, look. I think that this guy should be strung up by the thumbs. I mean, he intentionally lied not about one thing, but about two completely
things.
irrelevant things.
No,
about
but
the loading of
important.
about the
The
loading of
blood
the
on the
bullets
shirt.
and the blood on the shirt. I mean, there's no way you can get that wrong. For him to claim that he's, we know that there was blood on the shirt when they knew there was no blood on the shirt, and for him to say that we saw the same type of birdshot and buckshot and guns loaded in his house when that should have been helpful to exonerate him, and rather they lied about it to use it as a base to convict him. I think that this guy should be forced to turn in his badge and gun that day, because this guy's a menace. This guy's a menace.
Why not? What's the
no
argument
pension,
on the other
no
side?
nothing. Just like disgraced, like court-martialed.
How about just losing your job and your badge? Just
Okay,
that.
so
Or get
wind
charged with a
speed
felony.
should,
Get
red and
give
the pink
yourself a full jury trial. Let's see what
should
it is.
match, right?
Just
I mean,
like
there's
this
no,
guy's facing, right?
We're getting a
Why
random
not?
float.
Yeah.
It
What's
sets
the
new
big
speed
thing? Well, because he's a cop and
for
wears a
the
badge, he can lie
wind
to a
direction.
grand jury.
and
I mean,
sets the variable.
what's the consequence of the lie? The consequence of the
instantly,
lie
I'm
is that
reading
someone
the
gets hauled
variable
into a criminal trial. Maybe they
and
spend
printing
hundreds
it.
of thousands
So
of dollars
let's
on
try
legal
that.
defense. Maybe they sell their home, sell their business, cash out the kids'
Hey,
college
thanks for
fund,
joining the stream.
everything. And even if they're as innocent as
currently
anybody
trying
has
to
ever
get
been,
my
there's still a
sloop
chance
over there
they
to
get
sail with
convicted
the
and
wind.
sent to prison. In
Right
this
now, I'm
case,
just trying
for
to
the
get it
rest
so
of their
that
lives.
the
And
That's
especially
the
wind
consequence of the
randomizer
lie. And
is
if you're
consistent.
caught doing that, you ought to pay
We're gonna
that
see this in a minute.
consequence.
And especially we see it here, where a guy is so easily detestable because he's a jerk and a thief, and he can get convicted of murder because for little other evidence beyond you lied about where you were at the kennels, and we hate you because you steal from orphans. So, and now he's facing life in prison for.
These numbers are nowhere
allegedly
near.
murdering
Why are
his
they
own
any
son.
different?
It's terrible. Selena says jury sees their shadow 6 more
I
weeks
don't
of trial.
understand why they're not working.
Mojorison
stupid.
says, you guys are great. Appreciate your guys challenging anything and everything put forth. Excellent coverage. Much obliged. Thank you. Cedar Stuff says the defense really needed to have that final rebuttal witness try to replicate his interpretation of the kill shot of Paul to show how daft it is. I agree. It's like like this guy might go to jail because Harpootlian couldn't get to his knees. I mean, I think it would have really exhibited how ridiculous this
No,
the
these aren't anywhere
perspective
fucking
was.
close.
Or
right,
the
back to the drawing
legitimacy
board.
actually, it was the legitimacy of the ability to shoot, and it's not a crazy high angle that you have to be on. Kelly R says, please explain why the state gets 2 bites at closing. That bugs me, and I don't get it.
It's statutory.
I don't really get it either, to be honest.
Well, it
Yeah,
used
no.
to be in Florida. It used to be that we would get the sandwich unless we presented evidence and had our client testify. In which case, the state would get the sandwich. But then the state said, but there's too many people getting off on technicalities. These defense attorneys are winning too much. So the state rigged its own rules so that the prosecutors always get the sandwich.
Nick S says, I'm behind, but regarding the pellet at the top of the door frame, I once got hit in the ear by a fragment of a 9mm round that I fired at a steel plate 3 yards away. A birdshot pellet absolutely could ricochet back the way it came. So there you go. It could have hit off the floor and then bounce back up. But it's a good point, Nick. So I do have to ask, uncivil, what's coming up with you?
Well, while we were on break, while the court was on break, I recorded 3 stories regarding the U.S. Supreme Court. So I was able to use my lunch break productively because there are 2 decisions that came down today, and I recorded one from the past. So I dealt with a decision on whether or not this woman, who was a joint owner of property, had to pay debt due to fraud committed by her husband. Answer yes.
Mm-hmm.
And then I did the cases that came down today, which were there was one dealing with whether or not Delaware basically gets all the money from MoneyGram. So MoneyGram is a service that issues money orders. They issue money orders, and under the relevant law, the way that they were treating it was if that money's not collected by the person to who the money order is sent, After some period of time, it's deemed to be abandoned. And Delaware was keeping all of it, no matter where the money was purchased. So Delaware was basically getting this huge windfall because a significant number of money orders are never collected. And Delaware was getting all of it, and other states sued in original jurisdiction. So the U.S. Supreme Court is the trial court, because that's how that rolls when states are suing each other. And the U.S. Supreme Court said under federal law, not so much. The correct place that the money is defaulted is the place where it's purchased, not the place where the company is incorporated. So not so much Delaware, but wherever the person happened to be who purchased the thing in the first place. So Delaware has to write a lot of checks or perhaps money orders. Either way, I'm sure we'll be fine. So that was a fun case.
So make sure you check out Uncivil Law. Steve Gosney, 8 o'clock tonight. He's going to be talking about Vegas. He's going to be breaking down the whole pew pew thing here with his whole demos and stuff like that. You definitely don't want to miss that. The link is pinned to the top of the chat. You also want to sub up to him. And I've got 2 more super chats that just popped in here, and I'm going to pull these up before I let you know about this guy over here. So Nick says, not off the floor, off the inside of the skull, assuming the shot to the head happened as the defense asserts. And by the way, to make your point all the more so, let's remember that when Palmbach got up there, he said that when you have the nozzle of we have the barrel of the gun pressed against the cranium, so the gases build up in there, and the first egress point is where there's a hole, which is where the hole that was just created, which means that the same way and that's where the brain would propel out of, and everything would basically erupt like Vesuvius, or I guess like Johnny Depp's finger, and you basically would see the brain. That's how the brain would pop out. If it could pop the brain out, you could understand how one of those pellets could have popped out similarly and redirected back up towards the door frame. So yeah, I agree with your point there, Nick. Mark Davis says, what do you think the attorney witness meant when he said, quote, "You're not going to like where I'm going to go" during the cross with Mr. Harpootlian? I don't remember. That was a long time ago. I think that was the guy who looks like Lindsey Graham.
Right.
And
it was.
And
the first witness today.
And he was basically saying, I think his point was that, that Alex did steal a lot from him or something to that effect. And I think Harpootlian wanted him to go there to basically show his bias and the reasons that he has to slant things in favor of the states. So that's my speculation as to what he meant by that. If you guys have any thoughts on that, I invite you to share them now. If not, I'd love to hear from you, Mr. Andrew Branca. You do stuff about guns or something like that?
Not gun law, use of force law. When you're allowed or not allowed to use a firearm.
When is that?
We have a class coming up. If you want to pop that up.
Oh yeah. What? Oh,
Saturday, April 15th. This is the only Law Self-Defense Advanced class scheduled for this year, taught live by me, streamed to you at your computer. We spend the entire day together, plenty of opportunity for Q&A. In a single day, you learn how to make yourself hard to convict, to be an unattractive target for prosecution if you're ever compelled to defend yourself, your family, your property, all in one day. And if you can't attend that particular day, sign up anyway. You have access to the replay of the class afterwards. And best of all, if you sign up today is the last day for this offer. 25% off the registration ends today, February 28th. So I encourage you to sign up right now at lawofselfdefense.com/advanced. Advanced right there. And you might also consider getting our totally free book. Well, totally free except for the shipping and handling. Check it out on Amazon. Great reviews, 1,200 plus reviews, 5-star rated, bestseller in the criminal law segment. But do not buy it on Amazon. They'll charge you for the book and the shipping and handling.
No.
I only ask that you cover the shipping and handling. I give you the book itself for free. You can get this at lawofselfdefense.com/Joe. And if you'd
I'd like to also say that I really enjoyed it. I read it on the plane ride over into Vegas, and it is actually, it's a very good, well-written summary that's very easy to understand for every person and covers everything really well. So this is an outstanding primer on law self-defense principles. It really will get you to know more than probably 90% of lawyers out there, and recommended.
And it's written so simply, even a lawyer could understand it.
Thank you, Kurt. Or you can get the hardcover edition of that same book beautifully done, makes a great gift, and you can get this at you know where, lawofselfdefense.com/gethard.
All right. And Tay Logan says, Kurt, you should do a SCOTUS class for high school parents. She would pay, or he would pay. I'm not sure. Tay would pay. And lastly, David Kagi says, Kathleen Zellner, the new lawyer for Stephen Avery, is claiming Alex got shredded today and he's guilty. There's more evidence against the man she's trying to free than Alex. Crazy. I don't know anything about Kathleen.
Now, Steve
Zellner.
Gosney's book has got typo issues. Should we talk about the problems?
Yes, Kurt doesn't like my book.
If we turn our attention.
Oh, show me.
Well-
So make sure you check out his book. Check out his locals as well as Steve's. I'm going to defend him. Pop you out of here because you're being rude. And tell you.
No, you can.
Oh.
I appreciate honesty. If I've got, in fact, please do, because if I do a third edition someday in the future, I want to incorporate any errors that I have in there and make sure that it's fixed and it's the best it can possibly be. So I absolutely welcome criticism. That includes not just Kurt, anybody who's got any kind of criticisms. Please do send it my way, and I will consider them.
All right. And in case you're confused about the banner on the bottom or you have issues, maybe you're blind, maybe sight impaired or something like that, it says please like and subscribe. That applies whether you're on Rumble, whether you're on YouTube, whether you're on Facebook, even Facebook. Yes, I'm on Facebook. I'm that much of a boomer. Please make sure you like and subscribe. I'd really appreciate it. It makes me feel as if, people are enjoying the content here. So if you could do that, I would be much obliged. Tonight at 10, God willing, I plan on streaming my regular show called The Following Program, which I stream nightly from Monday to Thursday. I have the weekends. I do viewers discretion. So make sure you sign up. And if you follow me on Locals, you'll be able to find me anywhere. And that's goodlogic.locals.com. Goodlogic.locals.com. Links for everything in the description down below. Make sure you check that out. Thank you so much for joining me. I thank you to my panelists. This has been phenomenal. I really appreciate all the time that you guys have given me popping on here. Andrew's been sitting gunshot. He's been sitting
Shotgun.
How do I get
In a good way.
directions
Yes,
correctly? Because
shotgun
right now
for
I'm not able to
like
do it.
basically any
I don't know
minute that
why.
he hasn't been in Vegas, and I really appreciate that. I look forward to continuing streaming this as I join Nick
Unreal
and
Engine.
the rest of you guys
Get
when Nick
wind
is streaming
direction.
Cloud, presumably
Anything?
tomorrow.
Please?
Last thing here,
No.
Professor Logic just now started to watch. Busy day. Thanks for coming. This Joe Branca, Stephen Kerr. Thank
Simple
you for your
global
support, and
wind
also for
material.
your-
No,
some-
this is
some
just
really
creating
funny
material.
Super
All right,
chats
Joe,
that we
you gotta
got from
pipe
you,
down
as
for a
well as many others of you. This
Can't do it. How do I get global wind controller? Okay. It's in the level. Let's see how he does it. I mean, maybe he gets it in. I mean, it seems like Code Like Me is the only problem with this guy's tutorials. They're good tutorials, but I have a difficult time understanding his accent or understanding him through his accent. I suppose I would get easier with time or experience, but I think adding wind to grass. That's 4 years ago. Like his most recent one, fire wind direction. Now, is this another one of those just let me show off just what I've managed to do, but I'm not going to show you how I did it? Or does this have some information in it? I mean, because what I need is how do I get the wind direction into a different blueprint? That's all I need, but I need it to be accurate. Because I think I can do it now, but I don't have anything. Of course not. No, it's just, let me just show you that I've done it, but not wind. Okay, wind directional source. Tree fire example, wind particle, wind directional source component. Is this in the level? It's a world outliner. Okay. I mean, I want something similar to this, but I need to know. I need to get those numbers into my other blueprint. Yeah, this is cool. How do you do it? It's exactly what I want, right? As your direction of wind changes, then the flag, of course, and the flames. This looks great, but how do you do it? And of course, no freaking explanation. Stop. I mean, I want to watch this one later, but it's useless, man. He's got 14 subs 3 years ago. How do you freaking do it? Don't have any tutorials at hand. No, I just wanted to show off that it was spawn particles. Add wind direction and apply that to. How do you apply the fucking wind direction? Wind direction, apply that to the particle velocity. Yeah, but how? That's what I want. In Blueprint, apply wind direction and apply that to the particle velocity. That's exactly what I want to do. How? Add wind direction and apply that to the particle velocity. How do you get the wind direction? Damn it. Okay, wind direction. No, it should be in the event graph, right? Let me try something else here. Get wind direction? Yeah, I already have that. But he doesn't show how to. Let's try with the wind. I don't want to call this function. Wind. Get wind. Is this the direction? Let me just plug this in. Let's see what this does. Is that it? No, that's speed, strength, and direction. Let's just plug this in and see what number I get. Any chance that that's actually the direction? No. Wind should be, right? That's actually going to be strength, but I want to see what it looks like. See if maybe it'll match strength. Let's find out. This is dumb, but I don't have an option. Takes forever for me to do any simple damn thing. Yeah, why is 5,000? Of course. Yeah, that totally makes sense. It's dumb as hell, man. It's not doing it. Can I just break this? Wind Z. How about that? Let's try it. Does that number match anything, or is it all still just, whatever it wants to be? Yeah, we'll give you an arbitrary number that has no freaking relationship to anything else in the thing. Okay, 12.42. Well, 12.47. What number is this supposed to be, or what color is this supposed to be? Get off of here. All right, this should be pale blue. Pale blue should be wind Z, but it's not going to be the proper one. It's Can I get the direction? Get rotation? Get actor rotation? Get world rotation of the component? Let's try that. All right, let's see. Does that do it? I wasn't looking for the component earlier. Maybe I was mistaken. I have a little bit of hope here. 169. Doesn't look like it freaking matches. -20, -40. Yeah, sure, that's the same. God damn it. How do I do this? Break. Drop this. Split. Just give me the Z, please. Compile. Save. I wish this made some kind of freaking sense to me. I would be happy. -60. Yeah, that's close to -173. Sure, why not? -170, 74. 74, yeah, that's close. It's about the same as -170. -88. Yeah, that's close to 9. 108. Sure. Yeah, that's close. God damn it. Why isn't the... Maybe, you know what? Maybe it's this wind direction thing. Although it seems logical. Like I've looked through this thing and torn it apart and built it. It is very simple. It should be a very simple thing. Random floating range. Gives it this number. It targets this. Sets the rotation. And every 10 seconds it updates. I don't understand why this doesn't freaking work. I mean, this should be setting... Okay, break this. What is this? Direction? Break that. Can I split this? No, of course not. New rotation Z. Let's try this. Break. Okay, so we set the rotation. And then we print it. Let's try this. Still, I want to try if it's getting the rotation of that component. I don't think it's going to. Just because it's been 3 hours and it hasn't yet. I'm beginning to lose hope that this is going to work this way. But I'm just dense and stubborn enough to keep at it. 4, 10, 61. No. None of these correspond, so... God damn it. Like, I would think that this one, of all, would go easily in there, right? I mean, we're setting the wind direction. This should go right here. Screw this. Close that. I don't need any of it, I guess. Compile. Save. All right, this is not making any sense. I'm going to have to start over. Maybe not start over, but I need a different way of approaching this because whatever I'm doing isn't working. All right, we're at 0 now on everything. Red, green, blue, speed, strength, direction. Negative 127.967. All right, direction is matched up. Let me see if I can get, and that is with the variable, right? So 16, or no, negative 65. So blue, pale blue and dark blue. 0.653. Okay, direction seems to be matching up. That's a start, right? Okay, so what we have so far, wind direction, random float and range. It sets actor rotation of the wind direction source. It also sets the variable tut-yar wind direction in the event graph, and it prints then, well, it's printing it out of that. Let me try this and see if that, well, anyway, as it is, it then prints tut-yar wind direction in pale blue, and those two currently match up. But that may not be telling me accurately what it's doing, because what I need is, here's direction. What happens now if I just run this here instead of from what was set? It shouldn't change, right? Unless it's making some change in here. Unless it's getting, unless it's reading, if these are different, then it's reading these two, then there's some change happening in this one, I guess, before it happens here. Let me run it now and see. They still should match up. If they don't, put it back like it was. I still don't trust it, though. I think what I really want to do is now get it straight out of the wind direction component. Negative 117, it's close. Negative 117, and negative 121. 22? No. Are we going to be close to negative 22? Or to 22, rather? No. Well, no, you know what? 22 is negative 178, isn't it? Well, that's nowhere near it. Never mind. Unless this is like negative 160. Huh. Yeah, I don't think it's doing it. Unless the timing's off or some fucking thing. I don't know. I still don't trust this at all. Barely. Right? Like, why can't I just get it out of this fucking thing? This is where it should be. Like, how do I get the direction out of this? I want the direction out of that, and then I want to know what this one is, and then I want to know what the final is. Get world rotation. That's what I want. I want to take this. Fuck, man. This should be setting it correctly. After it prints, I want you to set this. Or, wait, after it prints, why don't we just do this? Text is not compatible. Okay, how about this value, rotator? Yeah, okay, but you can convert it, right? Make rotator. Get world rotation of the scene component. Make rotator. Can you undo this so I can fill this? Make rotator. Damn, dude. Why won't that freaking do that? I guess it's not necessary, but let's try this. I'm pretty sure this is not going to work either, but we'll see. Hmm. $140.195. Yeah, that totally looks like it's fucking related to it, doesn't it? 48? Yeah, totally. That's pretty close to 158. God damn it. How are we getting such fucking different numbers? It should be doing this nearly simultaneously. Get world rotation. So I should be able to get actor rotation, right? Get actor rotation. I don't understand why I can't get these two numbers to match up. It's got to be, it should be pulling. So I've got the wind directional source. It goes in. So we're setting it. Then we have we're picking a random number. And that becomes the new rotation. And then that sets this number. Then we get that number and we print it. And set this other variable. Can I just get, you know what though? Can I get this? Rotator is not compatible with float. How do I convert a rotator to float? Because I want to not set it here. I want to get this number. I'm pointing at my monitor like a monkey. I want to get the rotation, the world rotation. Is it the world rotation or the actor rotation? I want to get the actor rotation, I guess. Should I do this? No. Nope. Apparently I can't do that. I can set the actor rotation, but I can't get it. Why is that? I don't know. Wind. Yeah, I can't even retype that or anything. Yeah, this is stupid, man. What happens if I split this? I'm just getting an X, Y, and Z. Screw this. You know what? Split or break this. Can I split this? No. Why can't I split this? I don't understand why it won't allow me to set both of these in the same way. All I want to do is pass the rotation on the Z-axis to both things. I want the wind directional source to be rotated. If this comes out to 93 degrees, I want that to become 93 degrees. And at the same time, this to be 93 degrees so I can get that in my other thing. I don't get why it's set. I mean, this is direction. I mean, this should be the same as this, right? Let me try this as it is. I'm going to leave that alone. I'm going to try it just like this. I've just pulled that out. But I don't think this is passing anything through, right? This is just the execute. I don't think it's going to pass this rotation. Maybe it is. I don't know. Wait a minute. It's not. And why is it passing this? No, fuck it. I don't know. I'm getting real frustrated with this. It's been 5 hours and I can't freaking figure it out. I'm a little aggravated. All I want is for my goddamn numbers to join up, to match up, and to be the same so I can move on to the next part, which is multiplying them by the force applied against the sails and the boat. 70. We got anything in there? No, it's all 0. Yeah, why not? Why would it be any different? Yeah, okay, so we're not getting any good numbers. It's stupid. I feel stupid. Why am I so stupid? I don't know. Event graph. Direction. There's your number. There's your... No, it's not here. It's going to be in here. Wind direction. Like, why can't I don't freaking get this, man. Like, it should be, I want the actual wind directional source. Why don't I just, you know what, copy. Why don't I just put this here? V, wind directional source. Get actor. How about transform? No, that's another function. It's not going to allow me to take it. Get component. Wind direction. Yeah. All right, get the component. Now let's get the direction. Get actor rotation. Nope. Get transform. Get relative transform. Get forward vector. Let's try that. Will that work? Let's just print that. I'm going to try that instead of, no, because I need the damn variable. Paste. Put this down here. Let's just do this separately. Plug that in. Split the pin. Give me the Z. Let's try this and just see what happens. This is probably also not going to work. Let's turn this yellow so it's distinguishable from the other colors. Make it bright yellow. Okay. 5 seconds. File. Compile. Save. All right. Now what I would like is for pale blue, dark blue, and yellow to all match up and be the same. I'm pretty sure that's not going to happen. That would be too easy. And I don't need this rotation arrow on here, but I'll take that off in a minute. That was another failed experiment. I was going to try to get a visual representation in the world. Got any numbers that match up? Nah. 0, 0. Okay, the forward vector is zeros. It's all zeros, of course. Delete that. Can I get world rotation? No, I don't want the location, I want rotation. Get world rotation. All right, let's see if this does any good. Compile, save. All I want are a couple of numbers that match up so I have some indication that all of the information is being passed properly and that it is transferable. If I can get that, then I can move that to my, I can send that data to my sloop and use that to adjust the force and the direction of sail. Because what's going to happen is when I'm on board, I turn the ship's wheel and the rudder, and that the relative angle of the ship and the sails versus the wind and the well in the world is going to tell me how fast it can go. All right, so we're at 121. No. No. 62. No. Right. So the dark blue number is direction, and that should match the bright yellow number, but it ain't. I don't know why. -7. No. It doesn't make any sense to me because I'm supposedly getting, all right, 107. I mean, is there some delay? I mean, how often is it writing? It should be writing it every tick. Well, it should change every 10 seconds, but I don't even believe that. -120. Nowhere near it. 66, -165. No. I don't see it. Yeah, it was nowhere near it. It's not even close. I don't know what the hell to do. I'm confused and irritated. And descriptions like this, he's got a great thing that does kind of what I want it to do. And then in Blueprint, add wind direction and apply that to the particle velocity. Yeah. Now, is he only doing it in the wind direction, or only in there, or is he getting it from the wind directional source? Of course, when was this made? Maybe it's too old. 2020, 2 years. So maybe this is too new. I don't know. to destroy objects, and I don't need that. Although I do want to be able to destroy things. I want to blow up the sloop at some point. All right. Delete that. So we should be printing a string, and that's this, which should be, but now it's 0. That's why this was printing. This was printing 0 because it wasn't getting. I want this variable to carry this same damn rotation. And why can't I break this struct? I don't know. I don't know. But that's a float. Float, single precision. Float, double precision. How about I get single precision? Can I get that? Let's see if we can do set T toot yar wind direction. No, it's not allowing that. Yeah, no, it's the same thing. All right, so let's plug this in here. Now, if I put this here, what about this? The value of the variable. Hey, wait a minute. What if I set that before I set the actor rotation? Let me try that. I mean, it doesn't freaking work this way. Why not do this other? I can get it. I know how I can get it to work in one way. But why don't I try this? Let's set it. Oh, you know what? Break all of these. Break node links. Okay. Look, what if I take the pirate wind direction? I mean, that's here. All right, so it's running. We're going to set. We're going to get a number between 180 and negative 180. So we set that. That sets the wind direction. Wait, let me try something here. Can I split that? No. Okay, so the return value goes here. Then we plug that in here to the Z. We run it here. This is our target. And then we run this. The same number is going into actor rotation. Except I don't really trust it. I don't know that. Like, this is a return value Boolean. I don't need to know if it's on or off. What I want is to verify. I mean, this is the new rotation. It should be identical. So let's go here. No, not duration. Darn it. Break. I'm going to take a chance that that's going to work there. Let's try that. Okay. Now, is it changing the source? Or maybe it's changing the component. I don't know. Let's try this. Save. Now, let's go to the event graph. This number that gets printed in pale blue should match this number that gets printed in dark blue. Compile, save. Right? I don't actually even care about it. In fact, break. I don't even care about these other ones. They're not going to be useful. Compile, save. I don't know. Let's find out. Let's find out if the pale blue matches the dark blue. Let's start with that. swilling coffee and faking that math. 2.26, 17. All right. I think this at least looks like what I want it to. This is what I wanted it to look like. I don't know if these are accurate. I suspect just because it's been 4 hours of goofing around with this crap, or more, that somehow I've made a mistake. But you know what? I think even if I'm making a mistake, if these numbers are consistent, I'll get a somewhat consistent result. I'm a believer in chaos and entropy. And I expect mistakes and plan for them, but I mean, I don't want them, but 18, 17. Look at that. I mean, these numbers are, if nothing else, they're consistent. So let's now see about getting these variables into my sloop. So I can just get, I want these variables to go into my sloop. How do I do that? Tutorial, my character, it's a variable type, file, save. Now, how do I get them in here? Okay, here's the map, right? But here's the character. And in this character, under variables, I have this string variable, right? Look, where is that called? Where's two variables called in this event graph? Set. Copy. Let's try this. Let's go to the sloop. Let's paste this. No. No. What's the key? What was it called? I forget. Event, right mouse? Let's just try that. What the heck? Come on now. Axis events, right. Debug key? How about that? Let's just try that. You want to try that? I don't know if it'll work, but pressed. Let's just print something and see if this works. Print string. That works. Hello. Okay, compile, save. So now, let's see if I can, just by pressing the right mouse, I get my normal right mouse stuff plus this new string. Let's see if that works. No. Why isn't it doing both things? Okay, I don't know. Let's figure it out. Right mouse. Oh, right mouse button. Let's try that. Right? Is that the same as in here? Right mouse button pressed in string. Whoa, wrong way. There you go. Connect that. Compile. Save. And let's see. I need some music, man. Gotta have some tunes. Ugh. No, it's not freaking working. How come? I mean, my numbers are okay, but it's not adding the. So I have to get, somehow I've got to, oh, you know why? Because it's not referring to the character, is it? Like, what's the difference here? This one, right mouse button, consume input, override parent binding. Okay, those seem to be okay. But in here, I have my character. Oh, so I have to, is this a new variable? And then variable type? Is that the key? Let's try this. So new variable. New var. Variable type. Object types. Toot. Hold on a minute. Oh, look at that. So BG, what's it called? SGK master character. That's the type. So let's try that. Object types. SGK master character. New var, right? So we got the new var there. Compile, save. Okay. File, save all. Oh, you're going to keep doing this, aren't you? I'm just going to have to restart. I don't know what triggers that nonsense with wanting to save the untitled thing. No, it doesn't fucking work. Or is it? Like, no, it should say another thing. You know what? What's the difference here? So there's another, oh. So you get, all right, let's just do it just like this. So get, or set, right? I want to set. To my character. In this case, it's going to be, the new variable is, where's that new variable? New var, where is it? Oh, new var, right here, get new var. And then we're going to set that variable, or two variables. We're setting that from the master character. So I want to set two variables from the master character. New var. So set toot variables. Look at that shit. Wow. Okay. So we press, and that prints the string, and this is huzzah. Compile, save. And I think I may have learned something this afternoon. I think I might be starting to catch on. Let's make this give me a bright color. Bright. Orange. I like orange. It's a nice color. Okay. All right. Huzzah. So compile, save, compile, save. All right. So play. Nope. Damn it. Do I just have to set another key because it's not because that one's taken already? Why won't it work? I don't know. I don't get it. Okay, so we set two variables. My character goes into set two variables. Goes into this. Oh, because I don't have it going into the string. Do you have to though? What am I missing? I'm missing something. My character goes into target. My character. Maybe my character needs to go into the. Or no, that was a different. No, new virus should work. I don't know. Save. I mean, I think I'm just copying what he did, but sure doesn't fucking look like it. Does it have to be another key? Do it my car. Let's just try that. Sail map. Instance editable. All right. I know we're close. I know I'm close to figuring out, but I can't. Maybe I need another key to set it, you know? I mean, this just doesn't seem to make sense. Why it seems to be set up in the same way, right? I mean, the original one is here. This is from the tutorial. This one should be practically identical, right? All right, sail map to my character, BGP, SGK master. Yeah, glad you dropped in. Thanks for visiting. Default value to my character is none. Okay. Why won't it work? Why won't this? I mean, like, the only thing in here is just this variable. That's it. It's just a string. It doesn't even have any information here. It's editable. Like, why is it that it'll work in here but not in... Okay, I don't know. I do not know. Maybe because my... No, that wouldn't make any sense. Well, maybe it does, but I don't know. How about this? What if I change this to... No. No. Well, that's not great. Like, why is this variable not visible? Like, why can't I access it? Variable type. Single. my data. Let's call it my data. Let's change this. So this worked. It works in the one. Why not in here? Do I have to put this in a separate blueprint? I mean, it seems like the components and stuff it would work on, but how about this? Let's see. Give me a different key. Keyboard events. Give me number pad 7. No. What are you doing? Number pad 7. How about that? Pressed. Because I think the only reason it needs to call back to the character blueprint is to get the, well, for God's sake, man, what am I doing wrong? I don't understand. You know, I mean, I don't see what I'm doing wrong. I should be able to. Oh wait, wrong button. No, that's not working either. You know, I'm pressing number pad 7 and it's not doing a thing. Press my right mouse and I get those numbers, but why isn't it giving me the proper numbers? I don't know. What am I doing wrong? You know, if I had an audience who knew stuff, this would be helpful. Right? I mean, because like, how did I get this variable? Like, if I go from this variable, I think, is calling to anything in this blueprint, right? So, I don't know. But here, if we go to SGK master character, hold on. Where do you get this set? Like, where did I get that tutorial variables thing? Set to my direction. Like, why is this here? Let me delete this. All right, so I create this, and I'm calling back to the character, right? So if I go, let me just compile this and see what we got, right? So it's kind of fresh. So if I call out of this, it's referring to master character, and then I go set toot variables. Can I get that variable too? Get toot. Yeah, I mean, I can get two variables. And then what if I... So get this, and then set it. Run this in, run this in, run this through. That should print it, but in orange, right? I mean, that looks reasonable to me. I don't know if this is going to work. It didn't break yet. I mean, it hasn't worked yet either, but maybe we're on track. Who knows? Wait a minute. Where's the key press thing? Is that in here? Yeah, that's in the freaking map. Why does it work here but not in there? I don't get it. Why doesn't it work? I mean, there's nothing in the character except, I mean, I didn't, right? I mean, I added nothing except this string variable. Tell me it has to be in a map. That would... How about instead of that, why don't we just put, wait, what's this? Oh, I forgot a part of it. Well, maybe I didn't. It's changed it, hasn't it? We're in the map. Ah, gracious. What am I missing? See, a little bit of explanation would have been helpful. Now, he's Japanese, so maybe he doesn't speak English, but like, I would love to ask him. We're casting back to the character. Setting tutorial my character. That, I think, is where it's retrieving that variable. So do I need in this one to cast back to here and get these variables? Right? I mean, now this player character, but see, and I don't know that I can do that. Maybe I have to put this in a separate blueprint. I don't know if I can get this map, right? I mean, is it possible? Let's see here. Can I can't get, like, what's this, I mean, I'm certainly not gonna be able to get the name of this map, right? Right, no. Yeah, level blueprint? Oh, well, maybe. Huh. Oh, I don't know. All I want to do is be able to refer to these variables in this boat. How do I do that? Get level. That's the one that this actor is part of, right? But that's not where we're referring to. We're going back to the character, which is where this variable is. So, And as it is, I can't, for some reason. See, we're setting tutorial my character. That's this. I need to be able to maybe cast to. There's no way it's going to let me do that, is it? Cast to. Map? No. Sail? Cast shadow? Is that? No. How do I refer to this level blueprint? I need these things in my boat. Shouldn't be this complicated. I mean, it's probably not that complicated, but I'm just ignorant. I don't know how to do it. Mhm. Mhm. I'm starting to think that my numbers are accurate now. So now if I can just get those variables into the other part of the, if I can get them from here into here, we're in good shape. But how do I do that? Cast to VP SDK master character. Like, let me try this. You know, like this should be. Why don't I just copy this? Set. Get player character. I'm just going to try this stuff. So maybe it gives me. Maybe it'll give me that variables thing somehow. I don't know. I really don't know what the hell I'm doing. But yep. You know what? Just freaking copy this. How about that? Copy. I was able to get it here. Where's begin play? Event begin play. Does that work? No. Damn it. Oh, it doesn't have my character. It has my direction, right? So we want to delete that. But we can do... Oh, shoot. Which was it? Get or set? It's set. So set my direction. Here and here. Compile. Save. And really all I'm trying to do with this is be able to hit number pad 7 and get it to print that string. I don't know if it'll do it, but that's what I'm hoping for. I'm just doing this one step at a time because I've goofed around with this for 6 hours now. Nothing prints. Damn it. I don't know how to freaking do this. Why am I so dense? I know this isn't that hard. See, I'm just basically a monkey mashing keys. This works. No, see, I can't get this damn map. Like, how do I get into this blueprint? This is a level blueprint, and I want to use it. I want to use the variable that's in here in my boat. How do I do that? Do I need another tutorial? Because this one isn't doing it for me, I guess. I do. I don't need to mess with these at all, right? They're fine. For some reason, I can't figure this crap out. Is there any way to just do that? That won't work, will it? pretty sure this won't work either. None of it's gonna work. It's gonna be by accident. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. Part of my problem is that I don't have enough rock and roll in my life. I think I'm gonna have to watch another damn tutorial. Right? I mean, this is what I was trying to do. This doesn't work. I'm gonna dump this. This stuff all works. I'm not messing with it. Do not mess with that. Leave that alone. Go away. Go here. Let's get rid of this. Compile. Save. Right? My character. So that's tutorial stuff. Compile. Save. All right. What I'm going to do, I'm going to restart. This tutorial works. I'm able now to get some data. This stuff seemingly matches what it's supposed to. Now all I have to do is figure out how to get these things. I want to get these variables into the sloop. How do I do that? That's my big question. I'm going to restart, and I'm going to restart the stream in about 5 minutes. I mean, I'm going to do it as soon as the computer reboots, which takes 30 seconds, but I'm going to restart the stream in a very short moment, and we'll see what happens. So GG, and I'll see you in 5. And by you, I mean me.